Bryant Rivera appeared to lead a typical life, supporting his parents, who both struggled with serious health issues, to help them maintain their independence. Those close to him had no inkling that he was allegedly leading a dark double life. The 30-year-old is now being referred to in the media as a Ted Bundy copycat, facing accusations of multiple brutal murders in Mexico between 2021 and 2022. Authorities have linked him to 3 women, all of whom were later found dead. Here's what happened. On the morning of July 6, 2023, in Downey, California, local and federal authorities arrested Rivera at the home he shared with his elderly parents. While Rivera faced no charges in California, he was being accused of a crime in Mexico. He has been charged with femicide in Mexico. Though less common in North America, femicide is recognized globally by the United Nations as the most severe form of violence and discrimination against women and girls. Its definition varies across fields and regions, but it generally refers to the killing of women primarily by men because they are female. In Mexico, it is classified and prosecuted as a hate crime. Rivera, now 30, had lived in Downey, California, for most of his life. There's not much released about his life before being in the media for the killings, and he's reported to have lived with his parents, Candido, and his mother, Maria. His legal team have requested for him to be released on bail while he waits trial based on the fact that he is the sole caregiver for his parents who suffer from health issues, including diabetes. His father is also blind and spends most of his time confined to a wheelchair. Rivera has had a few jobs over the last few years, but at the time of his arrest, he was working as a delivery driver. His parents only speak Spanish and can't read English. Rivera has had no prior arrests or warrants in his name before his arrest. Reports have also stated that things in the Rivera household may not be healthy. Some media has gone on to say that Bryant was sharing a bed with his mother. After his arrest, his parents have said that they believe that their son is innocent. In an interview with the media, his father said that they would have to wait to see the evidence before coming to a conclusion of his guilt or innocence. Other reports have said that they will stand behind their son no matter what, and that they believe that he has had nothing to do with these crimes. They stand behind their son, and his parents depend on him. His sister has also spoken out, saying that Rivera is very needed by his family and that the crimes he is accused of, quote, do not resemble the character of the boy that I grew up with. And she has continued to advocate for her brother in the press. However, those who aren't in the family but are close to Bryant aren't surprised by his arrest. He was described by one friend that there had always been something off about him, but it was something that she couldn't pinpoint specifically. So what are the crimes he's being accused of? Authorities had already been looking for a serial predator as early as 2022, but they didn't have a solid lead until the murder of Angela Acosta Flores. Angela was a 20-year-old who had started dancing in September 2021 at the Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club in Zona Norte. Zona Norte is a legal red light district in Tijuana, Mexico, and it is believed to be one of the largest in North America. Sex work is legally federally in Mexico, and Zona Norte is one of the legal places for sex work. They require workers to have permits and regular health checkups to keep working. On the night of January 24, 2022, Angela's mother last saw her at approximately 8 p.m. when Angela had headed out to work at the club. She was an exotic dancer and occasionally also did sex work. She started her shift dancing when she met a man who called himself Eduardo, and he had asked for her to go back to his hotel room with him. She left with the man, letting her manager know where she was going. She texted her mother at 10:15 p.m., saying that she was going to the hotel nearby, Hotel Cascadas, with a client and that they would be in room 404. We can only guess that this was a safety measure put in place for when she left the property with a client. At 10:45 p.m., her mother texted her with no reply. She tried a second time at 11:15 p.m. with no answer from Angela. Her phone would continue to go unanswered, and her mother started to worry. So she went down to the bar to investigate. She talked to a manager who said that Angela was probably still busy. Angela's boyfriend would get involved around 3 a.m. when he also went to the club. One of the bar staff told him that Angela had left with a gringo, who was about 5'5" tall with a light brown complexion with a face full of acne scarring. They also knew him as Bryant Rivera from his credit cards and stated that neither had returned after they had left. The mother and boyfriend then went to the hotel, and they both felt that Angela was in danger and that she probably needed immediate help. The hotel staff, however, would not let them in the room to investigate, so they waited until noon the following day. Then, when an ambulance was called by hotel staff, a woman's body had been found. Her mother would use the Find My Phone app to track Angela's phone, and shockingly, the last ping for the phone was in Riverside, California. By the time Angela had been found, Bryant had already gone back to the U.S., crossing into the San Isidro point of entry just after midnight. The hotel was less than 3 miles from the border entry, so a 9-minute Uber or a 30-minute walk. Angela's mother would have to identify her on February 2nd, 2022. Angela was found naked in the room, and she'd been strangled and beaten to death. Authorities found video footage from the Hotel Cascadas that showed Angela entering the hotel with a man just shortly after 10 p.m. Once they entered the elevators, Angela was never seen on the cameras again. Authorities found the name attached to room 404 was a man named Eduardo, the same name that he had used with the dancers at the Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club. Mexican authorities would later believe that this man was Bryant Rivera. The same man could be seen leaving the hotel an hour and a half after arriving with Angela, but this time he left alone. Tijuana is right next to the California border, and it would have been easy for him to get to the crossing in such a short time. Authorities believe that he must have taken Angela's phone with him, which would explain why the mother detected her phone over the border. No report has come out on whether the FBI or other officials have recovered her cell phone. The investigation would find similarities to a victim that was found in a dumpster in September 2021, but not many other details of that victim, including a name, have been released. She's been reported to have worked at the Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club for a short time, and Rivera may have been a client of hers, or she may have had a date with him in August 2021. It is believed that Rivera returned to Mexico in February 2022 and committed another murder. This time, a woman named Elizabeth Martinez Figueroa, a 25-year-old exotic dancer and sex worker who is also said to have worked at the Hong Kong Gentlemen's Club and has reportedly been on a date with American on Valentine's Day. Police believe Rivera is this American man. Elizabeth was found in the back of her Jeep on February 17, 2022. She'd been strangled and beaten in a very similar way to the other victims. It is unknown when precisely the Mexican authorities discovered that Rivera may have been involved and that he lived in California, but his arrest warrant in Mexico was issued in November 2022, and January 2023 was the first time it was asked for by Mexican authorities to look for the man in California. Before Rivera was identified as a suspect, Mexican authorities, in a press interview, labeled this killer as a serial killer similar to Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, of course, is a well-known American serial killer who kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered dozens of young women and girls. He was active in the 1970s with 20 confirmed killings. After years, he confessed to 30 killings before he was executed by the electric chair in 1989. His exact number of murders is still unknown. A fourth victim is also now being investigated to be connected to Rivera. The Mexican authorities have only said that they are now investigating a fourth victim and that there could be potentially many other victims with a similar cause of death. All the women were exotic dancers who worked as sex workers in the red light district. They were all strangled and beaten and had sexual intercourse shortly before their death. Up until this point, there had never been any reports that any of the women were sexually assaulted. American authorities have also revealed that they did find evidence in the home of Rivera when he was arrested, including a hotel receipt that matched the hotel and time that one of the victims was killed. In July 2023, Rivera's lawyers filed an opposition to the request for detention. After Rivera's defense lawyer had filed and asked for conditional release based on his parents' needs for help due to medical reasons, a judge ruled that Bryant Rivera would be held without bond until his extradition hearing. Extradition can take months, if not years, for the process to move forward. Extradition can only happen if one country has an extradition treaty with the other country, and that country has to sign a petition for the extradition of that person who is accused of crime and would like them to face charges in their country. There are extensive requirements from both sides to have been met before a person can be released to the requesting country, and oftentimes you kind of see a give and a take. If he is deported to Mexico, Rivera will face charges of femicide, which has a sentence of 65 years for each victim if convicted. He is and is still currently only charged with the death of Angela Acosta Flores, and Mexican authorities have said they're working on charging Rivera with more crimes. The media and authorities describe Bryant as a serial killer who cares very little for women, that he hates and targets sex workers, and he kills with fury, beating, and then strangling his victims. This is only the beginning, and there may be more victims that are connected to this killer. And we see based on the murder of Angela that there's clearly a system here. He attempted to use a fake name in Mexico. He secured a hotel room prior to finding a victim. He killed and hauled ass back to the US border where he seemed normal enough for border agents not to sense that anything was off. When he went back to living with his parents, working as a delivery driver, while his victim's mother was still trying to call her phone to locate her daughter. This is clearly a calculated and planned attack. And with this level of confidence, Angela is very unlikely to have been the first. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. On the morning of June 16, 1974, a man took his sons to a swampy area on Singer Island, off Florida's eastern coast, to search for driftwood. Instead, they discovered the skeletal remains of a young woman among the mangroves, bound to a tree with wire. Her remains were fully skeletonized, with fragments of clothing scattered around. With only bones available, authorities struggled to create a description of the young woman, let alone identify her. Dental records were used in an attempt to identify her, but they led nowhere. Authorities estimated the young woman's age to be between 13 and 19 years, her weight to have been between 83 and 133 pounds, and her height between 4 feet 11 inches and 5 feet 2 inches. A definitive cause of death could not be determined, and initially, it was believed she had died between 8 weeks and 8 months before her remains were found. Unable to identify the Jane Doe and notify her family, authorities had no choice but to bury her remains. The Jane Doe remained unidentified for decades, but eventually, investigators used new technology in hopes of determining her identity. Her remains were exhumed in April of 2014 in hopes of obtaining a sample of her DNA. Her DNA profile was successfully developed in 2015. There were no matches to it in any database, but investigators continued to find other uses for the profile. They were able to use the profile to exclude several missing women as potential matches. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office released a new facial reconstruction showing what their Jane Doe may have looked like while alive in 2019, but no one called in, reporting that they recognized her. In December 2021, the remains were sent to Othram, a Texas-based laboratory, to develop a DNA profile so as to use genetic genealogy in the case. In March of 2022, genealogists presented the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office with several potential leads to follow up on. On June 2, 2022, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office announced that the Singer Island Jane Doe had finally been identified. Her name was Susan Galepool. Susan was born on February 12, 1957. At the end of 1972, when she was 15 years old, she had dropped out of high school and was splitting her time living with her family in a trailer park near Fort Lauderdale and with a friend who had an apartment nearby. Susan's family reported her missing just before Christmas of 1972. When they first could not contact Susan, they weren't sure if she had left town on her own accord or if something had happened to her. She was known to hitchhike and had left once before. However, her clothing and belongings all remained at her friend's apartment, and Susan's sister, Patty, has stated that she knew something was wrong as soon as she saw Susan's purse left behind on the friend's couch. In 2022, nearly 50 years after Susan disappeared, her mother was still alive and now in her 90s. She provided the DNA sample that confirmed that the remains found on Singer Island belonged to her daughter. Police believe that Susan may have been a victim of Gerard John Schaefer, a suspected serial killer and a former Martin County Sheriff's deputy. Prior to joining the sheriff's office, Schaefer had been a police officer with the Wilton Manors Police Department and had been fired for allegedly violating the Civil Service Code. He was accused of pulling over female motorists for traffic violations so he could get their basic information and then using police resources to obtain further personal information about them and contacting them to ask them out on dates. In July of 1972, 18-year-old Nancy Trotter and 17-year-old Paula Sue Wells were vacationing in Florida. While they were hitchhiking near the beach, they encountered a Martin County Sheriff's deputy, Gerard Schaefer. He told them that hitchhiking was illegal in the area, which was a lie. After radioing in to report that he would be transporting the two teenagers, he had them get into his vehicle and drove them to where they were staying in Stewart. He offered to give them a ride to Jensen Beach the following day because it was in his patrol area. The next day, he met them at the agreed-upon meeting spot in civilian clothes and driving his own car. Instead of driving Nancy and Sue to the beach, he drove them to an old shed on Hutchinson Island where he handcuffed, bound, and gagged both of the young women. At this time, neither of them attempted to escape as Schaefer threatened to kill the girl left behind if one of them tried to run. He further threatened to rape them, hold them for ransom, and sell them into slavery. Schaefer then tied Nancy and Sue to separate trees, not in view of each other, and put nooses around each of their necks. They had to balance on the exposed roots of the tree so as to not fall and be hanged. Schaefer believed this was enough to keep the young woman secure and left them there. While he was gone, both girls were able to chew away at the ropes to give them enough slack to escape their nooses without injury. Nancy hid for half an hour, fearing Schaefer was still in the area. She eventually decided to run and fought her way through thick vegetation, fearing Schaefer would find her if she stayed on a path. When the trees became too thick for her to get through, she decided to swim in the nearby Indian River because she knew it would eventually take her to a road. Still handcuffed, she was able to swim using just her legs. When she finally made it to the road, she walked out of the water and began calling out to passing cars. The first car to stop was driven by Martin County Sheriff Robert Crowder. He had been out looking for Nancy because Sue had been found 45 minutes earlier and told authorities that her friend was in trouble. Sue had managed to get to a road after getting herself free, and a truck driver had stopped to help her. Sheriff Crowder was Schaefer's boss. After Schaefer realized the girls had escaped, he called the sheriff and told him, "I've done something foolish. You're going to be mad at me." Schaefer claimed that he had gotten carried away trying to teach the two young women a lesson about the dangers of hitchhiking. The sheriff did not believe him, and neither did the courts. Schaefer was arrested and charged with aggravated assault and false imprisonment. Schaefer was released on $15,000 bail. He was still free on September 27, 1972. The last day, 17-year-old Susan Place and 16-year-old Georgia Jessup were seen alive. The two teenagers had become friends at Fort Lauderdale's Adult Education Center, where they were both students. Around 8:30 p.m. on the evening of 27th, the two left Susan's home in Oakland Park near Fort Lauderdale with an older man to go play guitar at a nearby beach. Susan told her mother, Lucille, that her friend's name was Jerry Shepard. Lucille was suspicious of an older man spending time with two teenage girls, so she took note of his car, a blue-green Datsun, and wrote down his license plate number when he picked up the girls. The car was registered to Schaefer. Lucille would also later identify Schaefer as the man who the girls had met. The man known as Jerry Shepard also identified him as Schaefer. Susan and George's remains were found on April 1, 1973. A father and son were out searching for discarded aluminum cans on Hutchinson Island when they came across the remains. Susan had been shot in the jaw, and according to detectives, evidence indicated that both girls had been tied to a tree and butchered. The location where they were found was only 6 miles away from where Schaefer had taken Nancy and Sue. While the two girls had gone missing at the end of September, investigators did not trace the license plate number provided by Lucille Place until the end of March, just a week before the remains were found. By this time, Schaefer was serving his 6-month sentence for the one charge of assault. He pleaded guilty to over the attack on Nancy and Sue. He was questioned about the disappearance, but denied knowing Georgia or Susan. When their remains were located just a few days later, he became the prime suspect in their murders. Schaefer was indicted on May 18, 1973, and held without bond. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder that October. Schaefer was convicted during the period of time when the death penalty could not be imposed due to a Supreme Court ruling. The presiding judge later stated that he would have sentenced Schaefer to death had he been legally allowed to. Instead, Schaefer received 2 life sentences with the possibility of parole in 2018 when he would have been 72. Schaefer maintained his innocence in the murders, claiming he was set up by one of his defense attorneys who did go on to marry one of Schaefer's ex-wives. He was also critical of prosecutors using his creative writing as evidence in the case. They claimed that Schaefer's stories were thinly veiled accounts of actual crimes he committed. Schaefer claimed they were just art. However, after his high school girlfriend published a collection of these stories he had written, he did imply in a letter sent from prison that the stories were, in fact, confessions. Schaefer was found stabbed to death in his cell at the Florida State Prison on December 3, 1995. He had 43 stab wounds as well as defensive wounds on his hands and arms. His eyes had been stabbed badly enough to leave one of them completely destroyed, and he had 6 broken ribs. Prison officials identified his killer as Vincent Rivera, who was serving a life sentence for 2 murders in February of 1990. Rivera's reported motive was his displeasure at Schaefer taking 2 cups of hot water from the water fountain rather than just one a few days before he was killed. Georgia Jessup's mother, Shirley, told reporters that she wanted to send Schaefer's killer a present, and that while she was always confident that her daughter's murderer would get what was coming to him, she wished it had happened sooner. While Schaefer was only ever convicted of 2 murders, he is considered a suspect in as many as 30 murders, some dating back to 1969, according to Circuit Judge C. Pete Trowbridge, who presided over Schaefer's double murder trial. Evidence ties him to crimes across the country. When police searched Schaefer's mother's home in Fort Lauderdale after Susan Place and Georgia Jessup's remains were found, they found items, including jewelry, identification documents, a diary, and gold teeth belonging to at least 5 missing or murdered young women. The remains of other young women known to hitchhike in the area have also been found in similar circumstances as Schaefer's known victims. However, authorities never felt they had enough conclusive evidence to charge Schaefer with any more murders. Robert Stone, who prosecuted Schaefer for the murders of Susan Place and Georgia Jessup, described him as the most sexually deviant person I had ever seen. He made Ted Bundy look like a Boy Scout. Bill Haggerty, who interviewed Schaefer for the Violent Crime Apprehension Program during his tenure as an FBI agent, later stated that out of all the serial killers from across the country he interviewed during his time with the FBI, Schaefer was easily in the top 5 of the sickest individuals he talked with. According to Schaefer's statements to psychiatrists while he was incarcerated, he began associating pain and sex around the age of 12. He would tie himself to trees and would become sexually excited from hurting himself. Soon, that excitement was transferred to the idea of hurting women. His short-lived first marriage ended when his first wife filed for divorce, citing extreme cruelty. As with the numerous other potential victims of Schaefer, investigators have no concrete physical evidence connecting him to Susan Poole's murder. They believe he may be responsible for her murder purely based on circumstances. Susan was known to hitchhike, and Schaefer was known to pick up hitchhikers. Susan's remains were found tied to a tree, as were Schaefer's 2 known victims. Furthermore, while Schaefer was sentenced in the assault case involving Nancy Trotter and Sue Wells on December 22, 1972, the judge allowed him to delay the start of his sentence until after the holidays, meaning he was not in custody when Susan disappeared. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is still searching for further evidence to see if Schaefer can be tied conclusively to Susan's murder. They are hoping that friends of Susan's from around the time of her murder may be able to help them connect Susan and Schaefer. In a Facebook post, they announced that they are hoping to locate and interview 3 of Susan's friends, Julie Hunt, Michelle Williamson, and Greg Anderson. They are asking that these 3 individuals contact Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Detective Bill Springer. According to Detective Springer, Susan's mother and siblings were glad to know what became of her after so long, but he hopes to be able to give them further closure by being able to definitively identify her killer. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Patricia Schmidt, known as Susie, lived with her family in Seacliff, south of Adelaide in South Australia. In December 1971, Susie, then 16, had recently completed her leaving exam at Seacom High School. She dreamed of becoming an airline hostess, but for the moment, she took a job at the Burger King in Darlington to earn money for Christmas gifts for her family. Her 10-year-old brother, Frank, had already bought her a present, wrapped and waiting under the family Christmas tree. Sadly, Susie never had the chance to open it. She had recently started requesting late-night shifts for the extra pay. On Friday, December 17, 1971, Susie worked only her second such shift. That evening, her father, Werner, dropped her off at her friend Frida's house around 6 p.m. on his way to the local German club, where he worked part-time as a barman. Around 8:30, Susie and Frida walked to Burger King for Susie's shift, and Frida left as Susie began working. Susie told her that she would see her the next day. Susie finished work around 1:45 a.m. on December 18th. Her father was supposed to pick her up on his way home, but he was running 10 minutes late. Susie decided to walk home rather than wait any longer. Describing his brief delay, Werner Schmidt would later tell the press, "A few minutes could have made all the difference. I might have saved my daughter's life." Susie never arrived home, and Werner reported her missing at 9:30 that morning, less than 8 hours after she was last seen at work. Around 6:30 that evening, an off-duty police officer was driving in Halleck Cove when he thought he saw something amongst the tall grass along the road. When he got closer, he realized it was the body of a young woman. It was Susie Schmidt. When Susie was found, she was wearing only her boots. Her bra was found hanging from a nearby fence, and her jumper and coat had been draped over her body. The kangaroo skin purse she had been carrying was never located. Evidence showed that Susie had been sexually assaulted prior to being murdered, and the battered state of her body showed that she had died a violent death. Susie was buried next to her mother, who had passed away 5 years earlier. Police believed Susie may have accepted a ride home from her killer. She told a friend that on Tuesday, December 14th, after she worked her first night shift, she had accepted a ride from an unattractive man who was around 30 years old and had severe acne. After Susie got into his car, he suggested that they take her drive to the Adelaide Hills, but Susie said no. He then began driving towards Halleck Cove, but Susie demanded that he drive her home, which he ultimately did. It is unclear if police believe the same man could have potentially given Susie a ride home on the night of her murder, or if he could have been involved in her killing. They cannot say for sure if she willingly accepted a ride or if she was abducted as she walked home. Authorities did have several clues to go on at the scene. They found metal filings from key cutting, microscopic particles that could have been from a shoe repair business, byproducts left behind by welding, particles of electric waste from Phillips Industries, which was located in nearby Henley Beach at the time, iridescent blue paint from a 1971 Holden Monero, and small paint flakes that were pink on one side and white on the other. Following up on these clues did not immediately lead to the case being solved. It would be decades before investigators could properly use additional evidence found at the crime scene, DNA from multiple men. In December of 2021, South Australia Police launched a new appeal for information on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of Susie's murder. They also announced a recent major breakthrough that they believed brought them closer to solving the case than they had ever been before. DNA had been found following a new examination of Susie's clothing that had been found with her body. So far, only one of the 2 DNA profiles' clothing has been fully developed, but investigators are already using it to try to identify one of the at least 2 men responsible for the sexual assault. The profile was uploaded to the National DNA Database, but no direct match was found. Investigators then turned to familial searching, which has so far identified 8 potential relatives of the suspect. Despite this strong new evidence, the process of building family trees and testing all potential matches will take some time. Police are still hoping for witnesses to come forward with the name of a potential suspect so they can do a direct DNA test, which could potentially allow them to solve the case within a few weeks. A reward of up to $1 million is being offered. For Susie's brother, Frank, the new developments have given him hope that the case will finally be resolved after decades of waiting. He stated, "You're better off having some hope and being disappointed than no hope at all." Just after 6 p.m. on March 6, 1974, police in Hopewell Township, Pennsylvania received a call asking them to report to Lakewood Park. The caller had observed what they initially believed to be a mannequin in a creek running through the park. When the caller got closer, however, they realized that it was in fact the partially clothed body of a young woman lying with her face in the water of the creek. The young woman was 23-year-old Annette Tokars. According to Annette's younger sister, Sharon, Annette was exceptionally friendly. She was a very caring person who would give away the last dollar she had if someone else needed it. Annette and Sharon last spoke about a week before Annette died, and Sharon could tell that something was bothering her. Her sister did not confide in her about what was going on that was upsetting her. Injuries to Annette's body indicated that she had been assaulted prior to her death. A wooden club was found during the search of the park, but it was ultimately found not to have been the instrument used to cause Annette's injuries. Annette's cause of death was found to be forceful drowning. Authorities believe she had been attacked and then dragged down to the creek by her killer, who drowned her in just a few inches of water. Investigators believe she may have been unconscious when she was drowned. Police theorized that Annette had willingly gone to the park with her killer. Her autopsy showed that she had sex before her death, but it could not be determined if the sex was consensual or if Annette had been raped. Annette had been seen out in a variety of places throughout the area the night before her body was found. Police interviewed a number of witnesses to track Annette's movements in the final hours of her life. The last sighting of her was in the town of Aliquippa, just a few miles north of the park where Annette's body would eventually be found. She was last seen being driven away in the car of a man who was an acquaintance of hers. For decades, this man was considered by police to be the prime suspect in the case, although they never found enough evidence to charge him with Annette's murder. In 2022, Beaver County Detective Paul Young meticulously went over all of the evidence in Annette's case, hoping to find previously overlooked clues that could be used to further the investigation. Using an alternative light source, he located DNA evidence in what would later be described to the media as an appropriate area of Annette's clothing, opening up a possible avenue to solving the case. The DNA had degraded since 1974, and the profile that was developed from Annette's clothing was not complete enough to run through the combined DNA index system. Investigators were able to directly compare the profile to samples taken from potential suspects. The main suspect in the case, the acquaintance Annette had last been seen with, had since passed away. However, one of his relatives did provide a voluntary DNA sample. Testing on it showed that the main suspect could not have been the contributor of the DNA. The DNA was then compared to samples from a suspected local serial killer, as well as known sex offenders who were active at the time of the murder in the area. No matches were found. While the DNA profile is not complete enough to run through the criminal database, it is complete enough to attempt to use genetic genealogy to determine who the DNA belongs to. Crime Solvers of Beaver County has agreed to provide the funds for this testing. Hopefully, the effort will soon identify Annette's killer. 56-year-old John Lazaro lived in Rochdale, a suburb south of Brisbane. On April 11, 2012, he was in the living room of his home when two masked men burst inside and shot him multiple times. His 19-year-old daughter witnessed the shooting but was not harmed during the attack. She was able to immediately call for help. But despite her quick action, her father did not survive his injuries. John's dog, a Rottweiler mix named Kilo, was also shot during the attack but survived after undergoing surgery. Police would later describe John's murder as a brutal execution. While his murderers clearly targeted him, investigators could find no motive for the crime, despite interviewing more than 150 individuals in connection to their investigation. Years went on without an arrest in John's case. Police made a renewed appeal to the public for information in April of 2022, on the 10th anniversary of John's murder. At this time, they also released CCTV footage taken near John's home at the time of the murder. The footage shows a tray-back utility vehicle speeding away. The footage was taken less than 100 yards away from John's home, just moments after the time he was shot. Due to how quickly the vehicle left the scene, investigators believe that at least 3 people were involved in the crime, the 2 shooters and a getaway driver. A major break in the case came just months later in June of 2022 when authorities announced that they had located the gun used to kill John. ballistics testing had confirmed that it was the weapon used in the case. The firearm in question was an unregistered Browning 1932 caliber semi-automatic. The 45-year-old man from New South Wales, who had been in possession of the gun, was questioned by authorities, and his home was searched. The weapon had been in the possession of numerous individuals since 2012, making it difficult to tie it to the person responsible for John's murder. However, Detective Acting Inspector Daniel Cunningham has stated that the discovery of the weapon has accelerated the investigation. Inquiries into the various individuals who had been in possession of the weapon are ongoing. When announcing the discovery of the gun, Queensland Police also stated that they now believe that the shooters had ties to the Bandidos outlaw motorcycle gang. John himself was not involved with the gang. Investigators are hoping that the quickly shifting loyalties amongst gangs like the Bandidos will result in someone with information finally coming forward. There is a $500,000 reward being offered for information that ties all of the new clues and information together to finally solve John's case. Stephanie Isaacson was born on August 12, 1974, in Lincoln, Nebraska. Due to her father John's military career, her family moved to various locations throughout her early life. In 1985, John was assigned to Nellis Air Force Base, and the family relocated to Las Vegas, Nevada. Stephanie and her father were very close, sharing numerous interests and spending much time outdoors together. They enjoyed hunting, boating, and camping, along with riding horses and motorcycles. They even earned their scuba diving certifications at Lake Mead. Their bond was so strong that when her parents divorced, Stephanie chose to live primarily with her father, while her younger sister stayed mostly with their mother. Stephanie maintained a close relationship with her mother and sister, regularly seeing them. John worked night shifts as a staff sergeant at the Air Force Base, so he was not home when his 14-year-old daughter left their apartment for school on June 1, 1989. At that point, John and Stephanie were just weeks away from moving to Spain for his next assignment. Stephanie's usual routine was to leave around 6:30 a.m. and walk to El Dorado High School, taking a shortcut through an empty desert field. That morning, however, she never made it to school. The school didn't contact her father when she was absent from class, but her choir teacher grew concerned when Stephanie didn't join her friends for lunch in the classroom as usual. The group always spent their lunch break together and referred to themselves as the little team. The teacher was surprised to not see Stephanie that day, as it was unusual for her to miss school. Stephanie's father, John, grew concerned when his daughter did not arrive home from school that afternoon at her normal time. He called the school and finally learned that she had never made it to school that day. John then began calling some of Stephanie's friends, none of whom had any idea where she was. John's next call was to the police to report Stephanie missing. John then went to the Air Force Base with some of his friends to pick up horses from the base's stables. They rode the horses around the small area of desert between the high school and the apartment that Stephanie could have walked through that day. During their search, one of John's friends spotted a trail of school books in a lot half a mile from the apartment building where the Isaacsons lived. John confirmed that the books belonged to his daughter, and they notified authorities of what they had found. A massive air and ground search was carried out in the area. Around 11 o'clock that night, the search came to an end. Stephanie's body was discovered approximately 25 yards off of a path she would walk to and from school. A police dog found her amongst the brush, hidden under a discarded piece of orange carpet. When Stephanie's body was found, the black shirt she had been wearing had been pulled up and her jeans had been pulled down. Her hair was in disarray, and her left breast had been mutilated. During her autopsy, it was determined that she had been sexually assaulted. It appeared that Stephanie had been abruptly attacked by surprise as she walked to school before being dragged off the path, leaving behind the trail of her books and other belongings. Her autopsy found that she had suffered severe blunt force trauma injuries and had died as the result of strangulation. 2 memorial services were held for Stephanie, one in Las Vegas and one in Nebraska, where she was buried. Police followed up on what few potential leads they had early on in the investigation. Local residents reported seeing a vehicle parked in the area the day of Stephanie's murder, but they provided different descriptions of what it looked like. As years went on without an arrest, investigators traveled all over the United States to follow up on potential leads and possible suspects. In 1998, the evidence from Stephanie's case was re-examined in hopes of locating DNA evidence. The effort was unsuccessful. In 2007, using more advanced technology, the forensic laboratory was able to identify DNA in semen found on the shirt Stephanie had been wearing at the time of her murder. Despite ongoing advances in forensic science, a match to the DNA could not be found in the ensuing years. In 2020, a $5,000 donation was made to Othram, a Texas-based laboratory specializing in advanced DNA technology. The donation was made to help solve a cold case, with the donor specifying that the case in question must be one from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Stephanie's case was selected by the department's cold case unit not only because of her young age at the time of her murder and the brutality of the crime, but also because there was very little DNA evidence available for analysis, meaning investigators had to rely on Othram's advanced techniques to process the small sample. Othram used their forensic-grade genome sequencing to create a genealogical profile from the provided sample. Genealogists began constructing a family tree and provided leads to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. From there, the department identified 2 potential suspects. A DNA profile was on file for one of them, and in 2021, comparison of it to the sample from Stephanie's shirt showed that he was a match. In identifying the contributor of the DNA, Othram set the record for the smallest amount of DNA used to build a genealogical profile and solve a case. Police in Las Vegas had provided them with 0.12 nanograms of DNA, or approximately 15 human cells. For comparison, commercial DNA sites like Ancestry.com or 23andMe use at least 750 nanograms of DNA to construct their customers' DNA profiles. The smallest amount of DNA Othram had previously been able to use was in August of 2020, when they used 1/5 of a nanogram, where approximately 20 cells, to identify Rodney Johnson, previously only known as the Lake Stickney John Doe. On July 21, 2021, 32 years after Stephanie was killed, authorities announced that her killer had been identified as Darren Roy Marchand. Unfortunately, he could not be arrested or tried for Stephanie's murder. The DNA sample on file that had confirmed that he was a match to the DNA from the crime scene had been taken following his suicide in 1995. That son of a bitch got me twice. Once when he killed my daughter, and the other one when I didn't get the opportunity to look him in the eye. Stephanie's father John told the Las Vegas Review-Journal after Marchand was identified. In March of 1986, when he was just 20 years old, Marchand had been charged with the murder of 24-year-old Annette Vandenberg. Her nude body was found in the bathtub of her Las Vegas apartment. Marchand's fingerprints had been found near her body, and he had been with her at a casino just before her death. Marchand denied involvement in the murder, stating that he had left Nanette alive at her apartment before going home to go to sleep. The murder charge against Marchand did progress to a preliminary hearing, but the case was dismissed after 2 days of testimony after it was ruled that the fingerprint evidence was not enough to charge him with Nanette's murder. After DNA tied Marchand to Stephanie's murder, authorities compared his DNA profile to DNA evidence from Nanette's murder and found it to be a match. Marchand got married in January of 1987, less than a year after Nanette was murdered. At the time of Stephanie's murder in June of 1989, he and his wife had a 2-year-old daughter and were expecting a son. In January of 1989, Marchand was charged with 5 counts of open and gross lewdness. Each count was in relation to a different woman to whom Marchand publicly exposed himself. That April, Marchand pleaded guilty to one of the counts in exchange for the other 4 being dropped. He was awaiting sentencing when Stephanie was killed. In August, he was sentenced to a maximum of 1 year of probation, which he was released from after just 9 months. Marchand and his wife divorced in 1990. He committed suicide in the Las Vegas area just weeks before his 30th birthday in 1995. When Marchand's identification was first announced, the individual who provided the funds for the testing in Stephanie's case was initially only identified as an anonymous donor. He was subsequently identified as entrepreneur and philanthropist Justin Wu. After moving to Las Vegas from Los Angeles, he established the nonprofit Vegas Helps. He contacted Othram about expanding his efforts to benefit the Las Vegas community by solving cold cases after taking a personal interest in advanced forensic DNA testing. In November of 2021, another donation from Mr. Wu led to the identification of Johnny Blake Peterson as the killer of 16-year-old Kim Bryant, Kim witnessing on January 26, 1979. She had last been seen in the parking lot of a fast food restaurant near her high school. Her body was located a month later, and it was determined that her killer had sexually assaulted her. Othram tied Peterson to the murder using DNA taken from Kim's body. Just days later, Peterson was tied to another decades-old case. His DNA was also a match to DNA collected from the body of Diana Hansen. 22-year-old Diana was a college student who had returned home for winter break at the end of 1983. She went out for a run around 4:30 p.m. on December 30th and never returned home. Her body was later found on Spring Mountain Road, west of South Buffalo Drive, in Las Vegas. She had been sexually assaulted. Peterson died in 1993, so he could not be charged with. Mr. Wu has formed the Las Vegas Justice League to provide further support and funding to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. As of late 2021, the League is looking into assisting with at least 8 other cold cases in the Las Vegas area. While the solving of Stephanie's case was appreciated by her family, it, of course, did not diminish the pain caused by her loss. It's good to have some closure, but there is no justice for Stephanie at all. Stephanie's mother wrote in a statement read at the press conference announcing Margin's identification, "We will never have complete closure because nothing will ever bring my daughter back to us." Nestled in the heart of Idaho, Moscow represents a perfect mix of lively student culture and a tightly knit community. Known for its student-friendly vibe, the city flourishes around the esteemed University of Idaho, creating a setting where academic pursuits blend seamlessly with an energetic collegiate lifestyle. The area surrounding the university is alive with students living in dorms, rented university housing, and homes just outside campus limits. Despite Moscow's academic reputation, there were occasional discreet gatherings where students met with friends and loved ones. However, these get-togethers were usually quite ordinary. On the chilly night of November 13, 2022, university students faced a terrifying incident while relaxing after a party, shattering the calm atmosphere they had expected. This occurred in a 3-story house. The narrative begins with 4 students enrolled at the University of Idaho. 20-year-old Ethan Chapin from Conway, Washington. 21-year-old Kaylee Goncalves from Rathdrum, Idaho. 20-year-old Xana Kernadle from Post Falls, Idaho. And 21-year-old Madison Mogan from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Ethan was a freshman while Xana was a junior. Kaylee and Madison were both seniors at the university. Ethan James Chapin, the oldest of triplets, was born at 4:43 p.m. on a beautiful Tuesday, October 29, 2002, at Swedish Hospital in Seattle. Maisie followed just a minute later at 4:44, with Hunter arriving at 4:45. Initially residing in Olympia at Summit Lake, the family spent the initial year and a half there before relocating to Conway. The children attended Conway School, receiving excellent education while actively participating in soccer, basketball, and cross-country. Ethan cherished fond moments of playing basketball alongside his brother at Conway, adorned in their team jerseys. Subsequently, Ethan enrolled at Mount Vernon High School, yet his on-campus schooling or normal schooling was disrupted by the onset of the COVID pandemic. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. Alongside his siblings, Ethan transitioned to Idaho, working at Hills Resort before attempting to resume studies at MVHS, which remained affected. They later worked at Tulip Town during the tulip season before returning to Hills Resort in Idaho for summer employment, just before commencing their stint at the University of Idaho. In August 2021, Ethan's family embarked on a journey to the University of Idaho to drop off their 3 children to college. Both Ethan and Hunter joined the fraternity Sigma Chi, while Maisie became part of the Kappa Alpha Theta sorority. Since beginning his studies at the University of Idaho, Ethan embraced a vibrant social life, engaged in intramural sports, and managed his academic responsibilities. He continued his passion for sports and also developed a romantic relationship with Xana Cornadal during this time. Xana Alexia Cornadal was born on July 5, 2002 at Kootenai Health Hospital in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and grew up in Post Falls. Her early years were marked by her talent as a gymnast, showcasing her skills from a young age. Throughout her schooling at Post Falls Middle and High School, Xana actively participated in volleyball, track, and soccer until her graduation in 2020. Alongside her studies, she also worked at Texas Roadhouse. Upon enrolling at the University of Idaho, Xana pursued a major in marketing while immersing herself in extracurricular activities, notably as an engaged member of the Pi Beta Phi sorority and the Vandal Solutions sales team. Juggling these commitments, she also held a part-time position at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho. Beyond her academic and professional pursuits, Xana found joy in her dog, Shoeshine, cherished moments at EDM concerts, Rel is spending quality time with friends, and eagerly embarked on family trips with her sister and father. Her childhood was filled with fond memories of her grandparents' farm and summers spent by the river. Xana's vibrant personality made her deeply loved by her family, friends, and classmates. Known for her positive and outgoing nature, she had a special ability to make everyone feel included. Her zest for life, infectious humor, and unwavering enthusiasm made an indelible mark on all who had the privilege of knowing her. Now Xana's co-occupant during her time at the University of Idaho, Madison May Mogan, was born on May 25, 2001 in Eugene, Oregon. She brought immense joy to her family and all around her from the very beginning. After spending her initial 2 years in Oregon, Madison's family relocated to the North Idaho region where her parents had their roots. Her upbringing in Idaho was nothing short of wonderful. Beginning her education at Winton Elementary, she later transitioned to Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy before ultimately choosing to enroll in LCHS, a decision she made after articulating her reasons in a decisive letter alongside her lifelong friend, who was practically her sister, Kaylee. It was evident to everyone who knew her that Maddie's endearing personality made her feel immensely loved. Her unique, offbeat, and humorous approach brought smile and laughter to others, and it was a well-known fact that keeping her well-fed was essential. Maddie was respected for her determination and commitment to her future endeavors. Excelling in academics and every job she undertook during high school and college, she built a network of friends, colleagues, supervisors, and teachers who admired her work ethic, care, and dedication. Excited about her academic pursuit at the University of Idaho, though a little farther from home, Maddie thrived, consistently earning a spot on the dean's list each semester. Joining Pi Beta Phi, she formed enduring bonds with close friends and also cherished having Kaylee alongside. Additionally, she found love with a boy named Jake, who held a special place in her heart. Now Maddie's best friend, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, was born in Concord, California on June 8, 2001. Even before her arrival, she was a radiant spark for her parents, Steve and Christy Gonzalez. As the third child, Kaylee brought a unique energy with her, born with distinctive black thick curls, a charming button nose, and a perfectly round porcelain face adorned with a mysterious tiny scar on her forehead. Teased by her siblings about her horns, she remained a spirited and cherished middle child among her 5 siblings. Around the age of 1, Kaylee and her family relocated to North Idaho, where her vibrant personality flourished. Growing into a beautiful, authentic, and social individual, she adored Claire's fashion accessories and had an innate talent for eliciting laughter from those around her. Her educational journey began at Bora Elementary, alongside her older brother and sister, before transitioning to Charter Academy for middle school, where she crossed paths with Maddie Moglin, making the start of an inseparable bond. From that day forward, their lives intertwined, transforming their family of 5 into a family of 6. Despite initial hesitations from her parents, Kaylee attended Lake City High School before venturing out to the University of Idaho alongside Maddie. Joining the Alpha Phi sorority, she pursued her aspirations of becoming an elementary school teacher. Throughout her academic years, Kaylee demonstrated remarkable scholastic achievements, complemented by her ability to effortlessly make friends wherever she went. Her social, quirky, and infectious personality often infused a sense of humor and a hint of mischief into her interaction. Enthusiastic about adventure and pranks, she balanced her studies with a full-time job, showcasing her diligent work ethic. During their tenure at the University of Idaho, Madison and Zana resided together in a rental home located in close proximity to the university campus. Kaylee had previously been a resident of the same house, but had recently moved out. However, on the evening of November 12, 2022, Kaylee returned to the residence to attend a nearby party. Earlier on the evening of November 12th, 2 of the 4 students, Ethan and Zana, were present at an on-campus gathering organized by the nearby Sigma Chi fraternity, which lasted from 8 to 9 p.m. Subsequently, they arrived back home, which was the rented house, at 1:45 a.m. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 individuals, close friends, Maddie and Kayla, had spent their evening at the Corner Club, a downtown sports bar, arriving at 10 p.m. and departing around 1:30 a.m. By 1:56 a.m., all 4 individuals had indeed returned to the shared rental house. Moreover, the building accommodated 2 additional students who resided on the ground floor, sharing the space with them. All of them retired to bed for the night. One of the residents, Dylan Mortensen, stayed on the ground floor. Maddie and Kaylee shared a bed, while the other residents stayed on the same floor, but in a separate room adjacent to theirs, and Zana and Ethan shared Zana's bed. During the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, one of the residents, apart from the aforementioned, who was asleep on Maddie and Kaylee's floor, was awakened by sounds resembling Zana and her dog. She even sensed hearing Zana saying, "There's someone here." Meanwhile, Dylan on the ground floor, upon hearing unusual sounds, opened her room door twice to investigate. During the second instance, she discerned what appeared to be cries emanating from Zana's room, accompanied by a male voice reassuring, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Curiosity compelled her to open the door a third time, revealing a figure draped in black attire and a mask covering their mouth and nose, advancing in her direction. The unfamiliar individual, unnoticed by Dylan, proceeded past her and utilized the sliding glass door to depart. Stricken by a state of shock, she stood frozen momentarily, eventually seeking safety by locking herself within her room. No calls to 911 were immediately made. However, at 11:58 a.m. on November 13, 2022, hours following the incident, a call was finally placed from within the residence, utilizing a roommate cell, requesting aid for an unconscious individual. Upon police arrival, they discovered the home's door open with no signs of forced entry or internal damage. Nothing seemed to be missing from the premises. Both the roommates were inside when the authorities arrived. However, the police made a grisly and distressing discovery. The heartbreaking truth unfolded. Zana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee had been fatally stabbed while in their respective beds on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home. The victims were found without restraints or gags, and blood spatters stained the walls at the scene. Maddie and Kaylee were located in Maddie's bedroom, while Zana and Ethan were discovered in Zana's room. However, the lingering question remained. Why did the killer spare the lives of the 2 roommates? Homicide detective Phil Waters speculated that the assailant may not have noticed Dylan or the other girl in the darkness. However, this assumption cannot be unequivocally regarded as the absolute truth. At present, it's the closest explanation available, pending further investigation and evidence. The surviving roommates had summoned friends to the home as they were concerned about one of the victims on the 2nd floor, believing her to be unconscious and unresponsive. Though the identity of the 911 caller was withheld, the police verified that the caller was not regarded as a suspect in the tragic incident. During the investigation, the police uncovered a live-streamed video on Twitch by the Grub Truck, a food truck located 4 blocks south at Friendship Square. The footage depicted Maddie and Kaylee at 1:41 a.m. engaged in conversation and displaying smiles. 10 minutes later, they acquired their food and departed, initially presumed to have taken an Uber ride home, covering the distance of approximately 1 mile. 7 unsuccessful phone calls were registered from Kaylee's phone to her ex-boyfriend, a fellow student, between 2:26 and 2:52 a.m. Additionally, Maddie attempted to contact Kaylee's former boyfriend 3 times during a similar time frame, from 2:44 to 2:52 a.m., all resulting in unanswered calls. These calls underwent investigation, with police ultimately concluding that they did not consider the recipient of those missed calls to be involved in the crime. Following a forensic examination of Zana's cell phone, records indicated her activity on the TikTok app at 4:12 a.m. Additionally, security cameras positioned near the residence captured audio recordings of whimpering, a notable loud thud, and repeated barking from a dog, commencing approximately at 4:17 a.m. Detectives deduced that the tragic killings took place within a window of time estimated to be between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. On the evening following the tragic events of November 13th, the university made the decision to cancel classes for November 14th. Furthermore, they arranged a candlelight vigil initially planned to be held on the UI administration building lawn for the evening of November 16th, which was subsequently postponed for 2 weeks. Initially, investigators stated that there appeared to be no immediate risk to the community following the day of the killings. However, 3 days later, Moscow Police Chief James Fry revised the assessment stating, "We cannot definitively assert that there's no threat to the community." Fall break had been planned to commence after November 18th, with classes set to resume on November 28th. However, in response to the initial assurances provided by the police being met with skepticism and concern from many residents and other Moscow residents regarding their safety, an early Thanksgiving holiday exodus from the area began. Some individuals who chose to remain were understandably anxious and exercised caution, leading several professors to cancel their classes during this period. The fathers of Kaylee Gonzalez and Ethan Chapin expressed criticism concerning the restricted information flow from both the police and the university to the families of the victims. Additionally, a wave of speculation and misinformation about the case emerged on social media, propagated by individuals on platforms like TikTok, self-identified psychics, and various other social media users. In response to this escalating situation, the Moscow Police Department rebuked internet sleuths for their involvement in generating widespread online rumors and disrupting the ongoing investigations. In a news release issued on December 2nd, they highlighted the speculative nature of the information circulating without factual substantiation, which was fueling community anxieties and disseminating falsehoods. The Latah County coroner conducted autopsies on the 4 victims on November 17, 2022, revealing that all had sustained multiple stab wounds, particularly fatal ones inflicted on the chest and upper body. The nature of the wounds indicated that a large knife or very similar ones had been used in the attacks. Additionally, at least one victim displayed defensive wounds on their hands, suggesting attempts to fend off the assailant, with the possibility that others also made similar efforts. Disturbingly, the victims may have been attacked while they were asleep in their beds. However, no evidence suggested any form of assault in the tragic deaths. The coroner unequivocally declared all 4 deaths as homicides resulting from stabbing, yet none of the victims were found tied or gagged. Despite thorough investigations, no weapon has been recovered. Authorities suspect that the perpetrator or perpetrators employed a fixed-blade knife in the commission of the crime. The surviving roommate who had cited the suspect provided a description, portraying the individual as an unfamiliar male, approximately 5 foot 10 inches tall. The roommate noted that the suspect was not notably muscular, but possessed an athletically built physique, further emphasizing distinctively bushy eyebrows as a notable feature of the individual's appearance. On November 19, 2022, law enforcement authorities appealed to the public for any video footage captured at the residence on the night of the tragic incident. To facilitate the collection of potential evidence, a phone tip line and email address were established, encouraging students and other individuals to submit any relevant information to the authorities. During a press conference held on November 23, 2022, the Moscow police chief disclosed that authorities had received several tips, one of which suggested that Kaylee might have had a stalker. However, at that point, law enforcement officials were unable to substantiate or confirm the reliability of that claim, nor were they able to identify any individual fitting the description of the potential stalker. By December 5, 2022, the response from the public was substantial, With more than 2,600 tips submitted viaduct email, approximately 2,700 phone calls received, an additional 1,000 digital media submissions through these designated tip lines. Subsequently, on December 24, 2022, the investigative team disclosed that they had amassed a staggering count of at least 15,000 tips pertaining to the case from various sources and members of the public. Initially, the police did not rule out the possibility of there being more than one perpetrator involved in the tragic incident. Authorities expressed their belief that the attack was potentially targeted. However, they had yet to determine definitively whether the target was the residence itself or its occupants. After receiving numerous tips from the public, on December 15, 2022, the police announced their intention to scrutinize records involving approximately 22,000 fifth-generation Hyundai Elantras manufactured between 2011 and 2013. Surveillance footage from the area had captured video evidence of an Elantra present around the time of the tragic incident. Investigators observed that this vehicle had made multiple passes along the same route in close proximity to the residence. Another surveillance recording, acquired by investigators, depicted Elantra passing by the victim's home 3 times, commencing around 3:29 a.m. Subsequently, at 4:04 a.m., the Elantra returned to the residence for a 4th time. Notably, at 4:20 a.m., the same car was observed speeding away from the victim's neighborhood. Some days later, the investigators finally tracked the ownership of the Elantra vehicle to a local resident, Brian Kohberger, who had driven it along with his father to the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania for the holiday season. He and his father were pulled over by the police for tailgating. During their journey, Brian Kohberger was pulled over again by the Indiana State Police on Interstate 70 outside Greenfield, Indiana, for infractions of speeding and tailgating. However, the FBI refuted allegations that they had directed the Indiana State Police to conduct these stops. Subsequently, when investigators dug deeper into Kohberger's whereabouts, they acquired cell phone data indicating Kohberger's phone had ceased connecting to the network around 2:47 a.m. in Pullman on November 13, 2022, before reconnecting at approximately 4:48 a.m. near Blaine, Idaho, an area near U.S. Highway 95 south of Moscow. Further cell phone data revealed that Kohberger's phone accessed a cell tower in close proximity to the victim's residence at around 9 a.m. on November 13, 2022, roughly 5 hours after the tragic incident occurred. Moreover, police obtained data indicating that his phone had pinged from the cell phone tower nearest to the residence at least 12 times between June 2022 and November 13, 2022. However, this was not all. In addition to this evidence, investigators collected a DNA sample from the crime scene that did not match the DNA of any of the victims. This DNA was discovered on a tan leather knife sheath found on Maddie's bed. Authorities utilized a public genealogy database, which led them to a partial match with an individual having a familial connection to Kohberger. Subsequently, investigators pursued this lead and successfully traced the DNA evidence to Kohberger by matching it with DNA retrieved from the trash collected at his family's residence in Pennsylvania. Investigators proceeded to surveil Kohberger outside his parents' residence in Pennsylvania. During surveillance, Kohberger was observed on multiple occasions wearing surgical gloves and placing trash bags into a neighbor's garbage can. Subsequently, the items retrieved from the trash were sent to the Idaho State Lab for further testing as part of the investigation. Authorities also noted that Kohberger had meticulously cleaned his vehicle, thoroughly addressing both the interior and exterior, ensuring that no area was overlooked or left uncleaned. On December 30, 2022, 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger was apprehended, unveiling comprehensive details about his background and personal information. Brian Christopher Kohberger was born on November 21, 1994, hailed from Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Raised in Pennsylvania with his parents, Michael and Mary, and 2 sisters, Amanda and Melissa, Kohberger's online presence was limited until his arrest. His academic pursuits primarily focused on criminality and psychology, aligning with his family's inclination towards education, especially in psychology-related fields. He graduated from Pleasant Valley High School in 2013 and attended Monroe Career and Technical Institute in Bartonsville, but dropped out a year later. Kohberger pursued an associate degree in psychology at Northampton Community College in Bethlehem, which he obtained in 2018. After his graduation, he secured a position as a security guard within the Pleasant Valley School District, where his father had previously held a maintenance role for an extended period, and his mother had served as a substitute teacher for a while. While at work, Kohberger's proactive response during a colleague's medical emergency garnered local attention in Pennsylvania. However, before this, his high school years were marked by weight-related bullying. Kohberger underwent a significant weight loss, transforming his appearance and purportedly impacting his demeanor. Friends noted a noticeable shift in his behavior post-weight loss, describing instances of bullying and manipulation within his social circle. Several acquaintances asserted that Kohberger battled drug abuse, allegedly starting with marijuana to cope with teenage harassment and escalating to a heroin addiction. He reportedly sought rehabilitation after high school, continuing his education with an associate's degree and later pursuing higher studies at DeSales University in Center City, Pennsylvania, where he excelled academically in psychology and criminology. And finally, in 2022, he received his master's degree in criminal justice. Kohberger ventured to Washington State University for a PhD program in Pullman, Washington, aiming to achieve a career in law enforcement. However, during this time, he encountered disciplinary issues in his teaching assistant role due to behavioral problems and problematic attitudes toward women. Email correspondence between Kohberger and Professor John Snyder revealed repeated warnings about his professionalism and conduct. Ultimately, on December 19, 2022, a month after the tragic murders, Kohberger was terminated from his teaching position at WSU. On December 30, 2022, Brian Kohberger was apprehended at his parents' residence in Monroe County, Pennsylvania by an FBI SWAT team and Pennsylvania State Police. During the arrest, officials discovered Kohberger in the kitchen, attired in a shirt and shorts, donning examination gloves, and sorting trash into individual Ziploc baggies. He faced charges of 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 felony count of burglary upon his arrest. Assigned a public defender, he remained incarcerated without bond at the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Kohberger's legal representatives asserted his innocence and his determination to establish his clean hands. His family issued a statement extending sympathies to the victims and emphasized the importance of presuming their son's purity. Individuals within Kohberger's social circle were stunned by the accusations against him, although some from his past were less surprised by the allegations. Kohberger then consented to extradition during his initial appearance at the county courthouse on January 3, 2023. Subsequently, on January 4th, he was transported by flight to Pullman and then driven to the Lataka County Jail in Moscow, where he was detained without bail. A week later, on January 12, 2023, he appeared for a status conference in the same courtroom at the courthouse. On May 17, 2023, the Lataka County District Court disclosed that Kohberger had been formally charged by a grand jury with 5 offenses, 4 counts of first-degree murder, and 1 count of felony burglary. The scheduled preliminary hearing set for June 26 was annulled following the indictment. On Monday, May 22, 2023, in Lataka County District Court, Kohberger declined to enter a plea. As just seen, the judge, in response to this unconventional stance, proceeded to enter a not guilty plea on behalf of Kohberger, paving the way for a trial where he could potentially face the death penalty. On June 26, 2023, the Latter County Prosecutor's Office declared its intent to pursue the death penalty due to the statutory aggravating circumstances associated with the first-degree murder charges against Kohberger. He remains detained at the Latter County Jail without bond, maintaining a plea of not guilty to all charges. The judge scheduled Kohberger's trial for October 2, 2023, accommodating requests from both Kohberger's attorney and the state. As of now, no further updates have been disclosed to the public regarding the case. However, it's speculated that prosecutors have requested to schedule Kohberger's trial for the summer of 2024. As for the question regarding Kohberger's motive for committing this heinous act, the answer remains elusive. Law enforcement authorities believe that the intended target of his attack was either Madison or Kaylee. Nevertheless, no substantial clues or evidence have been discovered thus far to confirm this statement, keeping the case still a mystery waiting to be unraveled. In 1980, 22-year-old Dale Nancy Wyman resided on Washington Avenue in what was then known as Vanier, Ontario. She had confided in some family members about her desire to leave home due to her father's abusive behavior, but they didn't expect her to depart without informing anyone of her plans. However, on July 16, 1980, she did just that. Around 11:45 that morning, she left her home with a suitcase and took a cab to a bus station on Catherine Street. She didn't disclose her destination, and her family never heard from her again. In the investigation into her disappearance, police interviewed the main witness, the taxi driver who had picked Dale up and taken her to the bus station. He told them that Dale had mentioned that she was not sure where she was traveling to, but she was considering Toronto or Montreal. He also said that when he went inside the bus terminal, after dropping Dale off to get a cup of coffee, he had seen Dale talking with two other young adults who have never been identified. Tips called into police placed Dale in Alberta in 1991 and Toronto in 1992, but the sightings were never substantiated. Dale's family received a phone call from a hospital in Saskatoon trying to locate the family of an individual in their care, but this did not lead them to Dale. This call did lead to retired RCMP officer Linda Davidson, who is now the director of an organization called Murdered Unidentified Cold Case Investigations, investigating hospital records and unidentified remains from this area, when she began working on the case as a private investigator decades later. In May of 2021, in honor of Dale's 63rd birthday, there was a new appeal to the public for information about the case. Police in Ottawa released a new age-progressed sketch of what Dale might look like, along with a video message recorded by Dale's sister, Brenda Larchie. In it, Brenda stated, "Dale is deeply missed by her brother and two sisters. Our hearts hold an empty space for her, and we pray and hope that someone may remember her in any way. Please help us to resolve this and find some peace and closure. Thank you, and God bless for any tips brought forward." Brenda also spoke directly to her sister in case she saw the message, saying that she loved her and wishing her a happy birthday. It would be this effort that would ultimately lead to the resolution of Dale's case. On August 10, 2022, Ottawa police announced that a third party had eventually seen the age-progressed image of Dale and called to report that Dale had been living outside of Canada and had recently passed away. Ottawa Police's Missing Persons Unit followed up on the tip and was able to confirm the information. At the time, authorities did not release any further information about what had become of Dale. However, it was later disclosed that the third party who had called in was Dale's daughter. Dale had made a life for herself in Ohio, where she had a family. She passed away just 2 months before her daughter saw the age-progressed image and learned that she was a missing person whose family had never given up the search for her. Dale's siblings are struggling to accept this new information, as well as the fact that Dale passed away just before they found her. Dale's daughter has been put in contact with her family in Canada. In May of 1990, 35-year-old Myrtle Brown needed some time away, so she traveled to New York City to visit her best friend. However, the trip proved to be anything but relaxing. While in the city, someone stole her purse, which held all of her money, her identification, and medication she used to treat her epilepsy. Myrtle called her mother back home to tell her about the robbery. She also mentioned that she was not feeling well and that she would have to find a hospital where she could obtain an emergency refill on her prescription. Myrtle's family never heard from her again. They reported her missing and went to New York, where they spent weeks visiting hospitals and police stations looking for her with no success. They had to return home without answers, and decades would pass with no information about what became of Myrtle. Myrtle's daughter Ebony, who was just 13 years old when her mother went missing, struggled with going through the milestones in her life without her mother, especially because she did not know for sure if her mother was absent from her life voluntarily or not. Myrtle's family would not receive any new information about her case for more than 30 years. In April of 2022, the month before the 32nd anniversary of Myrtle's disappearance, Myrtle's brother Robert was watching NBC's Nightly News with Lester Holt. The show aired a segment about a cold case squad working out of the New York City office of the chief medical examiner to determine the identities of more than 1,200 unidentified sets of remains located in New York City over the course of the past several decades. During the segment, Robert saw one facial reconstruction that he believed looked like his sister. He decided to contact the unit to see if they could help him determine if the woman depicted in the reconstruction could be Myrtle. Dr. Angela Soler, the assistant director of forensic anthropology, and her team began looking into Myrtle's case. The woman in the reconstruction that initially inspired Robert to call was proven not to be Myrtle, but Dr. Soler and her team continued researching to see if Myrtle was in fact one of the unidentified individuals in their caseload. Using Myrtle's physical details and the timing of her disappearance, the team was able to identify a potential match after more than 2 months of work. Dr. Soler notified Robert and Ebony about the potential match over a phone call. To see if they were correct, the team had to send them a photograph of an unidentified individual taken after they had passed away. When Ebony and Robert saw the photograph, they were able to confirm that the woman was Myrtle. 32 years after Myrtle went missing, her family finally learned the details of what had happened to her. Myrtle had suffered a seizure while waiting in the emergency room at Kings County Hospital and passed away. However, she died during a brief period of bureaucratic limbo that prevented her from being quickly identified and her family from being notified of her death. She had not yet registered with or been admitted to the hospital, so when her family searched for her, there was not a record of her being a patient there. Since her purse had been stolen, she had no identification with her when she died. Internal records do show that she did provide her name and date of birth to the hospital when she arrived to the emergency room, which helped the cold case unit identify her more than 30 years later. The Brown family was able to hold a virtual memorial for Myrtle after she was identified. They say that they now have peace knowing what happened to Myrtle. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Paul McGinty was from Mount Charles in County Donegal, Ireland. He was one of 9 children. Like many Irish men, he moved to England for work in the 1960s. He lived for a time in London before moving to Coventry and supporting himself by working on building sites. Paul, then aged 51, was going through a difficult time in 1991 as he was out of work. He was able to pay the rent he owed before he suddenly went missing on April 8th, leaving all of his belongings behind. Paul's friends had tried to get local authorities to investigate his disappearance, but police did not take an interest in the case. While he no longer lived near them, Paul had still been in contact with his family back in Ireland. His sister, Eileen, saw him in person for the last time in 1987 when he came home to attend their brother's funeral. They would call each other for Christmas and Easter and a few times in between each year. When she called the home where he had been staying one day in 1991, his landlord informed her that Paul had gone missing. Eileen would be the only one of Paul's siblings to live long enough to see his disappearance solved more than 30 years later. On April 18, 1991, a man's body was found in Bracetown, County Meath. Foul play was not suspected in his death, but the man had no identification on him, and since his identity was unknown, his next of kin could not be notified of his death. The man had been seen around the county in the week previous, talking with locals at a pub and attending a Gaelic Athletic Association match, but no one who had seen or interacted with him knew his name. He had looked disheveled and had been living as a transient once he arrived in the area. The man's body was photographed, as were his belongings, including the gray herringbone coat he had been found wearing and the St. Christopher medal he carried with him. 7 months of investigation did not uncover the man's identity. He was then buried in a grave marked only by a small stone in St. Mary's Cemetery in Navan. A renewed effort to learn the unidentified man's identity began in 2021. His remains were exhumed in hopes of collecting a DNA sample, but things did not go according to plan. Forensic Science Ireland ultimately concluded that a usable DNA sample could not be collected, which can sometimes happen based on circumstances during the exhumation or the extent or nature. Investigators then turned to the other evidence they had in an effort to solve the case. The man's body had been discovered within a day or two of his death, meaning it had not yet discovered within a day or two of his death, meaning it had not yet decomposed very much. So the photographs investigators took of his body at the time it was found gave a good idea of what the man had looked like in life. Because the photographs were such high quality, They were sent to a forensic artist who drew an image of what the man would have looked like before his death. This image was subsequently shown on the RTE television program Crime Call in hopes that someone would recognize him. A man named Michael Leonard happened to be watching the program the night it aired in his home in County Donegal. He nearly fell out of his chair when he saw the artist rendering on the screen, as he immediately recognized it as Paul McGinty. Michael had met Paul decades earlier when Paul and Michael's brother, John, worked together in Coventry. John had seen Paul just the day before he appeared. Other members of the Leonard family had met Paul as well, and they had all never forgotten him, wondering what had become of him in the decades after he disappeared. When Michael told the other members of his family about the composite image, they all also recognized it as Paul upon seeing it. Michael then went to see Paul's sister Aileen to show her the image, and she too immediately recognized it as her brother. She went to the authorities to begin the process of confirming the identification. In November of 2022, a coroner's inquest was held in Meade Coroner's Court outlining the details of the case and formally identifying the previously unidentified man found in April of 1991 as Paul McGinty. It is unknown what brought Paul to County Meade, as he had no known ties there. His lone surviving sibling, his sister Aileen, who is now in her 80s, was able to attend the inquest and see her brother's case officially solved after more than 3 decades. In 1993, 36-year-old Suzanne Paul lived with her husband of 9 years, Daryl, and their 2 children, 8-year-old Melissa and 6-year-old Adam. The couple enjoyed a happy marriage, and Suzanne was cherished by her extended family. She worked night shifts at the Sands and McDougall Stationery Shop on John Street in Salisbury, located north of Adelaide, South Australia. On the night of April 29, 1993, Suzanne did not come home at her usual hour. Her husband, Daryl, made several attempts to call the store, but his wife never picked up the phone. He therefore decided to drive down to the store to check on her. When he arrived, he saw that his wife's car was still in the parking lot. The lights were still on in the store, and the door was still unlocked when he tried it. He cheerfully sang out his wife's name as he walked inside. He did not receive a response. When he reached the counter, he finally realized that something terrible had happened. The back storage door was open and he could see his wife's legs on the floor. He also saw a large quantity of Suzanne was lying on her back, with her purse, which appeared to have been gone through, next to her. When Daryl got to his wife, he checked for a pulse and noticed that her hands had been badly cut. He tried performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on her, but had to remove a rolled-up piece of paper from her mouth before he could do so. Suzanne had suffered extensive stab wounds in what would later be described by authorities as a ferocious attack. Many of the stab wounds were inflicted to her back as she tried to escape her killer. Authorities believed Suzanne's killer entered the store around 9 p.m. while she was counting the money from the register to close down for the night. Robbery appeared to be the motive for the murder, as approximately $300 was missing from the store. The $200 Suzanne had taken out from the bank earlier that day to pay for some mechanical repairs was also missing from her purse. Because she always worked the closing shift at the store, and service stations in the area were often robbed, Suzanne and her husband had discussed what she would do in the event of a robbery in the past. She had always stated that she would hand over the money to a robber without hesitation because she would not risk her life for the cash. Despite an extensive police investigation, Suzanne's case went cold. It would be more than 26 years before an arrest was made in the case. On September 20, 2019, 46-year-old Matthew Donald Tilley was arrested in Ballarat, Victoria, in connection to Suzanne's murder. He was subsequently extradited to South Australia to face murder charge. He pled not guilty. Following Tilley's arrest, Suzanne's daughter Melissa released a statement thanking the police and expressing some of the complex emotions the arrest had brought on for her and her family. It would be Tilley's own blood and one of his blood relatives that ultimately identified him as Suzanne's killer. In addition to the large amount of Suzanne's blood found at the scene, blood from an unknown male was also found on her handbag and in 3 locations around the entrance to the store. A DNA profile from the blood was identified by 1999, but there was no match to it in the national database. Eventually, however, authorities discovered a familial match to the DNA profile in the database. While they still did not have a direct match to the DNA from the crime scene, they did find a partial match, meaning the individual they found in the database was related to the person who left their blood at Suzanne's crime scene. The individual in the database was Daniel Tilley, the brother of Matthew Tilley. Investigators began looking at all the members of Daniel's family, which ultimately led them to investigate Matthew Tilley. They traveled to Victoria to meet with him and spoke to him outside. When Matthew threw out his coffee cup in a trash can along the street, they collected it and had the saliva left behind on it tested for DNA. It was a match to the DNA found at the crime scene. Another DNA sample was taken from Tilley in a more clinical setting and confirmed the match. At the time of Suzanne's murder, Tilley's mother had lived just a few streets away from the store where Suzanne was killed. He was working at a service station at the time and claimed to have been at work on the night of the murder, although by 2019, the records that would have proven or contradicted that claim were no longer available. In the years since the murder, he had moved to Victoria, gotten married, and fathered 4 sons. Tilley's 4-week trial began in November of 2021. His defense relied heavily on the possibility that the DNA from the crime scene had been contaminated at some point during the 26 years between Suzanne's murder and Tilley law enforcement not wearing gloves or foot coverings at the crime scene. She also argued that while the amount of blood that did not belong to Suzanne found at the scene was enough to fill a vial, her client had not had any cuts to his hands at the time of the murder, although how this could be proven is unclear. Witnesses had provided descriptions of men seen in the area of the stationery store on the night of the murder, but none of them had matched Tilley's description, and none of Tilley's fingerprints were found inside the store. The jury was not persuaded by these arguments, however. After 4.5 hours of deliberation, they came back with a guilty verdict. Tilley was sentenced to life in prison, with his non-parole period set at 26 years after court proceedings in March of 2022. Tilley was identified because his brother, Daniel Tilley's, DNA was in the police database and came up as a familial match to the DNA at the crime scene. Daniel Tilley has reacted violently to his brother's arrest and conviction, attacking members of the media on 3 different occasions throughout his brother's legal proceedings. The most recent incident occurred in September of 2022 when he exited court and charged at a waiting cameraman, shoving him to the ground with enough force to cut his head. Daniel Tilley continuously swore throughout the attack, which he carried out in full view of a bus full of school children and had to be contained by sheriff's officers, who subsequently denied him re-entry to the courtroom for later proceedings. Appearing in court in November of 2022 for charges stemming from this incident, as well as one that occurred in March of 2022, Daniel Tilley stated that he would be contesting the assault charges he was facing. He did state that he intended to plead guilty to a property damage charge he faced for throwing a microphone that belonged to Channel 9 News against a wall on the day his brother was sentenced. Matthew Tilley is currently appealing his conviction and wants it overturned on the grounds that the trial judge misdirected jurors and gave an unbalanced summary of the evidence at his trial. His legal team argued at his first appeal hearing that he is only tied to the crime through his DNA, which they allege calls his guilt into question. Suzanne's family has stated that they hope her case and Tilley's conviction after so many years had passed will give hope to other families of cold case victims still waiting for justice. On March 18, 2023, Angela Craig, a mother of 6 from Denver, Colorado, was pronounced brain dead at 4:29 p.m. What caused this tragic turn of events? Angela had been in good health until she suddenly fell ill with a mysterious condition that led to debilitating symptoms and ultimately caused her organs to fail, leaving doctors baffled. Just a few days earlier, on March 5th, the 43-year-old had returned home from a trip to Utah to visit her sister. On the morning of March 6th, Angela reached out to her husband, 45-year-old James Craig, reporting that she wasn't feeling well. They discussed the protein shake he had prepared for her that morning, and she inquired if he had added extra vitamins beyond her usual intake. She was experiencing dizziness and mental fog. Eventually, she went to the emergency room at Parker Adventist Hospital, but doctors couldn't determine the cause and sent her home the same day. By March 9th, her symptoms had significantly worsened. She was dizzy and having a hard time focusing. She had also started vomiting, couldn't keep medication down, had headaches, and was starting to become extremely dehydrated. She was admitted again to the Parker Adventist Hospital. She was tested for everything that they could think of. In text messages between her and her husband and her friend, they discussed how it was believed that she might have diabetes or an autoimmune disorder, but all the tests were coming back negative. In text, James wrote to Angela, quote, "Baby, I love you so much. I wish I could just stay up there for 247 and be with you. I know it's lonely and boring and maybe sometimes scary, and I just want to be there to support you through all of it." During her time in the hospital, James was constantly messaging his wife, asking how she felt if she was improving, and how much he loved and cared about her and wished her well. For days, she would not see much, if any, improvement. She would be in the hospital until March 14th, when they could not figure out what had been wrong with Angela. She was discharged and put on oxygen at home. Less than 24 hours later, Angela's brother rushed her to the Colorado University Hospital emergency room at approximately 11 a.m. Her husband, James, would arrive very soon after she was admitted. Angela complained of a severe headache and dizziness, and at approximately 2 p.m., she had a seizure and would start to decline rapidly. Doctors struggled to intubate, and she suffered intracranial pressure and no pupil response. Angela was moved to the intensive care unit, and doctors said her prognosis was very dire. Sometime after her husband arrived, his business partner and best friend arrived and pulled a nurse aside, informing her that they had suspicions that Angela may have been poisoned by her husband. He went on to explain that an employee of his had come to him that morning, reporting an odd encounter that she'd had with Dr. Craig earlier that week, right before Angela had gotten sick. She said that an odd package had been delivered to the office, and she opened it accidentally. Inside was a substance that they did not use nor had any reason to be delivered to their dental practice. The substance was labeled as potassium cyanide, and when Dr. Craig noticed that she'd opened the package, he said that it was a personal item and took it into his office. They hadn't thought much about it, but when Angela had gotten so sick and was still so sick, she considered the package and that it might not have been a mysterious illness after all. That was when she told the other managing partner what she'd seen. However, this realization would come too late. But who was Angela Craig? Born Angela Dawn Prey, she was born on April 15, 1979 in Dodge City, Kansas. She was part of a big family, one of 10 children, and she got out of Dodge, as her obituary said, after marrying James Craig on December 18, 1999. In the 23 years of their marriage, she had 6 children and the family had lived in Denver, Colorado. They had lived in the area for 15 years. She was described as kind, energetic, intelligent, and had a good humor, the sort of person that would show up for anything, and she had a huge ability to forgive. Both Angela and James were elders in the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. James counseled youth, and Angela was the choir director and also worked as a family history consultant for their church. Angela had also confided in her sister that James had an addiction to pornography and had been caught having multiple affairs. She also revealed that James was also gambling, and he was in a considerable amount of debt. The family had already filed for bankruptcy in 2021, and they were likely going to have to file again. James was on the verge of losing their home and business. Law enforcement arrived at the hospital just after midnight on March 16th. Shortly after their arrival, they learned Angela was in a coma and that doctors were unsure if she was going to make it through the night. On March 18th at 4:29 p.m., Angela was pronounced brain dead, and James opted to pull the plug. He'd also been adamant with the hospital not to do an autopsy and wanted to quickly arrange a cremation. The investigation into her death started before she had been pronounced dead. However, James wasn't aware that there was an investigation into her death that had started long before 18th. Days after her death, James Craig was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Angela's toxicology would show that she had 3 different unusual substances in her system at the time that she died: potassium cyanide, arsenic, and tetrahydrazine, and her death was ruled a homicide. The police investigation started on March 16th. They got search warrants for the home, dental practice, and James' devices. Items seized from the Craig's residence included multiple types of protein powders, multiple workout-style shakers used to drink those protein powders, a computer tablet, 2 different unlabeled plastic bags with a white powdery substance, and a water bottle on an exercise bike. A Child Protective Services caseworker would also contact law enforcement after they'd interviewed James and his children individually. They informed law enforcement that James had made some concerning statements, focusing mainly on that he had said that Angela had severe depression and had been suicidal for some time. James had also told the caseworker that he had found Angela after attempting to take her life and had personally revived her on several occasions. He also said that he had asked his wife for a divorce in December 2022, and that her depression had got much worse after that. He informed the caseworker that she had previously overdosed on opioids and that she would likely have something in her toxicology report, but he didn't know what it would be. The caseworker felt compelled to report this to the police because none of the children reported any kind of depression from their mother or any previous suicide attempt. The children ages range from 20 to 8 years old. Certainly, the older kids would have noticed their mother having some sort of decline in mental health, but they hadn't noticed anything unusual with their mother. The caseworker ultimately believed that it would be unlikely that no one else living in the house other than James would have missed these signs or evidence of depression or suicide. They thought it was very much more likely that James was setting up a cover story. James' business partner and his wife would provide the police with statements and screenshots of their text message conversations that James had had with them. James and his business partner had gone to dental school together, and they had known each other's families for decades. They knew Angela and the kids and were deeply concerned about James's behavior while Angela had been ill. The messages include a message to his business partner expressing how mad he was that he had told authorities about the package that had been delivered to the office, that he was very unhappy that the children had to see their mom for the last time after police had gotten their evidence. He said that if he cared for them at all, he would not talk to the police unless forced. This was the message James sent to his business partner, quote, "I understand why you did what you did. I do. I get it. But if you had come to me personally, man to man, instead of talking to everyone else about what you thought you knew, I might have let you in on some details that would have made you less likely to cause this horrible storm. If you had only put me higher on your list of priorities instead of putting everyone else's opinions and gossip ahead of me, for that, I'm very, very mad at you." With the search of both James and Angela's phone, police were able to check past text message conversations between the couple on the days that led to 18th. First, they found a conversation about not telling her sister about conversations that they'd had the night before. This conversation happened on March 1st when she was visiting Utah. The conversations would also include her time not feeling well, including the first day she wasn't feeling well, and James' message, quote, "Given our history, I know that this must be triggering. For the record, I didn't drug you. I'm super worried, though. You really looked pale before I left. Like in your lips even." And while Angela had still been in the hospital, he texted this message to a friend. Quote, "If it wasn't my wife, this would be kind of a fun puzzle to try to work out." Angela's sister would later tell the police that James had drugged Angela approximately 5 to 6 years prior. She said that Angela had told her that she had been drugged with an unknown substance because James had told her he had done it so that he could go to the bathroom and give himself a lethal injection. He apparently drugged her so that she would not find him or be able to stop him before the injection took effect. Angela had apparently told her that there'd been no evidence that he'd ever tried to commit suicide, and the two didn't speak of it again. Her sister also told police that the marriage between James and Angela had always been tumultuous. James had multiple affairs over the years, and he had told his wife he'd been addicted to pornography since he was a teenager. Law enforcement would talk to the office manager from dental practice. She had worked as their office manager for about 6 months, and she told police in her interview that she'd been told that on March 6th, James and his wife had worked out together and that he had given his wife extra protein in her shake because she was feeling sluggish, and that she had started to feel unwell and had been taken to the hospital. And after his wife had been discharged the first time, she had found James in exam room 9 on a computer in there, which had been odd because he had his own computer in his office and a laptop that he often took home with him. He would not have needed to use that computer except with a patient, and he was alone. Shortly after she left the office, with James still in the exam room, she got a text message from James saying that a package was going to be delivered to the office, but it was personal and to not open it. In the following days, Angelo was back in the hospital. James had said he was unsure if his wife was quote-unquote going to make it in the same sentence, and also asked how the business was doing, which she had found odd. On March 13th, when the package arrived, The office manager discovered that one of the other office staff had opened the package, not knowing it was for James personally. The office manager went to reseal the package so she could put it in James's office when she noticed a packing slip for potassium cyanide. She had never seen it delivered to the office, and she didn't know a need they would have for it. She resealed the package and hand-delivered it to James. When Angela was back in the hospital, she looked up the side effects of cyanide poisoning, and it matched her symptoms. That was when she then informed the business partner. On March 17th, police started to look into James's web history. They discovered that on the computer hard drive found in exam room 9, James had another Gmail account, different than the one that they knew. With this email, James had conducted searches for how many grams of pure arsenic to kill a human. Is arsenic detectable in an autopsy? The same account was used to order arsenic metal from Amazon on February 27, 2023, and it was delivered to his home on March 4th. More searches were conducted, including YouTube searches for top 5 undetectable poisons that show no signs of foul play, how to make poison, the top 10 deadliest plants that can kill you. The top 5 undetectable poisons video listed both cyanide and arsenic as follows. Quote, cyanide found in countless items in the home and other locations. 1.5 milligrams per kilogram of body weight is a fatal dose for humans. Arsenic is virtually undetectable besides the Marsh test used in murder and mystery. This was not only the chemical that was ordered using this Gmail account. James had also ordered potassium cyanide from Midland Scientific. His order confirmation came through on March 9th after some emails back and forth for proper forms to be signed. In the emails, James said it was for surgery and he needed delivered the next day. The emails between Midland Scientific and James showed that he would get the package on March 13th, not the next day. This is believed to be the package that was opened by office staff. While looking into this new email, police would also find correspondence between a woman and James that seemed to be intimate in nature. 2 flight itineraries were found with this woman traveling from Austin, Texas to Denver, Colorado. The dates of these flights were March 8th to 10th and March 16th to 20th. The second itinerary was purchased on March 4th, the same day that the arsenic arrived, and they were able to learn that this woman was an orthodontist who James had met at a conference earlier in the year. She has since had an interview where she explained that when they met, she was in the final stages of a lengthy divorce, and that James had told her he was also getting a divorce. According to her, James had told her that he was already living apart from his wife. The two had lengthy conversations about the struggles they faced while ending long marriages, bonding over navigating moving forward, and other experiences that she believed they were both experiencing. The two had only just started dating, and it hadn't been a serious relationship yet, and she hadn't been rushing into anything. She has since fully cooperated with law enforcement once all of his lies came to light. She wanted to set the record straight that they had not started talking about a future together, so she didn't believe that she had been any sort of motive to murder Angela. She also said that had she known he was still married and living as his wife, she wouldn't have ever dated him. She also revealed that the two had 2 dinner dates together while his wife was on life support in the hospital. James had told her that his wife was sick in the hospital, and she said that he didn't seem stressed or anxious at that time. On their second date, James had said that Angela was dying, so she ended their date insisting that he should be with his family. Experts speculated that it had been the protein shakes that James had been preparing for Angela that had been poisoned, as it was the only thing in the home that wasn't consumed by the rest of the family. Her toxicology showed that she had likely been given small amounts at first, and when it wasn't working fast enough, she had been given larger and ultimately more lethal doses, showing that it wasn't an accident and had been calculated, thought-out plan James had designed to end his wife's life with intent and malice. News reports also show that Angela had 3 life insurance policies, with the beneficiaries being James Craig. In addition to gambling, James had lost a considerable amount of money from investing in cryptocurrency. His business partner described James as a significant risk taker and took that approach to investing, but it had put him into $1 million of debt. James Craig has not made a plea at this time, and he has been assigned a public defender. Angela's family, including the children, have asked for privacy. James was initially held without bond because it was a capital offense, but a Colorado Supreme Court ruling in June said that judges must set a bond in first-degree murder cases. However, the bond was ultimately set at $10 million cash only. James does not seem to have paid that at this time. James Craig was set to put in a plea for the charges against him, but they have been delayed and at the time of recording have not recurred. James Craig has not been convicted of this crime, and the trial will likely go forward. On July 26, 2022, 41-year-old Aftab Hussein was discovered lying next to his vehicle on Rhode Island Street in Albuquerque, New Mexico, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds. He did not survive his injuries. Investigators found that his assailant had concealed themselves behind a bush near the driveway where Aftab typically parked, shooting him several times as he exited his vehicle. Aftab, a Muslim man originally from Pakistan, worked at the popular Flying Star Cafe in Albuquerque. Tragically, another Muslim man, Muhammad Afzal Hussein, was shot and killed just days later, on August 1st, in a drive-by shooting near the intersection of Cornell Drive and Garfield Avenue while he was out for an evening walk. Muhammad's brother had to identify his body and witness the horrific injuries inflicted by the shooting. Muhammad was also from Pakistan and had studied law and human resource management at the University of Punjab before moving to the United States with his brother on student visas to attend the University of New Mexico. There, he earned both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in community and regional planning. While pursuing his master's, he served as president of the Graduate and Professional Student Association, winning the position with 72% of the vote. According to his brother, Muhammad had the courage to speak out when others would not, which fueled his desire for a leadership role. He was in the process of obtaining U.S. citizenship and aspired to a career in politics. At the time of his death, he was a respected member of the planning team for the city of Espanola. He had a 90-minute commute each way to work every day because he chose to live in the same apartment complex as his brother in Albuquerque, so that he could be a major part of his brother's children's lives. Just before he was killed, he had been given the opportunity to live in a house on a 100-acre ranch owned by the city of Espanola, and he was looking forward to this new chapter in his life. The murders of two Muslim men in the same city in such a short amount of time raised concerns that the two crimes may have been connected and that Muslim men were being targeted by a killer. Authorities also considered the possibility that a third murder may also have been related. 62-year-old Muhammad Sahir Ahmadi was a Muslim man originally from Afghanistan. On November 7, 2021, he had been shot and killed behind the halal market he ran with his brother. Funeral services and a luncheon were held for Aftab and Muhammad at the Islamic Center of New Mexico on August 5, 2022. Several Albuquerque police cars were stationed nearby at the mosque's request, and the department announced it would be increasing its presence near all the mosques in the city for the time being in light of the murders. One of the more than 1,000 people in attendance at the services was 25-year-old Naeem Hussein. Naeem had come to the United States as a refugee from Pakistan in 2016, fleeing persecution he faced there as a Shia Muslim. He had been a United States citizen for less than a month. Upon his arrival in the United States, he worked as a truck driver, and once he obtained his U.S. citizenship, he began his own trucking company. He took great pride in his job and worked extra shifts when there were supply chain issues because he knew people were relying on goods being delivered. Even before he was officially a citizen, he loved the United States and its citizens and wanted to help them get critical supplies. He was a hard worker who supported himself as well as his family back in Pakistan. He was working to bring his wife to America and looking into purchasing property in Virginia. His brother-in-law described him as the most generous, kind, giving, patient, and down-to-earth person that I could ever meet. Following the funeral, Naeem made plans to meet up with some friends who also worked as truck drivers at his apartment, but he never showed up. His friends left his apartment to attend holiday services for Muharram at a Shiite mosque, but Naeem did not show up at the mosque either. He was not answering phone calls or texts, so his friends used an app they utilized to track each other's movements while they were driving their trucks to try to find him. The app showed that Naeem's vehicle was near the intersection of Truman Street and Grand Avenue. His friends arrived at that location around 11:20 p.m. They found Naeem's white 2020 Toyota 4Runner in the parking lot of Lutheran Family Services, where Naeem had previously worked with other refugees as caseworker, helping them resettle in the area. The vehicle's engine was running and its lights were on. When they got closer, His friends discovered Naeem's body slumped across the front seat, which was covered in his blood. By time, the Muslim community in Albuquerque was in a state of panic and feeling as though they were being targeted. Some people tried to leave the city and others would not leave their homes. When they did go out, many people chose to travel in groups. The Islamic Center of New Mexico issued a public warning for its members to be cautious, and the governor of New Mexico sent additional state police to Albuquerque after Naeem's murder. The Albuquerque police increased their presence at local mosques, the University of New Mexico, and Muslim-affiliated schools. The amount of fear the murders inspired in the community also inspired community action, which ultimately led to the arrest of a suspect. Hundreds of tips were called in to authorities, and residents who lived near the crime scenes voluntarily uploaded footage from their home surveillance cameras to a portal for law enforcement to examine. This effort resulted in police finding footage of one of the murders, with gunshots appearing on the video, which then showed a vehicle speeding away from the scene. Authorities released an image of a dark silver sedan, which they believed was most likely a Volkswagen Jetta, to the public. The car was described as a vehicle of interest in the 4 murders. The FBI and the Albuquerque police subsequently received numerous tips about a possible suspect who drove such a vehicle, 51-year-old Mohammed Syed. Syed was arrested by FBI agents and Albuquerque police detectives near Santa Rosa, New Mexico, more than 100 miles east of Albuquerque, on August 9, 2022. He was driving his Volkswagen Jetta at the time. He claimed he had been going to Texas to look for a new place for his family to live. He cited the unsafe conditions for Muslims in Albuquerque, illustrated by the 4 murders, as his motivation for wanting to move. At this time, he was charged with just 2 murders, the killings of Aftab Hussein and Muhammad Afzal Hussein. Prior to his arrest, investigators had learned that Syed and one of his sons had purchased multiple firearms and firearm accessories from several gun shops in Albuquerque, with the first purchase recorded in January of 2021. 2 of the firearms they purchased were of the same caliber as weapons used in the murders. While searching the Jetta, police found numerous bullet casings. Testing revealed that 2 of them were a match to a casing found at the scene of Muhammad Afzal Hussein's murder. Syed's home was searched at the time of his arrest, and further evidence tying him to the murders was discovered. Numerous firearms were located and collected for testing. A rifle found underneath Syed's bed was found to be the weapon used to kill both Aftab Hussein and Muhammad Afzal Hussein. Syed and his family came to the United States from Afghanistan in 2016. He worked as a truck driver, although apparently not on a regular basis, and the family struggled financially. He was married and had 6 children. His wife and children were the alleged victims of numerous incidents of domestic violence that received police attention. Syed had been arrested on misdemeanor offenses related to these incidents, but the charges were always dropped. Syed's daughter, Luckna, was a frequent alleged victim of her father's violence over issues like her refusal to allow one of her brothers to chaperone her when she attended college classes and her relationship with the man who would become her husband. She told CNN that her father was initially angry over her 2018 marriage, but had come to be more accepting of it. Her husband was friends with both Aftab Hussein and Naeem Hussein. She did not believe that her father could be a murderer despite his history of violence. Authorities stated that they found evidence during the search of Syed's home that he knew the 4 victims in at least some capacity, and that they believed interpersonal conflict played a part in the motivation for the murders. Syed had a previous known conflict with the first suspected victim, Muhammad Amari. 2 years prior to his murder, Muhammad had confronted Syed over a suspected food stamp fraud scheme he was trying to carry out at the market Muhammad co-owned with his brother. Syed allegedly purchased large amounts of rice from the market using food stamps and then tried to return it for cash. According to his brother, Muhammad confronted Syed and then refused to let him into the market at all because he did not like dishonest people and would not participate in fraudulent activity. Syed returned to the market at least 3 times to threaten the family and would sit outside the building in his car after being forced to leave. In early 2020, Muhammad and his wife left Friday services at the Islamic Center of New Mexico to find that 2 of the tires on their car had been slashed. Security footage from the mosque showed someone slashing the tires, and the mosque reportedly identified Syed as the culprit. He was then banned from the center. On August 22, 2022, Saeed was also charged with the murder of Naeem Hussein. This charge stemmed from the surveillance video of a car similar to Saeed's fleeing the scene of the shooting. Ballistics testing also tied Saeed to the crime. Saeed has so far not been charged with the murder of Muhammad Amari, but investigators have stated that he is the prime suspect in that case. Syed's son, 21-year-old Shaheen Syed, has also faced legal troubles connected to his father's arrest. He was arrested the same day as his father, August 9th, and charged with providing false information when he purchased a firearm in 2021. While purchasing 2 military-style assault rifles at a firearms dealer in Albuquerque, Syed provided an address in Florida on the transaction record despite not living at the address. In November 2022, he agreed to a plea deal in which he pleaded guilty and was given a sentence equal to the amount of time he had spent in federal custody since his arrest. He was placed in a halfway house and also given 3 years of supervised release. The younger Syed has not been charged with any of the murders believed to have been committed by his father, although federal agents did testify at his initial detention hearing that there was evidence he helped his father coordinate the ambush-style murders. Shaheen accompanied his father to the gun store to pick up 2 AK-type weapons, one of which was later used in the of Aftab Hussein and Muhammad Afzal Hussein. He also went with him to a custom gunsmithing shop where an optical scope was attached to one of their rifles. This work was done on August 1, 2022, just 6 hours prior to the murder of Muhammad Afzal Hussein. Cell phone records also indicate that father and son were cooperating leading up to the murder of Naeem Hussein. The elder Syed followed Naeem from the Islamic Center of New Mexico, where he had attended services for 2 of the other murder victims to Lutheran Family Services. Shaheen's cell phone connected to his father's phone at 3:39 p.m. near the Islamic Center of New Mexico, 2 minutes before his father drove off, allegedly to follow Naeem. Father and son then had several brief phone conversations. Muhammad Syed has denied any involvement in the murders and remains in custody. 24-year-old Rebecca Cointoys was a mother to a daughter and, according to a family friend, had a heart for everything. Soft-spoken yet friendly, she was a member of the Crane River First Nation but grew up in Winnipeg. When she suddenly went missing, her community rallied together to help search for her. Unfortunately, when Rebecca was finally found, it was not a joyful reunion. On May 16, 2022, her remains were discovered in a garbage bin behind an apartment building in Winnipeg. The following month, additional remains were located in the Brady Road landfill south of the city. On May 18th, just 2 days after her initial discovery, police arrested 35-year-old Jeremy Anthony Michael Skibicki and charged him with first-degree murder in connection with Rebecca's death. Authorities indicated that he and Rebecca were acquainted, though the nature of their relationship was unclear. They also suggested the possibility that Skibicki may have had other victims. The full extent of the crimes attributed to him would remain unknown for several months. On December 1, 2022, the Winnipeg Police Service released a press release announcing that Skibicki was now being charged with 3 more counts of first-degree murder, bringing the total of such charges he now faces up to 4. The remains of the other 3 victims have not been located. Winnipeg Police Chief Danny Smythe has stated that their remains are most likely in the landfill where some of Rebecca's remains where police will not be able to search the site because of its massive size. Still, police say that they have enough evidence to recommend charges of first-degree murder for the killings. They also have stated that DNA played a role in this investigation, but have so far not elaborated on how it was used. Due to the ongoing proceedings, they are limited in what information can be released to the public. It is now believed that Rebecca Cointreau was Skibicki's final victim. The identity of the woman believed to have been Skibicki's first alleged victim has not been determined. Investigators believe she was most likely an indigenous woman in her 20s and that she was killed around March 15, 2022. They have released an image of a reversible baby fat brand coat with fur trim, similar to one they believe she owned, and asked anyone who recognizes it and could identify its owner to contact them. The other 2 alleged victims have been identified as 39-year-old Morgan Beatrice Harris and 26-year-old Mercedes Myron. Both women were members of the Long Plain First Nation. It is believed that Morgan was killed on May 1, 2022, the last day she was seen alive. Morgan was a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 1. She had a strong spirit and was afraid of no one. I want her to be remembered as happy-go-lucky as she was. She was silly. She was fun. People loved to be around her, her daughter Cambria has said. Morgan was homeless at the time of her death, and according to Cambria, when they were out looking for her while she was missing, every person they talked to knew who Morgan was and no one had a bad thing to say about her. Cambria has been critical of the decision to not further search the landfill for remains, calling the choice disgusting. She believes her mother and the other victims deserve to be brought home. Mercedes is believed to have been killed on May 4th. She had been missing since March, last seen in Winnipeg's North End. She had been living on the streets at the time. Her grandmother, Donna Bartlett, had made appeals to the public trying to find her. A motive for the killings has not been determined, although Shibiki showed support for openly racist organizations and conspiracy theories on his social media accounts. All of his alleged victims were indigenous women, although investigators have stated that they cannot be certain if this was intentional or coincidence at this time. Skibiki's ex-wife had been granted a 3-year order of protection against him in September of 2019. Skibiki has been in custody since his arrest for Rebecca's murder in May and remains at Milner Ridge Correctional Center. He appeared in court on December 2, 2022, where he was directly indicted on the 4 counts of first-degree murder, meaning the case will proceed directly to trial without a preliminary hearing. Skibiki's lawyer says that his client will be pleading not guilty to all of the charges against him. On September 24, 2021, the tantrums of 3-year-old Arley Doe took a tragic turn when her family subjected her to an exorcism. Her cries echoed only within the walls of a small Pentecostal church, Iglesia Apostolici Prophetis, in San Jose, California. Arley took her last breath during a harrowing attempt to expel what they believed was a demon, led by her mother, Claudia Hernandez Santos, her uncle, Rene Aaron Hernandez Santos, and her grandfather, Rene Trigueros Hernandez. As prosecutors investigate this heartbreaking case, they reveal chilling details about a fatal church exorcism that has left the community reeling. With all 3 family members now accused, the legal proceedings seek to bring justice for little Arley. Investigators have spent months uncovering the roles of each family member, mother, uncle, and grandfather, who all played a part in the tragedy that claimed this innocent child's life. Arley was failed by the very family that should have safeguarded her. Did Arley Doe receive the justice she deserves? San Jose, California, known for its museums, gardens, and historic architecture, stands as a vibrant heart of the state. As of the 2023 census, San Jose has a population of 930,862 people from diverse backgrounds. Over the past 5 years, the crime rate has surged significantly, and while it's considered one of the safest large cities in America, the crime rate per 100,000 people has exceeded the average of 316.3. However, this was an isolated incident. In the name of religion, a young soul had to depart so soon. Nestled within its quiet streets, the Iglesia Apostolici Prophetis, a seemingly ordinary and small Pentecostal church, became the epicenter of a chilling crime that unfolded in September 2021. Inside the confines of this unassuming church, a harrowing exorcism took place, forever staining its walls with the dark echoes of 3-year-old Arley Doe's tragic demise. The Hernandez family members included 25-year-old Claudia Alicia Hernandez, the mother of the victim, 3-year-old Arley Doe. Alongside Claudia, the family circle extends to Arley's uncle, Rene Hernandez Santos, and grandfather, Rene Hernandez Sr., both implicated in the horrifying exorcism that led to the child's untimely demise. Not much is known about the victim's uncle or father. The family's spiritual journey unfolded within the confines of Iglesia Apostolici Prophetis, a small Pentecostal church where Arley's grandfather, identified as the leader of the church and a certified pastor, played a prominent role. The family's occupations beyond their religious roles remain undisclosed. Claudia, the mother, handled a YouTube channel where she shared her live videos. But one fact that was certain was that they were extremely religious. It was their religious affiliations that led them to the tragic belief that the child was possessed that resulted in such an end. On September 24, 2021, a dark chapter unfolded in the life of this 3-year-old child as her family's misguided attempt to exorcise what they believed to be an evil spirit led to a day of unimaginable horror. The events that transpired on this fateful day would later become the focal point of legal proceedings and public scrutiny. It all started when Arley woke the night before and began screaming periodically. Arley's mother, Claudia Alicia Hernandez Santos, believed that the tantrum of her child was the work of evil forces and took her to the church to perform an exorcism. Claudia, in an attempt to perform an exorcism, put her finger down Arley's throat several times. Even though Arley was being subjected to so much pain, she fell asleep several times in between out of exhaustion. She was being held down by her uncle and grandfather. They held her by the neck, resulting in asphyxiation. According to Claudia, Arley's vomit was purple in color. The 2-hour-long ceremony ended in tragedy. However, the family didn't attempt to seek any medical help for almost 2 hours after she had passed away. After almost 2 hours, Claudia called the police shortly after 8 p.m. to report her daughter's lifeless state. Responding to the call, the authorities arrived at the Iglesia Apostolici Profetas Church in San Jose, a place that would forever be etched in infamy. There, they discovered little Arley, unconscious on the floor, initiating a harrowing sequence of events that unfolded over the next few hours. Arley was subjected to relentless physical abuse, lost consciousness, and displayed signs of trauma with injuries around her eyes, face, neck, and chest. The family's disturbing belief in demonic possession led to a prolonged ordeal for the young girl, lasting approximately 12 hours. When paramedics finally arrived 2 hours later, they found her lifeless body on the church floor, marking the end of a day filled with torment and anguish. The affidavit, filed in Santa Clara County Superior Court, revealed that Arley's mother, Claudia, believed her daughter had died between 6 and 6:30 p.m. The family's distorted perception of spirituality and the misguided belief in their ability to expel evil through abusive practices cast a dark shadow over Arley's final moments. The investigation into the tragic death of Arley unfolded as a chilling tale of religious fervor gone awry, leading to a horrific exorcism performed by her own family members, her mother, uncle, and grandfather. The subsequent legal proceedings shed light on the shocking details of the whole 12-hour ordeal that culminated in Arley's death inside the confines of the small Pentecostal church, Iglesia Apostolici Profetas, located in San Jose, California. The investigative process took a significant turn when Santa Clara County District Attorney Jeffrey Rosen filed court documents seeking to consolidate the cases of all 3 family members into a single trial. The rationale behind this request was rooted in the assertion that each defendant played a reprehensible role in the violence inflicted upon Arley, making it challenging to determine individual responsibility for specific injuries. The court documents revealed the disturbing timeline of events that unfolded on September 24, 2021. Arley's mother, 25-year-old Claudia Hernandez Santos, initiated the tragic sequence of events by calling the police to report her daughter's lifeless state. The authorities arrived at the Pentecostal church discovering Arley unconscious on the floor, a scene that would later be confirmed as the result of a homicide caused by suffocation and smothering. The investigation uncovered harrowing details of the family's collective actions during the 12-hour exorcism attempt. Prosecutors contended that all 3 defendants, Arley's mother, uncle, and grandfather, actively participated in physically abusing the young girl. At various points during the ordeal, each family member held Arley at different parts of her body, with one gripping her neck, another her abdomen, and the third holding her legs. The alleged attempt to induce vomiting involved a disturbing collaboration of efforts. A preliminary autopsy later confirmed that Arley's death was a result of homicide, with asphyxia due to suffocation identified as the cause. The alarming details emerged as investigators delved into the disturbing circumstances surrounding the little girl's demise. According to court documents, the family, gripped by the belief that Arley was possessed by a demon, engaged in a twisted form of prayer and exorcism at the church. Arley's mother, in an attempt to rid her daughter of the perceived evil spirit, resorted to distressing methods. She allegedly attempted to induce vomiting by sticking her fingers down Arley's throat and squeezing her neck, actions that escalated as the day went on. The investigation revealed a disturbing lack of care for Arley's basic needs leading up to her death. The affidavit stated that the victim last ate on Thursday, September 23rd, around 9 p.m., and was provided with only about 6 ounces of water from Thursday until the time of her death. The coroner's findings further emphasized the extent of Arley's suffering, revealing injuries to her face and neck, as well as blunt force injuries across her chest and back. Internal bleeding added another layer of brutality to the acts committed by her own family members. As the investigation unfolded, the family members faced charges of child abuse, including assault on a child with force likely to cause great bodily injury resulting in death. The legal proceedings brought attention to the distorted beliefs that fueled the family's actions, the misguided conviction that Arley was possessed by a demon, and that a religious ritual could expel this perceived evil. The court documents delved into individual statements made by each defendant during police interviews. Arley's grandfather, the self-proclaimed pastor of Iglesia Apostolici Prophetas, provided varying accounts of the events leading to the young girl's death. His changing narratives between September may raise suspicions about the accuracy of his statements and hinted at potential inconsistencies or attempts to obfuscate the truth. Similarly, Arley's uncle, Rene Aaron Hernandez Santos, significantly altered his initial account during subsequent interviews with the police. The evolving nature of his statement suggested a lack of transparency and prompted further scrutiny of the circumstances surrounding the exorcism. If convicted, Claudia Alicia Hernandez faces an exceptionally severe sentence of 25 years to life in prison. The investigation unfolded against the backdrop of a disturbing trend: increased demand for exorcisms driven by a confluence of factors such as poverty, anxiety, and a lack of trust in conventional institutions. The tragic case of Arley Doe served as a stark reminder of the dangers inherent in the intersection of religious fervor and unchecked beliefs. As the legal proceedings progressed, the call for a consolidated trial underscored the complexity of assigning individual culpability for a crime committed collaboratively. The family's statements and actions, as revealed through the investigation, provide a chilling insight into their perspective on the events surrounding the young girl's death. The family's narrative begins with Arley's mother, Claudia Hernandez Santos, expressing her belief that her daughter was possessed by an evil spirit. According to statements provided to police, Arley would periodically wake up at night crying or screaming, which fueled the family's conviction that she was under the influence of a demonic force. In response to these perceived manifestations, Claudia attempted to perform what she described as an exorcism to rid Arley of the alleged evil spirit. Claudia's involvement in the exorcism took a disturbing turn as she detailed the methods she employed in a rather matter-of-fact manner. First responders who arrived at the scene observed bruising around the child's eyes, neck, and chest. Claudia admitted that they waited for 2 hours before finally calling 911. Subsequent interviews with investigators revealed Claudia's evolving beliefs about Arley's possession. Claudia and her uncle reportedly prayed for Arley while inside a bedroom. The events escalated the following morning when Claudia and her uncle drove Arley to the Iglesia Apostolici Prophetas, a small Pentecostal church. The family still held the belief that Arley was under demonic control. The family believed she had died between 6 and 6:30 p.m., around 12 hours after arriving at the church. According to Arley's father, they had to perform the ceremony to liberate her of her evil spirits. The details about the exorcism weren't revealed, however. It was stated that Arley was asleep when they reached the church. He also added, "If you read the Bible, you'll see that Jesus cast away demons and made sick people healthy again," he told the newspaper. "It's not when I want to do it. It's when God, in His will, wants to heal the person. The preacher is like an instrument of God. What we do is what God says." In the aftermath of Arley's death, Claudia set up a GoFundMe campaign to solicit donations for burial expenses. The family's deep-rooted religious convictions were evident in Claudia's Instagram profile description, which included a reference to Isaiah chapter 55 verse 8 through 11, a Bible verse about finding strength during difficult times. Arley's mother added another layer to the investigation through YouTube videos she uploaded, providing insights into her perspective on her daughter's death. In these videos, Claudia did not accept blame for the alleged exorcism or her daughter's demise. Instead, she attributed Arley's death to a divine act, asserting that God took her and expressing gratitude that her daughter would not have to face the hardships of the world. In a bizarre turn of events, a YouTube video surfaced in January, for months after Arley's passing, featuring Claudia Hernandez discussing her daughter's death. The 40-minute self-shot video titled with Arley's full name offers a haunting glimpse into Hernandez's demeanor as she addresses the circumstances surrounding the tragedy. Hernandez's statements in the video attempt to provide her perspective on the situation, asserting that only those present truly understand what transpired. She acknowledges the negative perceptions surrounding her and the circumstances of her daughter's death, but emphasizes her inability to change the past. Hernandez expresses gratitude that her daughter is no longer suffering in a world she perceives as increasingly challenging and deteriorating. As a matter of fact, the video becomes a poignant exploration of Hernandez's emotions, revealing the pain of losing a child juxtaposed with moments of apparent attachment. She reflects on the joy of being a mother, acknowledging the sadness, tears, and longing for her daughter. The complex emotional landscape painted in the video adds another layer of intricacy to an already deeply tragic narrative. 6 days after the YouTube video was uploaded, prosecutors formally charged Hernandez. The gravity of these charges, coupled with the perceived disconnect between Hernandez's demeanor in the video and the alleged actions leading to Arley's death, underscores the complexity of the case. The family's association with Iglesia Apostolici Prophetess took a darker turn as the church was linked to another incident, an alleged kidnapping involving individuals associated with the church. Professor Allison Cavey, an expert in the history of magic, science, and religion, provided valuable insights into the broader context of exorcisms. She highlighted the increasing prevalence of exorcisms in both the United States and Latin America over the last 5 to 7 years. KV pointed out challenges stemming from the Catholic Church's lack of preparation for priests to perform exorcisms, leading to a demand that is not met by qualified individuals. She also identified societal factors such as poverty, anxiety, and a lack of trust in conventional institutions for education as driving forces behind the demand for exorcisms. KV emphasized that when people choose supernatural explanations, like demonic possession, it often stems from dissatisfaction with natural explanations, providing comfort without the burden of blame or responsibility. In the case of Arley's family, the tragic events unfolded against the backdrop of a desperate attempt to solve a problem they may not have fully understood, attributing it to supernatural forces. It's alarming how the family didn't express any form of guilt or sorrow even after Arley's loss. The YouTube video recorded by Claudia before her arrest offered a glimpse into her emotional journey from the excitement of pregnancy to the profound grief of losing her daughter. Her sentiments reflected the difficulty of accepting a child's loss due to illness, pushing individuals to seek solace in supernatural explanations. As the legal proceedings unfolded, Claudia Alicia Hernandez Santos faced charges of felony, assault on a child with force likely to produce great bodily injury resulting in death. Her arrest, which occurred on January 31, 2022, highlighted the severity of the crimes committed during that fateful exorcism. The day of horror marked by religious fervor gone awry not only claimed the life of a young child, but also brought to light the dangerous intersection of misguided beliefs and heinous actions. The tragic case of Arley Doe came to an end when her mother, Claudia Alicia Hernandez, was charged with felony assault on a child with force likely to produce great bodily injury. The severity of the allegations prompted prosecutors to emphasize the extreme nature of the actions she's accused of committing against her own daughter. The decision to deny bail was motivated by concerns over public safety and the assessment that Hernandez presented a high flight risk. Prosecutors pointed out her minimal ties to the community, coupled with her birthplace in El Salvador, as factors contributing to the perceived risk. This precautionary measure underscores the severity of the accusations against Hernandez and the potential dangers she may pose if released pending trial. The disturbing details of the case were brought to public attention through newly uncovered court documents, as neither the San Jose Police Department nor the District Attorney's Office had initially disclosed information about the harrowing homicide. The investigative process aimed to unravel the circumstances surrounding Arley's death, with Hernandez emerging as the sole individual arrested in connection to the case. The legal proceedings will continue to unfold, scrutinizing the evidence, witness testimonies, and the chilling details revealed in the court documents. Anyways, as the justice system navigates the intricacies of this case, the focus will remain on seeking accountability for the actions that led to the tragic loss of Arley's life. The proceedings will unfold with a commitment to ensuring justice for the young victim and holding those responsible accountable for the alleged heinous acts that cut short a promising and innocent life. 16-year-old Billy Carroll was a well-known figure in his Chicago neighborhood, primarily due to his friendly and humorous nature. However, Billy harbored secrets. He spent little time at home and even less at school, often roaming the streets. Even his friends were unaware of how he filled most of his days. Despite coming from a financially struggling family, he always seemed to have money, which was uncommon in the uptown area. When he had cash, he loved to splurge on food and own nicer items, like skates, that most kids in the neighborhood couldn't afford. Whenever he came into extra money, he would also buy food and clothes for his friends. Billy was resourceful and determined to make money, which sometimes led him to obtain it through questionable means. He was the middle child of 3, and his parents faced challenges in supporting the family, particularly with Billy's younger sister, Caroline, who had been born with severe disabilities. Eventually, the family had to make the tough decision to place her in a residential facility, where she lived until her passing in 2012. Both of Billy's parents struggled with alcohol and were abusive, leading Billy to confront his father on multiple occasions, sometimes in self-defense and other times to protect his mother. After watching the 1972 Olympics on television, Billy became motivated to work out. He joined the local YMCA to swim, box, and lift weights. Samuel Stapleton was born in Chicago but grew up in a humble home with no running water in the woods near the Ohio-Kentucky border. While his family did not have much money, Sam thrived as he ran wild through the woods, getting dirty and scraped up as he climbed trees and jumped into creeks. Sam's family eventually moved to Chicago for more economic opportunities, living in multiple neighborhoods over time. When his family moved to the Chicago neighborhood of Uptown, he made a point of identifying the toughest kid in the neighborhood before his family's belongings were even brought into their apartment so as to immediately secure a tough reputation with the other kids. He knew how to defend himself physically and how to respond when someone was taking advantage of him, something he appears to have inherited from his mother, Bessie. He was streetwise and knew how to navigate around the various gangs that operated in his neighborhood. In May of 1976, Sam was preparing to enter high school. He looked forward to joining ROTC at Senn High School. He had his first job as a delivery boy for a local pizza shop and hoped to soon have even better employment. A contractor calling himself John would call the Stapleton home asking for Sam, with the promise of a job with his company. The boy Sam beat up upon his arrival to Uptown was Randy Raffett, who did not harbor a grudge over the fight. The two boys were not close friends but managed to coexist as two of the toughest kids in their neighborhood. Randy was one of 4 children, and his family originally hailed from Kentucky. His father was abusive towards his mother, and the children sometimes tried to protect her from him. They all, including Randy, would sometimes run away for brief periods when their home life became too difficult to deal with, but they always came home after a short time. He was just 15 years old when he disappeared on May 14, 1976. Dale Landigan moved around extensively as a child, which was reflected in his name. His name was really Frank, but his father nicknamed him Del because he had been born in Delaware, which eventually evolved into Dale. He and his 4 sisters all adored their mother. After years of living in Brooklyn, the family moved to Chicago's Uptown neighborhood in 1969 to escape growing crime in New York and join Dale's great-uncle Pablo, who owned an apartment building where he offered Dale's family a unit. Dale liked to play pranks, although he could sometimes take them too far, once convincing his family that he had been hit by a car and killed at a gas station. He could come off as aggressive and pushy, but could ultimately win over friends. In February of 1978, 19-year-old Billy Kindred was in love with his girlfriend Mary Jo. The young couple planned to marry once Billy found a good job. One night, however, Billy failed to show up for their nightly meeting, and all his belongings were found left in his bedroom. Mary Jo reported him missing and spent months driving around Chicago looking for him after she got off of work. When Mary Jo first met Billy, she took note of how physically attractive she found him. but she had truly been drawn in by his kind smile. He respected her and he respected his elders, which won him the approval of sometimes people would try to fight him, but he had little patience for such things. He was instead kind-hearted with a carefree nature. He lived with his parents and sister and was the grandson of Polish immigrants. He had left a job with a lumber company because he had been paid so well by John Wayne Gacy for contracting work. John Sytch was the middle child of 5. He loved animals from a young age and kept pets ranging from bullfrogs to albino hamsters. He regularly brought home stray dogs and cats from the neighborhood to care for as well. As a child, he was an altar server at Chicago's oldest Polish church and attended the parish school. His family moved to the suburb of Des Plaines just before he began his junior year of high school, and he quickly made friends with the members of the school's drama department, hanging out with them in the woods after school. He also got a job at a local pet store. One of his high school friends described him as a sweetheart and claimed to have never seen John without a smile. He remained close with his friends in Chicago even after he moved and returned there for parties and nights out, although he was not a big drinker. 20-year-old David Talsma volunteered for the Marines in 1977. He was on inactive duty when he had plans to attend a concert in Hammond, Indiana on the evening of December 9, 1977. He had made arrangements to meet up with a young woman there around 2 a.m., but he never showed up. He instead vanished. 15-year-old Rob Piest kept a busy schedule. Community service project, shy of reaching his goal of becoming an Eagle Scout. Extracurricular activities like working tech on his school play or gymnastics kept him at school until 5:30 p.m., and on most days his mother would pick him up from school with a hot meal that he would eat on his way to work his 6 to 9 p.m. shift at Neeson's Pharmacy. His co-workers there would later describe him as a wholesome kid who they could not envision ever smoking or using swear words. He was kind and polite, sometimes loaning his coat to the girl working the front register who was subjected to cold air when the door to the store was opened. He was supposed to go home after his shift on December 11, 1978 to eat cake to celebrate his mother's 46th birthday, but he instead left with John Wayne Gacy to discuss a summer job with his construction company. Rob had just been denied a raise at the pharmacy, and Gacy's rate of $5 an hour was nearly double what he was making there. He was saving up to buy a Jeep with $900 already put aside for the eventual purchase, once he could drive. John Prestige grew up in Michigan, mainly in the Kalamazoo area. His father lived in a trailer there, and his mother and stepfather owned a beehive farm in a nearby town. He began taking healthcare classes part-time at Kalamazoo Valley Community College after graduating high school, paying for them by working at a local motel. He did not get along with management there and traveled whenever he could to get away from the stresses of his everyday life. He had gone to New Orleans for Mardi Gras in February of 1977, and the following month he was in Chicago visiting a friend as he made his way out to Colorado to go skiing. 17-year-old Michael Bonin lived near Wrigley Field with his father, stepmother, and younger sister before going missing on June 3, 1976. His fishing license was later found inside Gacy's home. He was athletic, a talented wrestler and baseball player. At the time of his disappearance, he had been working at a gas station. Russell Nelson was an architecture student at the University of Minnesota who came to Chicago in the fall of 1977 towards the beginning of a long road trip that would take him as far north as Toronto and as far south as Florida. He was a talented dancer who had won competitions back in Minnesota. He was last heard from on October 17, 1977, when he called his mother to wish her a happy birthday. According to his mother, he and a friend had been doing work for a contractor while in Chicago. Russell also left behind a fiancée. As the son of a police sergeant, 18-year-old Robert Gilroy received one of the most extensive investigations into his disappearance when he first went missing. His father conducted his own investigation, and his file with the Chicago police consists of more than 40 pages. Robert disappeared on September 15, 1977, after telling his parents he was going to his horseback riding lesson in Northbrook, although he had in fact stopped attending the lessons weeks earlier. He was not reported missing until nearly 2 weeks later because he was supposed to be at a camp in Gaithersburg, Maryland. He never made it to the camp. Rick Johnston lived in the suburb of Bensonville but was last seen in Chicago when his mother dropped him off in front of the Aragon Ballroom in the Uptown neighborhood. Multiple bands were playing the venue that night, but Rick told his mother he would call her for a ride home after the band Spirit played their set. He never made that call. His family feared he had been recruited by a cult because of his recent interest in religion and studying the Bible. They traveled as far as Washington, D.C. to look for Rick amongst the congregants of Reverend Moon's Unification Church at one of their rallies. 19-year-old Daryl Sampson was a native of West Virginia who was living in Chicago's uptown neighborhood when he went missing in April of 1976. He had previously run away as a juvenile in 1973 in an effort to get out of a court appearance related to curfew violations. Within a few days, he was at his father's house in Virginia. After he disappeared in 1976, he would not be seen again until his remains were found under Gacy's dining room floor at the end of 1978. The family of Matthew Bowman of Crystal Lake, Illinois, had already lost one of its members to homicide. Matthew's stepfather, Anthony Rovatuso, was shot and killed during a carjacking in 1975. Matthew's mother last saw him on July 5, 1977, when she dropped him off at a rail station so he could get to a court appearance over a parking ticket. He called her a few hours later to let her know he would be going to Chicago to visit his sister at her apartment. He left his sister's apartment around 6 or 7 o'clock that night after telling her he was going home. He never arrived. John Mowry had also been impacted by homicide before he himself was murdered. In November of 1972, when he was just 14 years old, he had been sent to his sister Judy's apartment to check on her, only to find her stabbed to death on the floor. John joined the Marines after graduating high school, returning to Chicago after completing his service. He worked at a bank and began taking accounting classes at Truman College in Uptown. The last time his mother saw him was at her home, where he came for dinner in an effort to cheer himself up after one of his dogs was struck and killed by a car. 20-year-old Tommy Bowling was the married father of a 3-year-old boy named Timmy. Before disappearing on November 18, 1977, he called his parents' home to check in on his father, who had not been feeling well. Around this time, he had been receiving threatening phone calls, which he took seriously enough to instruct his mother to contact the police should she not hear from him for 24 hours. 16-year-old Robert Winch was one of 6 children from Michigan. His father taught physics at Kalamazoo College. Robert had difficulties at home, which led to him staying in a foster home during weekdays. He ran away from that foster home in November of 1977. Timothy O'Rourke was 20 years old when he vanished on June 30, 1978. He had a distinctive tattoo that read Tim Lee on his left arm, a tribute to his love for martial artist Bruce Lee. He frequented gay bars and was close friends with a transgender woman, which Gacy's defense team later tried to use to undermine the witnesses who spoke on his behalf at Gacy's trial. 20-year-old James Matsara of Elmwood Park was last seen by his family the day after Thanksgiving of 1978. He had the nickname of Mojo. 16-year-old Kenneth Parker's family lived in the Edgewater neighborhood after moving to Chicago from Tennessee. He was going through a difficult time and was on parole. He spent a lot of time hanging out at the Yankee Doodle Dandy, a restaurant in Midtown, with his longtime friend Michael Marino. Michael Marino was just 14 years old. He and Kenneth Parker were last seen alive on October 24, 1976 at the Yankee Doodle Dandy. The remains were later found in a shared grave beneath Gacy's house. His mother had reported him missing after he failed to arrive to see a movie with her as planned on the evening of October 24th. John Butkovich was later described as a nice kid who lived with his family on the north side of Chicago. He was close with his parents and sisters and had plenty of friends. He would always call home if he would be returning late. He had dropped out of high school to work in construction and worked for Gacy on and off for over a year. When he disappeared in July of 1975, he reportedly was trying to get Gacy to pay him back wages he still owed him. John's family always suspected that Gacy was involved in his disappearance and called police every week for more than 2 years, trying to get them to investigate his case seriously. Authorities insisted that John had simply run away. Circumstances did not support this theory. John had been working to renovate his first apartment and had just spent $2,000 on carpeting before he disappeared. He also left behind a large amount of money in his bank account. Also discrediting the runaway theory was the fact that his car was left behind in a location Gacy would later admit to moving it to. The keys were left in the ignition, and John's wallet, keys, and ID were on the front seat. These 24 of Gacy's victims were identified by March of 1980. In June of 1981, the 9 victims who had still not been identified were laid to rest in donated caskets. A short service for all 9 victims was held outside Abbey Chapel of the Oak Ridge Glen Oaks Cemetery, and each victim also received his own graveside service when he was buried under a grave marker reading, "We remembered." Each victim was buried in a different cemetery. In May of 1986, one of these victims was identified as 16-year-old Timothy Jack McCoy, leaving authorities with 8 individuals to identify. Tim had small-town origins but an extensive travel history, living in and visiting numerous states across the country during his short life. This was the result of both his father's restlessness, which brought the family to places like California and Florida, and his own. He was mischievous and daring from a young age and was never afraid to throw himself into a lake or even a moving boxcar without hesitation. At 15, he left school and obtained a fake ID so that he could work as a forklift operator. Tim's life was largely formed by his large extended family. It made up a large part of the population of his hometown of Bartlett, Iowa, and he traveled regularly to spend time with the members of the family who had moved throughout the Midwest. He spent New Year's of 1972 visiting one of his cousins in Michigan. He left Michigan by bus to return to Omaha, where his father was living, on January 2nd. He had an overnight stop in Chicago, during which he met Gacy at the Greyhound station. In October of 2011, Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart announced a renewed effort to identify the remaining 8 victims. They were all exhumed so that samples could be taken for DNA testing, and Sheriff Dart made an appeal to the public, asking for friends and relatives of young men or teenage boys who went missing any time between 1970 December 22, 1978 to contact his office. The appeal quickly yielded results. The boy previously only identified as Gacy victim number 19 was identified as 19-year-old William George Bundy on November 29, 2011. Bill's mother had feared he had been one of Gacy's victims and tried to get his dental records to submit to police, as they had requested back in 1979. However, his dentist had retired, and by the time she was able to track him down, he had destroyed all of his records. Bill was identified after his brother and sister provided DNA samples. Bill had been popular at Senn High School and had plenty of friends. According to his sister Laura, all of her friends wanted to date him and only came to see her at her house for the opportunity to see her brother. He was a talented diver and gymnast. However, Bill ultimately chose to drop out of high school to begin doing electrical work. Bill went missing in October of 1976. One evening, he told his family he was headed out to a party as he was leaving the house. He forgot to take his wallet with him. He never came home. In July of 2017, victim number 24 was identified as 16-year-old Jimmy Hackinson. His mother had gone to Chicago from her home in Minnesota in 1979 to try to learn if her son was amongst Gacy's victims, but she did not have dental records to submit to the police to identify him. He was also identified thanks to DNA submitted by his brother and sister. Jimmy was one of 4 children and lived in St. Paul, Minnesota. He was funny and good-natured despite difficult circumstances at home. His father drank heavily and was largely absent, and his mother often had to work as many as 3 jobs at a time to support the family. One day in the summer of 1976, he announced to his family that he was going to Chicago. Hitchhiking was not unusual at the time, and Jimmy had left home in the past to get away from stressors at home. He had always safely returned, so this trip did not raise any concerns. He called his mother on August 5th to let her know that he had safely made it to Chicago. However, weeks then passed with no calls from Jimmy, and he did not return home, so he was reported missing at the beginning of September. The number of unidentified Gacy victims then dropped to 5 on October 25, 2021, when the man previously only known as Gacy victim number 5 was publicly identified as Francis Wayne Alexander. In addition to his extended family, Wayne is survived by his mother, 2 half-sisters, and 2 half-brothers. DNA extracted from one of victim number 5's molars had undergone 8 months of specialized testing and processing to prepare a profile suitable to be used with genetic genealogy. The Cook County Sheriff's Office partnered with the DNA Doe Project for the genealogical research. Genealogists identified Wayne as a potential match and submitted his name to the sheriff's office. Investigators there used more traditional means of investigation to follow up on the lead. When they could not find any evidence of Wayne being alive after the time period when they believed victim number 5 was killed, which would have disproven the identification, they traveled to North Carolina to meet with his family. They collected DNA samples from Wayne's mother and brother, which confirmed that Wayne was Gacy victim number 5. Wayne was born in 1955. He grew up in North Carolina and lived in New York for a time. He got married while he was living there. He and his wife moved to Chicago in February of 1975, but the couple soon divorced after 3 months of marriage. His family never filed a missing persons report because, based on certain decisions that he had made, they believed he wanted to be left alone. While they loved him, they thought he no longer wanted anything to do with them when he stopped contacting them. Wayne supported himself by working at various bars and clubs in Chicago. Authorities do not know exactly how he and Gacy crossed paths, but Wayne lived and worked in an area where Gacy was known to look for victims. He lived near several other victims of Gacy, including William Bundy, who lived just blocks away from Wayne. Wayne would have been 21 or 22 years old when he was killed. The last official record of him was a traffic ticket issued to him on January 5, 1976. He was buried at Gacy's property under an individual whose death authorities have placed on March 15, 1977, indicating that Wayne was killed sometime during the window of time between receiving the traffic ticket and the death of the other victim. Financial records show that Wayne earned very little income in 1976, potentially indicating that he was killed earlier on in that window. When investigators returned to the Alexander family to confirm that Wayne was in fact Gacy victim number 5 on October 22, 2021, there were 5 generations of the family in the room to hear the news. Wayne's mother was the first parent to still be alive to be notified that their son had been identified as one of Gacy's victims since the renewed effort began in 2011. The family greatly appreciated the kindness the people of Cook County had showed Wayne, giving him a proper funeral and burial even though they had not known his identity when they did so. As of November of 2022, 5 of Gacy's victims remain unidentified, but investigators still hope to one day identify all of them. Victim 10 is believed to have been between 17-21 years old and between 5 feet 7, 5 feet 11 inches tall. He had a well-healed fracture to his left clavicle. His time of death has been estimated to have been between March 15, July 5, 1977. Victim 13 is estimated to have been between 5'11", 6 feet 2 inches tall, and between 17-22 years old. His hair was a dark enough brown that it would appear black. He was probably suffering from a severe toothache at the time of his death, which has been estimated to have been between August-October 1976. Victim 21's remains were completely skeletonized by the time they were discovered, complicating the process of determining exact details about him. He was most likely between the ages of 15-27 and between 5'8" and 6 feet tall. Based on the location where his remains were found relative to other victims with known dates of death, it is believed he was killed sometime between June 13 and October 25, 1976. Victim 26 is estimated to have been between 5 feet 2, 5 feet 6 inches tall, and between 20-30 years of age. He was most likely murdered sometime between June 13 and August 6, 1976. Victim 28 was killed sometime between early 1972 and the end of July of 1975. He was between 5'8", 5 feet 9 inches tall, and 14 and 18 years old. He was found wearing a white metal band on his left ring finger. He had brown hair and may have previously broken his right upper arm. This story follows a woman whose entire life is built on lies. You will discover how this unscrupulous deceiver ends up chasing big money and the impact it has on many lives. Michelle grew up in Hurst, a suburb of Dallas, Texas, with her younger sister Laura. Their mother left in search of a better life, leaving their father to raise them. It wasn't easy for him to care for 2 daughters alone. He survived on sporadic construction jobs and often turned to alcohol. In pursuit of easy money, he repeatedly devised and carried out fraudulent schemes. He would take jobs at different factories, intentionally injure himself, and claim insurance compensation. The fraud worked for a while, but surveillance cameras eventually exposed it, leading to his arrest. Growing up surrounded by lies, deceit, and manipulation. This was the only life Michelle knew, though she desperately wanted to escape. But escaping herself was impossible, as dishonesty had already become ingrained in her life. She didn't know how to live any other way. Michelle dreamt of escaping poverty as soon as possible. At 15, she was strikingly attractive, a petite brunette with an athletic build, drawing attention from boys her age and older. Even then, Michelle realizes that with the help of her feminine power and charm, she can easily manage to manipulate any men in her environment in order to get what she wants. So in her life begins a series of love relationships with different men. At the age of 17, Michelle drops out of school and marries for the first time to 16-year-old Kenneth O'Brien. She informs the boyfriend that she is expecting a baby. Kenneth, taking full responsibility for his young wife and future child, enlists in the army. The couple moves frequently. 2 more children are born to them in this marriage. One city is replaced by another. Temporary housing of the military was not the limit of Michelle's dreams. Such a life does not suit her, and after 5 years, she leaves, naming the reason for divorce beatings and cheating on the part of her husband. In front of relatives and friends, she appears as a victim of domestic violence and receives the necessary support and begins to organize her life anew. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. After a while, she falls in love with her former classmate, Brandon. The young man is head over heels in love with Michelle and gladly accepted her 3 children. The lovers prepare for the wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, Michelle infuriates Brandon. It turns out that the girl did not divorce her first husband. She was very afraid to talk to him about divorce because of the abuse, so she did not send the documents. With the help of a lawyer, this issue was quickly settled and the couple was able to marry in 1994. At first, family life flowed calmly and measured. Brandon was engaged in the development of his IT company, and Michelle worked as a dental assistant. A quiet family life was not the limit of Michelle's dreams. She has always needed more. She starts bringing home all sorts of dental equipment and supplies. The cash doesn't fit in her purse. Brandon suspected something wrong. Eventually, Michelle was caught stealing. It was only by luck that a trial was avoided. But Brandon's trust issues with his wife were just beginning. Responding to neighbors' reports that cars were frequently arriving at the house while he was at work, Brandon installed a tape recorder in several rooms of the house. He heard various men visiting their home throughout the day. Brandon does his own little investigation and learns that the reason for the divorce in Michelle's first marriage was her numerous infidelities, not her husband's beatings, as she told everyone. Brandon's patience broke, and he demanded a divorce. Michelle was furious that Brandon initiated the divorce, and while he was at work, she got back at him. "I had a very nice saltwater aquarium with thousands of dollars worth of fish in it," Brandon says. "She poured Comat into it and killed all the fish." But Michelle didn't stop there. Brandon also had a beloved dog named Domino. Michelle stuffed the dog with sleeping pills, which led to the death of the living creature. Michelle put Domino to sleep. "If you're shocked at this point, we've only scratched the surface," Brandon says. "It was a nightmare that wouldn't stop. You can't make that girl go away." Unfortunately, Brandon learned the truth about Michelle. When his own marriage was completely destroyed, everything Michelle did with Brandon Dixon pales in comparison to her adventures with other men. It was later revealed that John Paul Ray, also a student at the high school Michelle attended in Hearst, was the father of her first child. Instead of revealing this information to John, she told Kenneth O'Brien that the child was his, forcing him to marry her. Kenneth, for 13 years, thought the eldest son was his own. John later told police that Kenneth paid child support from age 5 to 18 and did not know he was not the father. After Brandon and Michelle divorced, she moved in with John, the father of her first child. They lived in a common-law marriage for 8 years. Their relationship came to an abrupt end when John began to suspect his wife of cheating. Michelle didn't deny it. She confirmed the affair on the side. John moved out, leaving most of Michelle's possessions. Michelle's next love was Greg Williams. They were both not so young anymore. Both had a history of past marital failures. The man was married twice and had a daughter. After Greg and Katie divorced in 2003, the couple agreed to share custody of their common daughter, Taylor. However, there was no formal agreement on child support because the former spouses had a good relationship. Rich, successful, and generous Greg was a perfect match for Michelle. In 2007, Greg and Michelle had a common daughter, Michaela. A year later, they got married. Their marriage was like the American dream. Money, children, love, it was all in abundance. Michelle seemed to have made it through the thorns to the stars and got the life she had always dreamed of. Greg Williams held his family in very high esteem. He grew up in a family with fierce principles and achieved everything on his own from an early age. He loved sports and was a martial arts black belt. In addition to his love of exercise, Greg was also a fan of guns. Both he and Michelle had guns that they kept in their home in Keller. Michelle's gun, a silver .40 caliber pistol, was kept in a safe, but Greg kept his gun, a black Luber .45 caliber, always loaded in a case under his bedside table. The couple was determined to make their marriage a success. They threw birthday parties for their children from other marriages at their home in Keller. Michelle's adult children would have barbecues and swim parties. Very often the house was full of friends. But despite the picturesque suburban home and a precocious daughter, Greg and Michelle were not the classic American couple. They met through an online community for bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism, and their wild adult house parties led to numerous complaints from neighbors. Without making the matter public, the couple decides to move out. The night before Michelle and Greg had been unable to sleep for a long time. They were preparing to buy a new house for $4.5 million. They emotionally discussed the upcoming event. Greg stayed in the bedroom alone. Michelle went out to her crying daughter and fell asleep with her in the room. On October 13, 2011, at 4:40 a.m., an emergency call came in. A crying woman screamed into the phone that she and her husband had been attacked by a robber. She was injured and her husband had been shot. Within minutes, police arrived at the scene of the tragedy. Inside the home, detectives found a television on full volume and a baby sleeping on the couch. Michelle's daughter was sound asleep and unaffected in any way by the attack that occurred. The woman's behavior alerted police officers. She was behaving rather strangely and did not look like she had just experienced a burglary. Soon, the gated community was filled with police cars, detectives, and forensic experts. The lot was cordoned off, and police searched every inch of the nearly 5,000 square foot home. Michelle was fully dressed, had her hair styled, and was acting very calm. She told police she was asleep, but her clothing and demeanor said otherwise. As the only witness, Michelle was taken to the Keller Township Police Station for questioning. After several hours of talking to police and investigators, Michelle's story began to fall apart like a house of cards. According to the woman, the intruder dressed in all black hit her on the head with a wrench. She fell from the blow but was conscious and heard a gunshot. The stranger then fled through the back door of the house. Michelle Williams' account did not match what police saw at the scene. Greg Williams was shot in the head while lying in bed. A .45 caliber handgun, presumably used by the intruder, was found near the back door next to a wrench. There were no fingerprints on either weapon. Neither was found to show any signs of forced entry. The family's valuables and money were untouched. Examined CCTV footage from a neighbor's camera showed that only one car had entered the gated community in the hours before the crime. Police confirmed that the car belonged to a newspaper delivery man. To confuse the investigation, Michelle came up with a version of the attack. She hit herself with a wrench and made their large house look like the scene of the attack. But detectives did their due diligence and noticed a number of details that didn't add up. Michelle Williams was fully dressed. Her hair was styled, and she had fresh makeup on her face. It gave the impression as if she was waiting for someone. The gun used during the crime was found in the house without any fingerprints. And the final detail that proved Michelle's lie was the $20,000 in cash that was not stolen in the robbery. Michelle had no explanation for why a successful businessman and devoted father decided to take his own life. But she was able to explain her behavior. Michelle claimed she wanted to spare their young daughter the bitter truth about her father's self-inflicted death. She admitted to police that she wiped down the gun and washed Greg's hands to cover up fingerprints, before desperately staging a home invasion and calling emergency services. As bizarre as that explanation was, it became obvious to police why no evidence was found in the house. Michelle admitted to wiping the crime scene with bleach and hitting herself in the face with a wrench to present a more realistic picture of the attack. From the beginning, Keller police doubted the credibility of Michelle's testimony, but at the time, no physical evidence was presented linking her to the crime. Michelle was arrested for perjury, but was soon released home. Around 5 p.m. on the evening of her husband's murder, Michelle went to her sister Laura's home and did not mention the late Greg's name once during the evening. Michelle cried from time to time, but it didn't seem sincere, her sister Laura Cusick said when questioned by police. The morning after the tragedy, Michelle woke up in a great mood. She was beautifully dressed, with her hair styled and makeup on. In high spirits, the recent widow went for breakfast at a famous restaurant that served the best pancakes with syrup. While the police were looking into the theory that Greg had taken his own life, struggling to find a motive and obtain credible evidence of it, Michelle herself presented the investigation with first a motive and then evidence of her guilt. Going through the documents from the first interrogation, the investigators were attracted by Michelle's words that she didn't care about a single penny, but her actions proved otherwise. After Greg's death, Michelle quickly begins liquidating assets from family companies and spending large sums of money. She cashes checks through Greg's IT company. The amount of checks cashed is not disclosed anywhere. In all likelihood, we are talking about a lot of money. After receiving cash from the sale of the Blueberries frozen yogurt store in Keller, Michelle made one of her biggest blunders. She went to the insurance company, hoping to get a payout on Greg's life insurance policy. Michelle was the sole beneficiary on Greg's life insurance policy, which was taken out on August 12, 2011, almost exactly 2 months before he was killed. But one important fact the woman missed: according to the terms of the insurance policy, Greg's death was not an insured event because he left his life voluntarily, and at the last moment, she was denied the money. The desire to get the insured sum of $600,000 was the main motive for the crime. Later, another important fact of financial fraud comes to light that casts suspicion on the widow. Fictitious financial documents for a mortgage loan were used to purchase the house that Greg and Michelle had been preparing for on the eve of his death. The account numbers were intentionally changed, and the lender did not immediately notice the elaborate fraud. When Greg died, Michelle canceled a meeting with the mortgage company, and the fake account was not discussed until it caught the attention of the police. Michelle, confident of her impunity, writes a check for $18,000 to attorney Kenneth Wincorn and takes a week-long vacation to Grapevine with her children. During the 3-month investigation into Greg Williams' death, police were able to unravel his wife's web of deceit. An autopsy was performed on Greg, which proves that the man was shot from a range of 12 to 18 inches. Moreover, the toxicology examination conducted provided a report proving that Greg had a large dose of sleeping pills in his system at the time of his death. Also, the police determined that there was no assault on the house. Mrs. Williams sedated her husband and shot him from a foot away after turning up the volume on the television. Daughter Michelle, who was asleep in her room, did not hear anything. On November 3, 2011, based on the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's report, Greg Williams' death was officially ruled a homicide. Michelle Williams was arrested on January 9th as she was on her way to a fitness center. She was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and making a false statement to police. Michelle was both the only witness to the crime and the only suspect. Bail was set at $522,000 to be released from custody pending a court hearing. But Michelle spent a week in custody and was released on $85,000. Dressed in gym clothes, Michelle walked out of jail with a GPS monitor and under the arm of attorney Kenneth Wincorn, who was now officially representing her. Greg's first wife, Kathy, was furious when she found out that attorney Wincorn was defending Michelle. That money she paid him was part of Greg's estate, and it should never have gone to pay the legal bills of the woman who was accused of killing him. Online court records list Kenneth Wincorn as the attorney for Katie and Greg's divorce in 2003, and Wincorn's name and signature appear on legal documents regarding the custody agreement for their shared daughter Taylor in 2008. However, Kenneth Wincorn's defense of collusion with Michelle Williams will be exonerated by providing evidence. The divorce was handled by his company, and he personally never represented Greg. Kenneth Wincorn said he first learned of Greg's murder from an IT company employee. It was very shocking, Wincorn says, adding that Michelle later sought his help. After her plot to cash in on Greg's death is foiled, Michelle Williams changes her name to Shelley and appears as a fitness guru hoping to start a new life. On Facebook, Shelley publicly announced her relationship with Gene Wallace, a friend of her oldest son, a man nearly 15 years younger than her. Shelley and Gene opened a fitness club in Bedford and heavily promoted it online. Armed with an ankle bracelet with a GPS tracker, Michelle spent the next few months enjoying her new boyfriend, fitness classes, and court hearings. She often appeared in court dressed for a night out on the town, wearing mini-skirts, knee-length boots, and deep-cut blouses. She never mourned Greg's death for a second, says Greg's ex-wife, Kathy. Rob Conover was friends with Greg Williams for more than 20 years and attended many of Michelle's hearings. He recalls how she deftly manipulated police officers at the courthouse, making them see her as an innocent woman in need of protection. On October 9, 2013, 45-year-old Michelle Williams took a plea deal with the county and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and deadly conduct. She will receive 18 years in prison for tampering with evidence and for deadly dangerous conduct, a third-degree felony that only exists in a few states. Although Michelle admitted that she cleaned the gun and Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene raised doubts about whether the first-degree murder charge would stick. Things can go differently. Play big, win big, or lose big, Michelle said in an interview. I'll be out on parole. But in February 2014, Michelle Williams, in an interview, suddenly changes her testimony and says she is not guilty of the crime. The judge immediately rescinds the plea bargain and sets a date for the first trial. Opening arguments have begun in the trial of a Texas woman dubbed by the media as Keller's Black Widow, who was accused of intentionally targeting her husband in 2011 for an insurance payoff. Michelle Williams, 45, was charged with the crime. In court, prosecutors described the crime as a clearly planned scheme of acts to profit from Greg's substantial life insurance policy. In their opening statement, prosecutors told jurors that Mrs. Williams shot her husband in the head after drugging him with sleeping pills beforehand in order to collect on his life insurance policy. The motive was money, time-tested money, greed. Assistant District Attorney Jack Strickland said in court. Although Michelle admitted that she cleaned the gun and Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene raised doubts about whether the first-degree murder charge would stick. In response to an interview request, Michelle's attorney released a statement on her behalf. Attorney Kenneth Wincorn described the difficulties in the case caused by the spotlessly clean crime scene. The prosecution struggled to prove a premeditated crime, disregarding the fact that there was no DNA from the suspect. In repeated searches, cleaning products were found, but it stands to reason that Michelle's fingerprints were on them, since the products were in the house where she lived and did the cleaning. If the jury concludes that Michelle tampered with evidence of Greg's death, making it look like the man had spontaneously passed away and then cleaned up the crime scene by hiding evidence and then lying about it, she will get a life sentence. But if Michelle is sentenced as scheduled on April 21st, no jury will ever get a chance to hear the whole story and decide on the appropriate punishment. Through careful questioning of the Williams couple's friends and acquaintances, information regularly emerged about the unfavorable environment that had prevailed in their family for a long period of time. According to the studied correspondence in social networks and messengers, it was found that the couple quarreled very often and the reason was finances. At the trial, Prosecutors said that in the hours leading up to the violent death, Greg Williams argued with his wife over their finances and even slapped her for spending a large amount of money that had been set aside as a down payment on a house. But Michelle Williams' defense argued that Greg Williams had taken his own life and that the successful business owner needed his wife alive, not dead. According to defense attorney Clay Graham, Greg Williams often suffered from depression and regularly used sedatives and steroids. On the eve of the crime, he was allegedly severely depressed due to the loss of his grandmother and best friend, who ironically had taken his own life. Defense counsel told the court that when Michelle Williams found her husband dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, she panicked and in a fit of fear began to cover up the tragedy without realizing it. She had one goal: to protect her 4-year-old daughter from psychological trauma by hiding the truth from her. Michelle Williams never once changed herself, presenting at court hearings in different images with styled hair and manicure. At one hearing, the defendant, dressed in an off-white blouse and black vest, showed little emotion throughout most of the trial, but did not forget to wipe away tears during a presentation of photographs showing images of the body of murdered Greg Williams. The court also heard testimony from Michelle Williams' adult son, Andrew O'Brien, who said his mother, Michelle Williams, asked him to help frame Greg Williams' ex-wife, Kathy. She planned to blame her for Greg's death using the motive of unreconciled differences over the custody of their daughter, Taylor. But that plan was a failure from the get-go. After all, there was never any disagreement between the former spouses about the custody of their daughter, and it would have been very difficult to prove otherwise. Asked about his reaction to his mother's unusual request, 26-year-old Andrew O'Brien said he was very shocked by such a proposal and thought she was having a mental breakdown. Michelle confronted her sons at the trial when they testified against her. The jury later found Michelle guilty of felony tampering with physical evidence. According to the show, she provided false information that she was pregnant with twins, hoping to delay her sentencing. But this version was not confirmed, and the verdict was announced. Michelle's acting abilities and her natural charm, which she tried her best to demonstrate during each hearing, did not spare her from a harsh sentence. Sandwiched between a scenario in which she was a cold-blooded criminal and one in which she was portrayed as a deranged wife and mother acting on impulse, Michelle chose the latter. "He did it," she said, wrapping her arms around her head. Michelle even congratulated the detective on solving the case. Even before the police admitted to doubting Michelle's story, few believed Greg had lost his life. He had too much to live for, and he knew all too well how much pain an untimely death causes. Kathy Williams believes that Michelle's relationship with Gene Wallace began when Greg was still alive and may be the elusive motive for this crime. If Greg had found out she was sleeping with her little boyfriend, he would have dumped her, and she would have gotten nothing, Katie says. But he wasn't willing to put up with cheating. "She's ruined so many lives you can't even imagine," Brandon says. "She's a professional manipulator. If the courts had gone further and interviewed all of us, things could have gone in a different direction." Michelle was sentenced to 60 years in prison. The judge also ruled that she would have to serve a minimum of 30 years before being eligible for parole. Michelle currently remains incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, Texas. Michelle Williams is a felon and fraudster who is currently serving time in prison for all of her willful acts. She has never shown remorse for her actions and still refuses to take full responsibility for her crime. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. During the London Olympics, a young Puerto Rican boxer, Felix Verdejo Sanchez, rose to prominence as a bright new star. Seen as a diamond in the rough, he was hailed as one of Puerto Rico's most promising athletes, with expectations of future titles and gold medals. Many believed this talented and determined young man would achieve great things in the world of sports. However, in 2021, Felix Verdejo's name resurfaced in global headlines, not for his achievements but in the crime section. The story follows a teenage romance that spiraled into obsession, ending in a horrific tragedy. It also highlights how the 2014 Knockout of the Year winner, once praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasyl Lomachenko, narrowly avoided a death sentence and was sentenced to life imprisonment instead. Despite overwhelming evidence and confessions from accomplices, Verdejo maintains his innocence. Born on May 19, 1993, in San Juan, Puerto Rico, Felix grew up in a modest, large family with a love for sports from an early age. Originally, he planned to pursue baseball, but a key event changed his course. At 9, after a fight with a visiting friend's son, Felix's father suggested he try boxing if he wanted to fight. From his first training session at the local gym, Felix fell in love with the sport. By 16, he had won the Pan American Junior Championships, followed by his national title a year later. In 2012, he reached the quarterfinals of the London Olympics, marking the beginning of an impressive professional career. Verdejo fought 29 matches, winning 27. In 2014, he delivered the best knockout of the year against Sergio Villanueva, and a year later, he claimed his first championship belt, the WBO Latino title, which he defended 6 times over 2 years. His skill and talent left no doubt that he was destined for greatness in boxing history. Kisha Rodriguez, born in November 1993 in San Juan, had a similar background. Her full name was Kisha Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. She grew up in a close-knit family with her parents, Jose and Kayla Rodriguez, her sister, Barilais Nicole, and her half-brother, Jonathan. Kisha was outgoing, excelled in school, and loved animals, aspiring to be a veterinarian. Her sister, Barilais, was her confidant and best friend. Kayla and Felix attended the same school and developed a romantic relationship in their teenage years. When Kayla's parents divorced in 2011, her mother moved to Florida, but Kayla and her sister remained in San Juan, staying closely connected. At 18, the promising boxer Felix, who had already competed in the Olympics, began dating Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra, a young aspiring model. Despite being in a relationship with Elisa, Felix continued seeing his childhood friend, Kisha. Kisha's sister and mother knew about the affair and disapproved of it, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Elisa believed she was Felix's one true love and future wife, while Kisha, aware of Felix's engagement, found herself unable to break away from him. Felix's relationships were tumultuous, marked by his rising fame and the constant attention from admirers. Despite his serious relationship with Elisa, he could not let go of Kayla. This love triangle, filled with deception and emotional turmoil, ultimately led to a tragic conclusion. The once promising star of Puerto Rican boxing, who seemed destined for greatness, ended up in the criminal chronicles, his legacy forever marred by the events that unfolded in 2021. On top of that, he was her first great love. And deep down, the naive girl herself still hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer did marry the young Eliza, who at that time was barely 19 years old. Eliza by that time was already quite a famous model, had tens of thousands of followers in social networks, and also opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete got into a serious car accident when he was rushing on his motorcycle. He was taken to the hospital in serious condition with head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, seriously feared that his talented charge would go off the rails at the height of his career. But Felix, contrary to the disappointing prognosis, made a rapid recovery and soon returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer published in his profile in the social network a picture with Elise, who was in a large term of pregnancy. In the comment to the photo, he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess." And a month later, he announced the birth of a daughter who was given the name Miranda Verdejo Santiago. The young man in public looked like a loving husband, caring father, and an exemplary family man. But secretly from his wife, he continued to meet with Kisha, who could not let go. As Eliza later admitted, she guessed that her husband was cheating on her, but every time he tearfully vowed to leave his mistress. Kisha repeatedly tried to break off this painful relationship, but Felix would not let her go. She had no other men because the boxer threatened that if he found out about the fact that Kisha had someone not good for her and her chosen one, Kisha herself, who had fallen in love with Verdejo since high school, continued to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, connected her life with the care of animals, and got a job at the Center of Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and very responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which she simply adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered the correspondence of her husband with several mistresses, including Kisha. The wife gave her husband a scandal and threw him out of the house, threatening that she would file for divorce and forbid him to see his daughter. Eliza's threats had an effect. In addition, in the career of the athlete at that time, there was a serious decline and unnecessary problems where he did not need. For a while, he really stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix still did not let her go, trying to control almost every step Kisha. After a few months of secret visits resumed, and in April 2021, Kisha discovered that she was pregnant. She bought a rapid test at the drugstore, which only confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and told her everything. It was out of the question to have an abortion because Kisha was already 27 years old, and she was ready to have a child, even if she had to raise it on her own. A few days later, Kisha broke the news to the father of her child, hoping in her heart that he would accept it. But Felix was not happy, to put it mildly. He got angry and told his mistress that she should go to the doctor, and if the pregnancy is confirmed, it will be necessary to have an abortion. Naturally, Rodriguez answered him with a firm refusal, but the boxer began to threaten her and insist. Felix said that an illegitimate child will finally destroy his reputation, and this he cannot allow. After Kisha's visit to the hospital, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, which made him furious. Felix shouted and demanded that Kisha immediately get rid of the child, but she again responded with a categorical refusal. Then the athlete decided to go on the sly, saying that he did not believe her and wanted to personally look at the issued medical certificate. He appointed Kisha a meeting in the evening in a crowded place, which did not surprise her because they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not get in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer stopped by his old friend Luis Antonio Paredes, who worked in a local machine shop and also had ties with the criminal world, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly outlined the situation and asked him to help him get rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision of the police, and the prospect of being in prison scared him. But the athlete was persistent, assured that everything would go smoothly and the police will never come out on them. Besides, Felix promised him an impressive cash reward, and Luis agreed with the support of an accomplice. Felix called Kisha and told her that he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29th to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Immediately after talking to her lover, Kisha called her sister back and told her everything. She still had hope that Felix would accept her child and would not insist on an abortion. But Berylus, all this situation is quite alarmed. She knew that the boyfriend had threatened her sister, and she was worried that he wouldn't do anything to her. Berylus called her mother and shared her concerns, but even together they could not dissuade case law from that fateful meeting. At the appointed time, Rodriguez, taking a doctor's note, arrived at the meeting in her own Kia Forte automobile. Verdejo drove there in his pickup truck, in the back of which Luis was hiding. Kisha immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the results of the tests. He once again talked about terminating the pregnancy, but Kisha, crying again, responded with a refusal. Against this background, the couple began to quarrel violently, turning to shouting. Then Felix suddenly hit Kisha in the head with his fist, from which she immediately lost consciousness. Until Kisha regained consciousness, Felix took a syringe with a large dose of illegal substances hidden in the glove compartment of the car, which Luis had obtained at his request, and injected Kisha. Then, together with his accomplice, they carried her to the back of the car, where there were already prepared pieces of wire and a concrete block. The men tied Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp so that no one would accidentally see anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice got behind the wheel of Kisha's vehicle. Together, they drove to the bridge over the San Jose Lagoon. It was virtually deserted at night, and the men, making sure no one could see them, through Kisha, still alive, into the water. Afterward, however, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them so as not to leave the victim any chance. Having finished the massacre, each of the perpetrators went home. Kishla's co-workers were the first to worry when she didn't show up at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics Center the next day. Kisha has always been very responsible and couldn't just not show up for work without notifying anyone. Since she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to contact her sister to find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her house. No one answered the door, but Berylus had a spare key, so she got in without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who had not eaten anything for almost 24 hours. Now Berylus was already in a panic because she realized that something terrible or irreparable had happened to Kisha. She immediately called her mother and told her everything, and then reported to the police about her suspicions and threats to her sister. She also called Felix, but he claimed that he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not gone to any meeting. The missing girl's mother took the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She thought that her lover might have taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for her to have an abortion without her consent. Kayla didn't even want to think about the fact that Kisha was no longer alive. The first thing to do was to question the missing girl's neighbors and co-workers, but they didn't notice anything suspicious and couldn't provide the investigation with any useful information. In parallel, messages about the disappearance of Rodriguez were posted on popular social networks with requests to respond to those who know anything about her fate or current whereabouts. The case quickly received wide publicity, and when it became known that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child from him, reporters literally lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold anything back and spoke out about their suspicions, among other things, blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30th, Kisha's car was found abandoned on the east side of the city with her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were found in the interior, giving a faint hope of finding its owner alive. On May 1st, a passerby strolling on the bridge over the lagoon saw a strange shape resembling a human body in the shallow water. He reported his discovery to the police, who soon recovered from the water the body of a young woman, presumably the same one the whole city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodriguez family, who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the last that it was not Kisha, but their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for several days and changed a lot, but the girl was immediately identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery hit the press, the residents of the city revolted and began to go out to spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible. The same day, Verdejo was detained and taken to the police station for questioning. But the athlete categorically denied his involvement and claimed that on the night of Kisha's disappearance, he was at home with his family. As there was nothing to charge him, Felix was released on his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who at the first interrogation admitted that she was aware of his affair with Kisha, but that she had heard about her rival's pregnancy for the first time. On top of that, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, saying that he was not at home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was check traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Kisha was thrown. That's how they found Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car traveling behind each other. But the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and in its body they found some hair of the deceased. Luis was the first to surrender to the police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a reduced sentence. Felix was also taken into custody, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence. A firearm was seized from Felix, which he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had an official permit. Also, a cell phone check confirmed the fact that Felix, Luis, and Kisha were in the same location on that fateful night. Kisha's final farewell was on May 8th, and the funeral ceremony was all over the national news. It was a kind of action calling for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the full extent of the law, as well as an action to draw public attention to the problem of gender violence. The coffin with Rodriguez's body was brought to the cemetery, not in a traditional hearse, but in a white carriage over which white flower petals were thrown from the air. Many famous Puerto Rican natives, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile incident. Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and the murder of an unborn child. All of these crimes together carried the death penalty, but the relatives of the deceased from the very beginning asked the court to elect a sentence of life imprisonment for the killer so that he would suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the worldwide coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held in virtual mode. The court found that the crime was committed by a group of persons by prior conspiracy and with particular cruelty against a pregnant woman. It was possible to reconstruct the chain of events of that night and the details of the crime, mainly thanks to the testimony of Luis, who did not deny his guilt. He admitted that it was he who, at the request of a friend, got the drug for injection and also brought a wire and a concrete block to get rid of the body. But Felix continued to insist on his non-involvement in the case, although his words could not seriously affect the situation. By the way, the wife of the boxer, who acted in court as a witness almost immediately after the arrest of her husband, filed for divorce and tried to abstract from what was happening, focusing on the development of his business and raising a young daughter. According to some reports not so long ago, Elisa Santiago remarried. Elisa herself admitted in an interview that she repeatedly received anonymous calls and messages with death threats, as well as death wishes to her and even Miranda. Many considered it was the spouse of the athlete as the organizer of the crime, but no evidence was found. In the summer of 2023, it became known that the jury, having familiarized itself with all the evidence and heard the testimony of all the witnesses, was finally ready to announce the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice Luis Cadiz were found guilty on each of the charges against them. But despite this, the killers have not yet been sentenced. The next court hearing is scheduled for mid-November 2023. Most likely, both men involved in the deaths of Kisha Rodriguez and her unborn child will likely go to prison for life with no right to ever leave prison. Imagine that today we're visiting a Hollywood studio, known for producing the world's top films across various genres. But instead of stepping onto a movie set, we'll find ourselves in Wilbur, Nebraska, and today's film is a bloody thriller. Nebraska, part of the Great Plains, lies in Tornado Alley, where spring and summer often bring violent storms and tornadoes. It's the only landlocked tri-state, meaning you'd have to cross 3 states to reach any ocean or bay. Motorists usually avoid stopping on dark country roads, but a flat tire forced Michael to pull over on a remote, dark highway. As he circled the car, his eyes were drawn to a large, oddly shaped black trash bag nearby. Curious, Michael grabbed a flashlight from the glove compartment and shone it on the bag, which was ripped open. A stain spread across the ground, and something light-colored flickered out of the holes. Stepping closer, he froze. A human hand was sticking out of the bag. Michael immediately called emergency services, alerting the entire town. Within minutes, investigators arrived at the desolate highway to thoroughly inspect the scene. They confirmed the bag contained human remains. The package was sent for examination while the search continued in the surrounding area. Soon, the remains were identified as those of 24-year-old Cindy Locke. Cindy, or Sydney Irene Locke, was born on August 21, 1993, in Broken Bow, Nebraska. She grew up in Arcadia with her parents, George and Susie Locke. In 2000, the family moved to Nalai when Cindy was in 2nd grade. Her mother, Susie, worked as a special education teacher, while her father, George, was the school principal. Sydney was always a very active child. The girl had a normal, happy childhood filled with a love of nature. She loved fishing, which her father always took her to. During her school years, Cindy played basketball and golf, where she made good progress, but developed scoliosis, curvature of the spine, forced to give up many of her favorite hobbies and put a cross on her sports career. In 2011, after graduating from high school, Sydney got a job at a local Menards store that specialized in home improvement products. The Loofs were a close-knit family, and when Sydney had to move from Norfolk to Lincoln because of work, they all made sure to keep in touch almost every day and often met for dinner. Even though Sydney lived separately, she often returned home to her parents' house. But lately, Sydney had been struggling with depression and felt that the medications she was taking were only making things worse. Susie was very worried about her daughter and recommended a new doctor for her. He prescribed her various medications. In phone conversations with her mom, Sydney told how her inner state was getting back to normal, her voice sounding quite optimistic. She was trying to make some changes in her life and was looking for a new job. For a young woman, working in a store was not the limit of her dreams. She did not know what she wanted to become or what to do with her career, and these worries led to a rather depressive state. In November 2017, her mental state deteriorated to the point where she started taking antidepressants and sometimes allowed herself to smoke pot. Her family and friends were supportive in every way possible, but she wanted not only companionship, but also love. Being young and modern, Sydney had an interest in the female gender, so she would sometimes look for other girls on social media for dating purposes. To find a friend, Sydney used Tinder, an app that allows millions of people around the world to find, fall in love, and date. In November 2017, she found a girl named Audrey, and the girl replied to her. They began to correspond. The girls found many common interests, such as gambling, hiking, and delicious food. Already after 100 messages, they decided to meet. On November 14th, Sydney headed over to Audrey's house to Wilbur. Their first meeting went so well that Sydney was very happy. They liked each other and agreed to meet again at Audrey's house. On November 15th, Sydney worked her shift at the store and went home. She cleaned herself up, styled her hair, and did her makeup. Before going out, she took a photo and posted it on Tinder with the caption, "Ready for my date." After the photo, she got a message to go out with Audrey waiting for her in the car. The girls drove off. The next day, Sydney Loof didn't show up for work. But even though she had been in high spirits for the past few days because of her new acquaintance, her family was concerned when co-workers informed them that she didn't show up for work because it was nothing like their responsible Sydney. Susie spoke of her daughter suffering from anxiety and deep depression. Just days before her disappearance, Loof had discussed her deteriorating mental health with her family, who advised her to see a doctor again to take antidepressants. That was the last time Loof's family saw Sydney. The girl's parents went to her apartment and were extremely surprised that Sydney had left her favorite cat, Mimsy, without food or water. This was extremely unlike a caring landlady. The parents knew how much Sydney loved her cat and never left her alone for long. They were concerned and reported Sydney missing to the police. The apartment itself was locked. When the police did a welfare check of Sydney's home, they saw nothing out of the ordinary. But the family was adamant. Something was wrong, and the police took their concerns seriously. On November 16, 2017, the 5'7" blonde was reported missing after she failed to show up at the showroom of the Menards store where she worked, at 27th Street and Cornhusker Highway. Sydney suffered from a spinal condition and walked in a different way that would make her stand out from the crowd. She was wearing a white Columbia brand jacket and a cream-colored shirt. When testifying about the prior events before she went missing, her parents told police that she told her friend on Snapchat Wednesday morning that she had gone on a date with a woman she met online Tuesday night and planned to meet up with her again Wednesday night. Sydney's car, which she left in Northeast Lincoln, was found. Police officers said they had conducted interviews and were looking for any leads that could lead to Sydney or her trail. Loof's family distributed flyers saying she may have been abducted 40 miles southwest of Lincoln, where the latest information indicated her cell phone was communicating with a tower. The flyer also noted that there was no activity in her bank account and that her cell phone was turned off the night she disappeared. The flyers gave a description of the young woman and distinguishing features such as several tattoos. One on her arm with the words, "Everything will be great someday," a yin-yang sign under her elbow, and the word "believe" on her wrist. Anyone with information on Sydney Loof's whereabouts has been asked to contact police by phone. A huge appeal to find Sydney was launched, which included highway billboards with the girl's picture, and a manhunt was also launched on the TV news. Susie persisted in claiming that something had happened to Sydney after the date her daughter had gone on. To prove her point, she took a screenshot of a post that Sydney posted on Snapchat with her picture and the caption, "Ready for my date." Sydney's friends confirmed that she was going on a date with a woman she met through Tinder named Audrey. During the search, police reviewed Sydney's phone records and surveillance footage from the store where she worked and quickly identified the person they wanted to talk to. The last time Sydney's phone rang a cell tower in the Wilbur neighborhood, probably not far from Audrey's home, but police had no idea who she was. Authorities began searching for a woman named Audrey, the last person to see Sydney alive. But no one knew how to find her because no one knew who she was or if she had a real name. To the police's rescue came Sydney's friend Brooklyn, who decided to find Audrey herself through Tinder. She downloaded the app, found Audrey, and exchanged phone numbers with her. That's how police learned Audrey's real name. She turned out to be 26-year-old Bailey Boswell. It turned out that Bailey's apartment is within reach of the very cell tower where Sydney's phone was last seen connected to the tower. It also became known that this apartment Bailey shared with her partner, 52-year-old Aubrey Trail. So who are Bailey and Aubrey? Bailey Boswell grew up in Lyons, Iowa. She grew up in a wholesome, normal family, was a friendly kid, and did well in school. Bailey had success in basketball and was an excellent runner. However, after losing her father, her life changed direction, and after graduating from high school, Bailey went down the wrong path. Bad company, alcohol, and illicit drugs came into her life. On one of the dating websites, she met Aubrey after looking for a daddy status. Aubrey Trail had a depressing past. He had multiple fraud charges, fraudulent check fraud, and theft. Aubrey created his own cult where he called himself the Vampire Daddy. He paid women $200 a week to follow his rules. The rules were strange enough, but there were women who believed Aubrey. At the time of Sydney's disappearance, Aubrey and Bailey were ordered by the court to pay over $400,000 for fraud. They also had numerous misdemeanors on the two of them, but the couple managed to go on the run. On November 19, 2017, after obtaining a warrant, police searched Bailey and Aubrey's home. An inspection of the apartment revealed that some of the walls had been scrubbed with bleach, which was confirmed by a neighbor who had noticed the acrid smell of chlorinated substances 2 days earlier. Police actively began searching for the suspects. While on the run, they posted videos on Facebook saying they had no involvement in Sydney's disappearance and hoped for her safe return. Bailey claimed she went on 2 dates with Sydney, but dropped her off at a friend's house and never heard from her again. She said, "I just want Sydney's family to know that I'm really sorry, but I have nothing to do with it. I hope Sydney is found very soon. She's a lovely, amazing girl." It took police a few days to track down the couple, but they eventually found them at a hotel in Branson, Missouri. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were taken into custody. A few weeks after Sydney was reported missing, after carefully analyzing phone records and Bailey's location records, police discovered Sydney's remains. She had been dismembered. Her body had been cut into 14 pieces, and police found 13 of her body parts in black plastic garbage bags in ditches in Clay County. Some of her organs, including her heart, were missing. This is just horrific. A total of 16 crime scenes were found with Sydney's remains or personal belongings. Her car keys, driver's license, phone case were found along the highway. All the routes matched the movements of the two perpetrators. Forensics conducted autopsies on 13 body parts that were found. There were abrasions on Sydney's wrists, a bump on her head, torn earlobes, abrasions and contusions on her back. There were wounds on her body indicating that Sydney had fought for her life. The heartbreaking discovery shocked not only Sydney Loof's family and friends, but all of Nebraska. On December 11, 2017, the Loof family held a private funeral for Sydney at the Lutheran church the girl attended during her lifetime. Bailey and Aubrey were charged with first-degree murder, improper disposal of human remains, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Bailey pleaded not guilty to all 3 charges. Aubrey also pleaded not guilty to felony murder and conspiracy, but pleaded guilty to improper disposal of human remains. Each successive deposition of Aubrey differed from the previous one. The man was constantly confused, changing the course of action and adding different actors. When Aubrey first talked to the police after his arrest, he told them about the cult he and Bailey were involved in, and told them that he was a vampire who could fly. Aubrey portrayed himself as the leader of this cult and a vampire, and assured them that he had witches in the cult who had to kill another woman to get powers. So at one of his first court hearings, he admitted that he killed Sydney Loof, but did it completely by accident. He said that he paid her $5,000 to fulfill his intimate fantasy with 2 other women. Sydney agreed, but died accidentally during the intimate act when he accidentally strangled her with a cord. He also admitted that he disposed of the body by cutting her into pieces, as it was a ritual in accordance with his religious beliefs. He had to drain all the blood to release her soul to the gods in a sacred place and lay out her body parts to help her reincarnate faster. But this version turned out to be false. Surveillance footage provided dated November 14th shows Bailey and Aubrey checking into a hotel in Lincoln, not far from where Sydney lives. And then, on November 15th, they visit a home improvement store which shows them buying a gruesome array of tools, a hacksaw, chlorine bleach, a folding saw, a stationary knife, and the bags used for Sydney's remains. On November 15th, at 12:01 in the afternoon, a surveillance camera captured Sydney crossing paths with Aubrey at the Menard store during business hours. But the girl had no idea at the time who he was or how cruelly fate would play her. On June 11, 2018, the first court hearing was held for the murder and improper burial of Sydney Loof's remains. Separate trials were ordered, but the charge was essentially the same for both. The trials were held in Lexington because attorneys argued that Bailey and Aubrey would not get a fair trial in Wilbur because of the publicity surrounding the case. The prosecution argued that Sydney was murdered, she was strangled, and the crime was a premeditated attack that was carefully planned. Aubrey and Bailey were declared ringleaders of a group that was interested in recruiting young women for intimate games. Bailey therefore used Tinder to find the women. At trial, the jury heard testimony from 3 other women who said they had been in relationships with Aubrey and Bailey at different times, and their acquaintance also began on Tinder. All of them had been involved with Bailey and had participated in intimate acts with Bailey and Aubrey. One woman said she even traveled with them after they met. She said Aubrey gave her a weekly allowance of $200 and invited her to join his cult. He called the cult members witches and said she had to torture and kill someone to join them. She testified that Bailey was called a witch queen. Another woman testified that Bailey talked in great detail about breaking her fingers and her desire to dismember the body. She'd like to talk about torture. All 3 women who testified made it clear that both Bailey and Aubrey were involved in all the talk about torture and the crime. It is quite strange that in our modern world, there are still people who believe in the horrors of exorcism and try to assure the rest of us that they do. Talking about the investigation and the evidence obtained, the prosecution reconstructed the picture of what happened on the tragic evening of November 15, 2017. Sydney was getting ready for a date with a woman she had known for a couple days. They texted on Tinder and Bailey picked Sydney up from her apartment. They went for a ride in Bailey's car. After a while, the car stopped at Bailey's house, where Sydney was lured into the apartment. There, Bailey and Aubrey pounced on her as soon as she went inside and strangled her with an extension cord on the living room floor. The apartment was then thoroughly cleaned out by Bailey and Aubrey, a part the prosecution alleged was also pre-planned. They then cut Sydney into pieces and dumped her remains in Clay County the next day, November 16th. The court heard from their landlord, Jennifer Call, who testified that on November 16th, as soon as she drove into the garage, she smelled chlorine and the odor intensified when she entered the house. According to the medical examiner's testimony, Sydney's death was ruled a homicide, and the cause of death was asphyxiation. Toxicology reports indicated that Sydney had antidepressants in her system. The court learned that in addition to the missing organs, the part of Sydney's body that was not found was her upper left arm, the part just above the elbow and below the shoulder. Prosecutors had demanded the death penalty for both criminals, and the case would be retried if the sentence was unjust. But Aubrey, once again, denied involvement in the occult and pleaded guilty only to improperly burying the remains. At one point during Aubrey's trial, he shouted that Bailey had nothing to do with Sydney's death. "Bailey is innocent, damn you all." He then slashed his throat 3 times with a razor blade. He survived and was remanded into custody until he made a full recovery. After that, he did not attend court for several weeks. The next time he entered the courtroom was during the defense phase and only when he was scheduled to testify. When he was brought into court, he smirked and told the judge, "I'll be good." It is unusual for a defendant to testify at his own trial. Usually, defense attorneys advise the defendant not to testify because it may cause more problems for him on cross-examination. Some reveal too much, some can't answer questions straightforwardly, and some are hostile to attorneys asking questions, which creates a bad impression for jurors. But this was not unusual in Aubrey's case, as he had many interactions with police after his arrest. He had given the police his version of events, and at trial he wanted to change his story. Therefore, the court needed to hear his new version of events. He decided to skip the rest of the trial and only returned for the last hearing with his horrible scars clearly visible when he testified in his defense. Aubrey Trail took the stand and shocked his attorneys by admitting that he had previously lied to authorities and his own legal team about the death of Sydney Loof. In a new version of the testimony he gave, he admitted that they met with Sydney in March 2017, and he paid her to participate in his illegal activities because she needed the money. He said they did not keep in touch, but in November 2017, Bailey wanted to rekindle the relationship, and she contacted Sydney again. Sydney needed money, and Aubrey said that's why he was in Menards that day, November 15th. He offered her $5,000 to be part of his antique gang. The three of them ended up engaging in an intimate act later that night, and Sydney accidentally choked to death because of the extension cord they used in their games. "I don't know if Sydney had a seizure or something, but that's when she stopped breathing," said Aubrey. He told the court that there was no ritual involved in cutting up Sydney's body, and all the talk of witches, vampires, and blood-sucking was simply not true. He confessed that he only dismembered her because he couldn't put her body in the car. He said he panicked and dumped her body in the Clay County field as soon as dawn broke on the morning of November 16th. When asked why he didn't seek help if her death was accidental, he said no one would believe him. Aubrey admitted to disposing of Sydney's body, but claimed her death was accidental when they used an extension cord during their games. At Bailey's trial, she admitted to nothing. In fact, her attorneys argued that she was also victimized by Aubrey. Her attorney told the court that when she met Aubrey, she was a vulnerable young woman. At the time, she was living alone, working as a waitress in Princeton, Missouri. The defense argued that Bailey had nothing to do with either Sydney's death or the disposition of her remains, but that, again, proved to be false. The cell phone that Bailey used to access her Tinder account was used near where Sydney's body parts were found, and it was through a detailed analysis of her phone and location records that the police were able to find all of Sydney's remains. The court also learned that it was Bailey who contacted Sydney and arranged to meet her. She was the one who drove to Sydney's duplex to pick her up on the evening of November 15th. The prosecution told the court that Bailey derived satisfaction from discussing acts of cruelty, and she enjoyed talking about torture with Aubrey. Evidence was presented at trial proving a planned crime. On the day Sydney was killed, Aubrey and Bailey were together at a store where they bought tools, including a hacksaw, scissors, and a box cutter from Home Depot. Around noon that day, Bailey sent Sydney a text message asking how her day was going. Phone records and surveillance footage show that Bailey was in the Menards parking lot with Aubrey when she sent that text message on Tinder. And although Sydney worked at Menards, it appears she was unaware that Bailey was there. A few hours later, Bailey sent Sydney another message on Tinder, alerting her that she was at her apartment and ready to pick her up soon. Phone records indicate that instead of going on a date, as Sydney believed, they went to the apartment where Bailey and Aubrey lived. Bailey's attorney, Todd Lancaster, argued that as to Bailey, the evidence showed that Bailey was guilty of purchasing bleach and garbage bags to use to dispose of Sydney's body, and as such, she could be charged with aiding and abetting the improper disposal of human remains. On November 8, 2021, Bailey Boswell was sentenced to life in prison. The Loof family had been seeking justice for 3 years, mourning and longing for their Sydney, and they awaited a judgment that gave them comfort. On July 11, 2019, it took a jury less than 3 hours to find Aubrey Trail guilty of premeditated conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and improper burial of human remains. The three-judge panel called his crime cold and calculated. In a second phase of the trial to determine whether he should be executed, county prosecutors kept their promise and secured the death penalty for Aubrey Trail. Thus, on June 9, 2021, Aubrey Trail was executed by lethal injection. On December 1, 2022, the Mendoza Criminal Court awaited with bated breath. The courtroom atmosphere was charged, filled with spectators anticipating the verdict. On the dock sat a 32-year-old woman in a black dress adorned with white beads. Her face revealed no emotion, and her eyes radiated calm and restraint. She braced herself for the judgment that would shape her future and etch a mark in history. Those present had known this woman for years, yet they were now confronted with a mystery that eluded their understanding. Outside the courtroom, the sound of the judge's footsteps approached, resonating like a heartbeat, echoing in the stillness and felt throughout the room. Everyone recognized that the stakes were high today, not just the woman's fate, but also the long-buried truth. Behind her lay a complex story, as enigmatic as she was. The reality of this crime was concealed within the nuances, making the trial a significant challenge for all involved. Montevideo is a small town nestled among the mountains and valleys of Mendoza province in Argentina, where nature reveals its most vibrant colors. In autumn, golden leaves carpet the streets, and mountain peaks glow with hues of orange and red. The residents of Montevideo know each other intimately, capable of recounting their neighbors' stories. Here, people share their joys and sorrows, support one another through hardships, and come together to celebrate significant moments. In this secluded place, among the mountains and valleys, Rolando Angelo Aquino and Karen OVO began a romance that would later shake Manado and all of Argentina. When the streets of the city, surrounded by colors of autumn gold, as if frozen in anticipation of something long awaited, the fates of the two young people of this story intertwined. Rolando Angel Aquino, a man with a magnetism capable of attracting the attention of others, could not help but notice the exciting gaze of Karen OVO. She was a woman with fire in her eyes, a passion for life, and an energy that instantly won his heart. The young people were very similar in their interests and dreams, and the determination and entrepreneurial thirst of both inspired them. This meeting was an accident that gave them a chance for true happiness. Finally, they found in this relationship what they had been looking for in others for so long. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. So in 2016, the lovers started living together and opened their own business, a warehouse, which was located in the house where they lived. Karen has always had a special eye for detail, and she lovingly created a sign on one of the windows for customer service. Next to it were lists of items for sale. It was their little corner that they were rightfully proud of. The people of Montevideo watched this happy and determined couple with interest and respect. Everyone wondered who these young people were and how they managed to accomplish so much. Many people knew Karen from childhood, but Rolando remained a mystery. No one knew anything about his past except that he came from Bolivia. Rolando not only ran the business with Karen, but also worked at the fair in Guaymalan, where wholesale fruit sales were held. Looking at this couple, it seemed like they had found their little paradise on earth. But sometimes, even the strongest and most sincere relationships can face a test. One day, Rolando was taken aback when he caught Karen in the car with another man. His reaction was a flash of anger. In that moment, he nearly destroyed everything inside the interior of the car. The picture of happiness crumbled in a matter of minutes. But then, Rolando agreed to give them a chance, choosing to forgive and continue to move forward with his beloved. In the eyes of others, they remained a model of an ideal couple, able to overcome all difficulties together. Rolando Angel Aquino is an enigmatic figure who was born in 1987 in Bolivia. His exact date of arrival in Argentina remains unknown, like many other aspects of his life. As the eldest of 7 children in his family, Rolando learned from an early age the value of family bonds and hard work. His ideal was a happy family filled with joy and children's laughter. In his youth, he met Carolina Chavez, from whom he later have a son. Despite the difficulties, the couple remained on good terms. Later in his life appeared Soledad Gardio, who gave him another son, Elias. Relationships with Soledad also did not work out. However, Rolando was always a devoted father who took care of his children. He kept in touch and always maintained a warm relationship with the mothers of his children. From a young age, Rolando was a physically fit man who took care of his health by playing sports and playing soccer for the local team. Colleagues and loved ones described him as a kind and very hardworking man. Neighbors in his neighborhood got along well with him, but Rolando always showed a distinct shyness in socializing. Karen was born March 30th, 1990 and spent her childhood and youth in Minado, in the same house where she and Rolando later established their warehouse. She was well known among the locals as an outgoing and open-minded woman. Like Rolando, Karen dreamed of a happy and successful family with a caring and devotedly loving man. However, it took her some time to find the one man with whom she could build her happiness. Before meeting Rolando, Karen had already attempted to create a happy relationship that resulted in the birth of two wonderful girls. One of her former partners, Raul Ojeda, became the father of one of them, and Karen married him in 2013. However, as time went on, that marriage was on the verge of breaking up. According to Raul, financial difficulties were one of the reasons for the conflict. Worried about his life and in search of new opportunities, Raul decided to leave his family. On the pretext of buying some necessary item, he fled the city and traveled abroad, changing buses to make it difficult to track his whereabouts. In this way, he sought to evade all attempts to locate him. In the summer of 2019, 9-year-old Elias arrived at Rolando and Karen's house. They had many plans for the near future that they wanted to spend together. However, on the morning of July 12, 2019, when Rolando came to wish his son a good morning before leaving for work, he noticed that the boy was not feeling well. The father immediately decided to take his son to the children's hospital to see a pediatrician. There, after examination, it became clear that Elias's condition is critical, and he was immediately sent to the intensive care unit. Despite the best efforts of the medical staff, little Elias died shortly after he was brought to the hospital. The amazing thing was that he left home perfectly healthy without any unusual symptoms and arrived at his father's house also perfectly healthy. However, the medical report was devastating. It stated that Elias died of third-degree poisoning, which caused multi-organ failure and cerebral thrombosis. These conclusions left Elias's parents in complete bewilderment as their sons seemed to be completely healthy and active and suddenly died of an incomprehensible disease. Following their professional duty, the doctors insisted on conducting an additional forensic medical examination. However, Elias's mother and grandmother, dumbfounded by the loss, refused this procedure. Karen offered to cremate the boy's body, but Elias' mother also refused, preferring to bury her son in a private cemetery so that she could come and lay flowers on his grave. Elias's death was a blow that broke Rolando's heart. He was devastated by the unexpected loss of his youngest son. The caring and loving Karen never left Rolando for a moment. She took care of all the business, carefully supported her boyfriend, and helped him through his pain and grief. Over time, with the warmth and support of the woman he loved, the pain began to subside. 16 months after this terrible tragedy, Rolando decided to take a big step and propose to Karen. They got married, and the man was sure that this woman would always be by his side. However, their happiness turned out to be short-lived. On February 6, 2022, Karen returned home after a beauty salon and working out at the gym and noticed that Rolando began to experience serious health problems. The next day, February 7th, she found a medical ambulance outside their home. Rolando, 35, suddenly felt very ill. After vomiting profusely, he collapsed in the living room of their home, and the housekeeper called for emergency medical help. The doctors allowed Karen to pass to her husband. When Rolando was taken to the Santa Maria clinic, his condition was critical. Despite the efforts of the medical staff, the young man passed away on February 9th. The cause of his death was severe poisoning. Given that Rolando was a healthy man who was active in sports, the medical staff began to ask questions of his wife. Karen confirmed that Rolando was taking medication to remove dark spots on his skin. For specialists, this information was highly suspicious. Tests revealed a significant excess of calcium oxalate crystals in Rolando's system, which is a characteristic sign of poisoning by ethylene glycol, the main component of antifreeze for cars. The investigation into the strange and unexpected death of Rolando became a high priority for authorities. The prosecutor's office was actively investigating the neighborhood where the Aquino couple lived. Neighbors became important witnesses, reporting that Karen had repeatedly given her husband some unknown medication. They were aware that she used these medications to go to a party without her husband. However, neighbors also expressed doubts about what happened to Rolando's son, which led investigators to think and consider the theory that Karen may have only wanted to temporarily sedate her husband rather than take his life. However, the findings of the Technology Crimes Unit officers completely ruled out this hypothesis. Requests for various forensic examinations were sent, and Karen, the wife of the deceased, was thoroughly questioned. Many contradictions arose during the interrogation. The investigating officers called on Karen to name the substance she had slipped to her husband before his death. The woman claimed that it was just a skin blemish remedy and that she had administered it through and for. However, when she was asked to provide a vial of the solution, Karen said that the housekeeper had already thrown the drug away. A further interview was then conducted with the housekeeper, Claudia Cortez, who denied Karen's statement regarding the discarded vial. She also reported that she had overheard a conversation between the couple in which Rolando expressed dissatisfaction with the medication he was receiving. Karen was detained during the investigation, and her cell phone was seized. Rolando's family, friends, and teammates were shocked by the news of his death. For visitors to the Aquino couple's warehouse and other locals, it was also a shock. No one could understand what had happened or why the father of the family had bid farewell to the world so suddenly. Raul, Karen's ex-husband, was extremely surprised when rumors of a deliberate poisoning began to spread. He claimed that his ex-spouse was always affectionate and never violent towards him. After analyzing the suspect's phone, it was discovered that Karen had searched a search engine for information on the deadliest poisons and how to clear her search history. In addition, records of her 2 ethylene glycol orders from an online store were found. The Agency for Toxic Substances, as well as the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, found that it is a synthetic substance that absorbs water and is used in the production of antifreeze. This product is odorless, has a sweet taste, and is extremely dangerous to humans. With the preliminary results of the forensic examination and all the information discovered, the prosecutor's office charged Karen with willfully poisoning Rolando with a poisonous substance diluted with orange juice. Consumption of this beverage caused Rolando's health to seriously deteriorate and he died. A series of strange and tragic events in the Aquino family forced the authorities to take drastic action. By mid-February, with enough evidence against Karen, an aggravated murder charge was filed. In parallel, suspicion surfaced as to the cause of 9-year-old Elias's death, triggering a new investigation. The prosecutor's office decided to conduct a detailed investigation into the boy's medical history. The mother claimed that Elias was fully healthy and active, and that he had suddenly gone into a coma while at his father's house, from which he never came out. The boy's death certificate indicated that the cause was a malfunction of his internal systems and cerebral thrombosis. However, investigators persistently doubted that Elias, at age 9, could have prosecutor's office requested information about possible purchases of ethylene glycol and received a response confirming that Karen purchased the poison on July 2, 2019, shortly before the boy arrived at the Aquino home. Information from Elias's relatives also confirmed that Karen insisted on cremating his body, but the birth mother rejected the idea and preferred to bury her son. The evidence gathered was enough for prosecutor Claudia Rios to file new aggravated murder charges against Karen on March 4th related to the poisoning of Elias. On March 14th, a judge ordered pretrial detention for the woman who tried to appeal, but the judge rejected it, affirming that she should remain behind bars until the trial began. That trial began 10 months later and was an important step in unraveling this complex and dark story. The long-awaited trial began in the Mendoza Criminal Court, attracting public immediate attention. November 28, 2022 was the beginning of the nationwide trial of Karen OVO. 2 indictments were pending. The first, led by prosecutor Fernando Guzzo, concerned the murder of Elias, and the second, involving Claudia Rios, touched on the murder of Rolando. When the trial began, Rolando's eldest son, Javier Aquino, who was only 15 years old, appeared as a plaintiff, supported by counsel. Prosecutor Guzzo argued that Karen killed first Elias. Karen's defense representatives sought to refute the charges against her. They argued that Rolando was violent and abusive to their client, and that there was no credible evidence to support the allegations. The defense also stressed that Karen had no motive for the murder. Why would she kill Elias? Obviously, little Elias could not have posed a threat. Karen's attorney pointed out that the house, cars, and business belonged only to her. He also argued that her client had not made any purchases through her phone, and why would she have searched the internet for information about poisons when she had already used ethylene glycol to poison Elias, as the prosecutor claimed. The lawyer emphasized that while the actions that led to the deaths of the right to indict a person until they are fully proven guilty. The defense attempted to sow doubt among the jury by arguing that the charges against Karen were false. And Karen claimed that the antifreeze purchase could have been made by her partner by hacking into her account. She also claimed she had an alibi for when her husband was poisoned. On February 6th, Karen was not at home when he began having health problems. The defendant, known to the media as the Guaymalan poisoner, was given the opportunity to speak after the initial phase of the trial was over. Judge Diego Liberty allowed her to speak, and Karen passionately argued that she was being accused of a horrific crime she did not commit. It was extremely painful for her to realize this, especially since she was the mother of 2 young daughters. The court hearing continued, and it was the turn of witness testimony that revealed new aspects of the case. The prosecution decided to address several questions to Karen. Prosecutor Guzzo, focusing on key points, asked her if Karen had suggested that her son Rolando be cremated. To this question, Karen responded emphatically that the decision on this matter was not up to her, and she had never made any such suggestion. The prosecution called as witnesses relatives of the deceased to reveal further details of what had happened. Soledad, Elias's mother, told the court that after her son's death, Rolando relayed to her Karen's words in which she suggested that Elias's body be cremated so that both families could keep the boy's ashes. However, Soledad rejected the idea. She also shared her memories of meeting Rolando at the cemetery where she was told about Karen's jealousy. According to her, Karen even slept in a separate bed, that the relationship between Rolando and Karen was so tainted that the couple slept separately. Another witness was Carolina, the mother of Rolando's first child. She confirmed that according to her ex-husband, the couple slept separately, but Carolina herself had not had any interaction with Karen prior to the incident. However, on the morning of February 8th, Karen herself called her to inform her that Rolando was sick and in the hospital. Karen told Carolina that her husband had probably taken some medication and was feeling ill. She also asked Carolina to help her unlock her husband's cell phone, claiming that she had suspicions that he was seeing another woman. Carolina was shocked to learn of Rolando's condition, as they had seen each other just a few days ago and he seemed perfectly healthy. She revealed that when she arrived at the hospital, Karen was already there and had gone to see the doctors. Caroline wasn't allowed inside, so she was left waiting. Later, as she was leaving the hospital, Karen told her that no one else was there and everyone had left. This made Caroline very suspicious, and she demanded an explanation from the doctors, to which the doctor announced that the patient had lost consciousness and was not responding to treatment. Caroline then went to the hospital secretary and complained. After talking to Karen, Carolina learned that Rolando had taken medication for skin blemishes, after which he had had an allergic reaction. She claimed that the medication bottle no longer existed because the housekeeper had thrown it away. All these details added to the mystery of this complex case. The trial continued, and now doctors and experts stood before the jury to present forensic evidence and the results of a psychological examination. This evidence threw light on details that had gone unnoticed earlier. Dr. Ivana Marinelli, a pediatrician at the hospital, described how she cared for Elias in July 2019 when the boy was hospitalized. She described that Elias was brought to the medical facility and Elias was given a course of intensive care. The doctor also confirmed that the symptoms that Elias had were consistent with ethylene glycol poisoning. This included impaired consciousness, restlessness, and a subsequent coma accompanied by a blood clotting disorder. Despite the best efforts of medical personnel, the boy's condition worsened, and after 5 p.m. on July 12th, cardiac and respiratory arrest ensued. Doctors tried to resuscitate Elias for 50 minutes with the participation of father, but all efforts were futile. He was pronounced dead at 6 p.m. The jury also read the results of Karen's psychological examination conducted at the request of the prosecution. In their findings, the experts emphasized that Karen had lied and concealed the truth. She was presented as a person seeking to create an image of a decent person, but in reality, she was characterized as cold and cruel. In their conclusions, the experts also noted that a psychological examination was conducted immediately after Karen's husband's death, but did not reveal any emotional effects related to the loss of her spouse. This raised doubts about Karen's sincerity and characterized her as a cold-blooded and self-focused woman. The examiners found evidence of latent hostility and impulsive behavioral reactions in Karen. Finally, Prosecutor Guzzo expressed doubt that Karen was a victim of gender-based violence as she portrayed herself in her testimony. All of this information described the true psychological profile of the defendant. The long weeks of tense waiting and continuous court hearings came to a close. The trial brought many people together in the courtroom, their eyes fixed tensely on the jury and the judge, awaiting the decision that would bring justice to this complex and tragic story. The prosecutor, in moving for a judgment of conviction against Karen, assured the jury that all the evidence gathered strongly suggested that she was the one who planned and committed both murders. She purchased ethylene glycol in cold blood, disposed of the packaging, and disguised it as regular juice. Karen watched her loved ones die without providing help in their moment of suffering. Prosecutor Claudia Rios, who was prosecuting Karen's case for Rolando's murder, provided the court with an ethylene glycol purchase sheet paid from Karen's bank account. The prosecution and the plaintiff insisted that the jury reach a unanimous verdict because that would be the only way to achieve justice in the case. They insisted that Karen OVO be found guilty of murder with evidence of extreme cruelty. The defense, on the other hand, insisted that there was insufficient evidence to fully prove her client's guilt. The defense attorney contended that a person can embody both good and bad traits, but that these traits do not always correlate with criminal behavior. For their client, the death of Rolando and his son was an unimaginable tragedy and a sorrowful event. Nevertheless, despite the defense's arguments, Karen OVO has joined the ranks of Argentine criminals known for poisoning their victims. After a lengthy silence and tense anticipation of the verdict, the jury reached their conclusion. Karen OVO was found guilty of murdering Elias with particular cruelty, as well as being responsible for Rolando's aggravated death through insidious means. Dressed in her black outfit adorned with white beads, Karen listened to the verdict with a seemingly emotionless demeanor. The jury delivered a guilty verdict, resulting in a life sentence in prison. Karen OVO, the accused, attempted to evade punishment for the treacherous murders that sent shockwaves through society and left many questions unanswered. Her plans to cremate the victims' bodies might have been her final effort to escape the consequences she faced. However, despite her maneuvers, the court and jury remained resolute, delivering a just verdict. Yet the question remains, why did Karen OVO kill her loved ones? This enigma lingers. She appeared to have everything necessary for happiness. Perhaps the motive lies buried deep within her soul, rooted in jealousy, self-interest, or pride. Karen denied her guilt, which leaves the motivations behind this horrific crime shrouded in uncertainty. Now, Karen OVO must confront many long years in prison, reflecting on what dark forces may have so profoundly damaged her and those around her. July 28, 1996, was an ordinary summer day in South England. Captain John Kopic and his son prepared for a day of fishing aboard their Brixham trawler, Melcarry. After a series of unsuccessful hauls, they decided to venture further into an area known as the Roughs. After weighing Delmead and tossing it overboard, they waited patiently. Both felt the familiar tug of a substantial catch. Assuming they had hooked a large fish, Kohberger began to bring the net back up. However, what emerged was not a fish. The men stared in shock as a dead body rolled onto their deck. Kohberger quickly notified the Brixham Coast Guard. The corpse was in a state of advanced decomposition. It had been in the water for a while, having been nibbled on by fish, yet it was impeccably dressed in a long-sleeve shirt, corduroy pants, and brown shoes. The police observed that his pockets had been turned inside out, with no identification found. The only distinguishing features on the John Doe were a badly smudged tattoo on his right hand and a Rolex watch on his wrist. The body was transported to the medical examiner's office in Devon. The man was estimated to be between 40–50 years old. The tattoo looked like a cluster of stars. The only serious injury had been to his head. It was not fatal, and Matt, along with other bruising, seemed consistent with being dragged along the seabed before being pulled up into the boat. His lungs were filled with water. It was ruled a drowning, a common occurrence in the area given the English Channel was just off the coastline. Police believed he may have fallen overboard during one of the ferry crossings. The only other possible way forward was to identify him through dental records. If he was a British citizen, they'd be on record, and so the examiner did just that, but it would take a while. It was by chance a mortuary technician noticed the mains watch. It was a Rolex Oyster self-winding watch that was fully waterproof and required motion to remain active for 48 hours at a time. It was also possible to trace the ownership if it was an original. Examining the watch, investigators were able to determine that the man had drowned on July 20, 1996, as the calendar feature showed the date July 22nd. They were also able to find a hidden serial number between the wristband and watch face. This number was sent off to Rolex to determine if it was an original and had been serviced by the owner. In the meantime, the John Doe was dubbed the Rolex Man, and the mystery deepened. Several weeks later, through records kept by Rolex, investigators received a name, Ronald Joseph Platt. The medical examiner also received the dental records to corroborate this evidence. Ronald Joseph Platt was a 51-year-old TV repairman. Records state that he was born in Calgary, Canada in 1945 before his family moved to Britain. He was unmarried and had once served as a soldier in the British Army as part of his national service. Close friends described him as a quiet and introverted man who had a passion for his native country, Canada. He was also interested in electronics and precision engineering, something which led to him buying a Rolex in Germany in 1967. It was one of his most prized possessions, and his ex-partners said Platt would not even take his watch off to shower. Using this information, investigators needed to find out exactly who Platt was and how he ended up tangled in a fishing trawler. Detective Constable Ian Clenahan of the Devon and Cornwall Police was assigned to the case from the initial discovery. Police were able to discover that Platt's last known address was in Essex, 100 miles from where his body was found. Clenahan made contact with the Essex Police Department. Detective Sergeant Peter Redmond offered to visit the address to help with the case. When Redmond visited the property, it was vacant. Redmond contacted the landlord to explain that the owner had moved some time ago, but provided the detective with a reference letter. The letter contained the forwarding address and contact number of one David Davis. Cullen the number provided, Redmond was able to reach out to Davis. The detective inquired about Cladd and Davis's relationship before explaining that the body they discovered in Devon was possibly that of his friend. Davis agreed to pay the Essex police a visit. Redmond met with Davis and found him to be an amiable person who seemed quite confident. However, he was quiet and did not ask many questions about Platt's death or discovery. When prompted, Davis explained that he and Platt had been friends for several years. Davis told Redmond that he hadn't seen Platt in over 3 months. The last time they'd met, he'd loaned him money to start an electrical business in France. As far as Davis knew, Platt had been living in France all this time. During the interview, Redmond learned that the tattoo on Platt's hand was in fact a maple leaf, the national symbol of Canada. Davis explained Platt's love for the country. Having given all the information he could, Davis left the station promising to send Detective Redmond a photo of Platt. Days later, Redmond received the photo as promised. Police in Essex were able to wrap up the investigation on their end, landing on the theory that Platt fell overboard and drowned along the channel. This fit the story told by Davis. It was just an unfortunate accident. As the Essex case wrapped up, Clenaghan needed to tie up the loose end on his side. He tried contacting Davis several times, but was unsuccessful. He turned to his colleague Redmond in Essex to help make contact with Davis. Agreeing to this, Redmond paid Davis a visit at his home in Woodham Walter. It was a rural part of Essex with only 4 houses. These houses were not numbered traditionally, but rather each had a name. He knocked on the first door and an elderly couple answered. When they asked Redmond who he was looking for, he gave them the name David Davis. The couple then informed him their neighbor was not Davis, but Ron Platt. They went on to describe Platt to Redmond, and he realized that they were talking about the same man he had met with previously. Redmond knew something was wrong here. He contacted Clenaghan back in Devon and explained how by sheer chance he'd just unmasked another chapter to the story. Detectives from both counties now knew there was more to the story than met the eye. Redmond started focusing on gathering information about the man who was posing as his dead friend. He revisited the elderly couple he came to know as Frank and Aubrey. They told him the tale of Ron Platt and his rather young wife and 2 little children. They also mentioned that Platt and his family had often vacationed in Devon as they had a yacht down there. The name, though, escaped them. In Devon, Clenaghan too started re-examining the evidence and began by questioning old witnesses. His first stop was John Kohberger. When questioned, Kohberger told him that the neck dragged up a 10-pound anchor along with Platt's body. Kohberger gave the anchor to a friend who then gave it to his mother to sell. Fortunately, the anchor remained unsold and investigators were able to retrieve and bag the anchor as evidence. For Clenaghan, the next stop was interviewing those who knew Platt. He contacted Platt's brother, Brian, who told them about Elaine Boyes. Boyes was Platt's ex-partner. They'd been together for 13 years. Investigators paid Boyes a visit and discovered the connection between Platt and Davis. Boyes met Davis in 1991 while working as a fine arts auctioneer in Harrogate, England. She remembered Davis being tall, engaging, and charming. They spoke about Davis moving to Yorkshire and the topic veered toward employment. Davis wanted Boyes to work for his company. She explained that it wouldn't be for long as she and Todd were planning on relocating to Canada. Charming his way in, Davis told Boyes that he could help her and Platt save up to make the move to Canada. It was not long before Boyes began working as executive assistant for Davis. She then introduced Platt to Davis, and the 2 men developed a fast friendship. The couple were mesmerized by Davis's grandiose stories and admired his lavish lifestyle. Davis made them an offer to be directors of his company, the Cavendish Corporation. Initially, Boyes was hesitant about the offer. Davis explained his reasons for not wanting to have his name linked to the business. He alleged that his ex-wife was a wealthy doctor living in New York who still demanded he pay alimony. By now, the couple developed a trusting relationship with Davis and believed their friend was truly trying to keep his wife at bay. Davis had both Boyes and PLA traveling to Europe to broker deals for him and slowly pulled them into the web he was weaving. They deposited money for him into various foreign bank accounts, never questioning David or his motives. He was trustworthy, a man of religion and in their eyes, infallible. On Christmas Day, May 1992, Davis invited the couple to spend the day with them and his daughter, Noelle. After enjoying the hearty meal, they sat down to exchange gifts. Boyes' car was the ultimate gift. Davis had made a promise to buy the couple 2 tickets to Canada if they were willing to use them before February 1993. For Boyes, it seemed a bit overwhelming with a short notice, but Platt was on cloud 9. His lifelong dream of returning to Canada was being realized thanks to this generous man he had come to call a true friend. Davis convinced them that it was better they get a start on their new life sooner than later. Davis wasted no time in preparing for their imminent departure. He suggested to both Boyes and Platt to have rubber stamps of their signatures made in case he needed to sign any documents urgently. He'd also keep their driver's licenses with him in case proof of identity was required. This didn't seem a tall order for the couple because they trusted Deva, saying he'd just given them the start they needed. And so, in February of 1993, Boyas and Platts jetted off to Canada to begin their new lives. Canada did not offer the greener grass that the couple had expected. They'd landed in the country in the middle of winter. Work was scarce and financial troubles soon turned into relationship problems. Boyas and Klaya tried to make it work, but the growing tension created a rift and they soon drifted apart. 5 months later, Boyas returned to England to attend her sister's wedding as a bridesmaid. She had no intention of returning to Canada. Having become family friends, Davis was also invited to the wedding. There he spoke to Boyas and inquired after Platt. He was upset after hearing that Boyas was not returning to Canada and that she and Platt had ended their relationship. Davis tried convincing Boyas to give Platt and Canada a second chance. When she refused, Davis suddenly changed tactics. He soon packed up his life and family and left Boyas with a mobile number. Their friendship dissolved and soon the calls disappeared as well. Platt and Boyas too were no longer in contact. Since leaving Canada, she'd not had any contact with her ex-lover Platt or her once dear friend Davis. So when Davis contacted Boyas late in 1996, she didn't think much of the impromptu conversation as they barely had anything to say to each other after all that time. He mentioned nothing about Platt, and that was that. He failed to inform her that Platt was dead. After the interview was over, Boyas told police she now had her suspicions that Davis was somehow involved in Platt's death. Boyas provided the vital link between Davis and Platt, but investigators needed more definitive clues. They began talking to witnesses. After the wedding in Harrogate, Davis made a quick escape with his family to Devon. There he began introducing himself as Ron Platt. His daughter was pregnant, and so he introduced people to her as his wife, sometimes calling her Elaine Boyas, other times Noelle Platt. It was also common knowledge that Davis owned a yacht. Adding further suspicion was that witnesses said they had seen Platt and Davis together a month before Platt's body was discovered. They'd allegedly booked into the steam packaging as brothers David and Ronald Platt. By now, police knew Davis was lying about Platt in his knowledge about his death. They needed a final bit of evidence, though. Looking into mobile records, Davis's numbers showed that calls have been made from the same area that the medical examiner estimated the drowning of Platt occurred. Essex police planned a sting operation to arrest Davis on suspicion of Platt's murder. They waited for him to arrive at the Chelmsford train station after being tipped off by boys who agreed to meet Davis for coffee. He, however, evaded them. Redmond, though, was tenacious and decided to drive by the family home. There he noticed activity, but he did not pounce immediately, calling for backup instead. There was the assumption that Davis might be armed. As they prepared to make their move, a taxi pulled up to the driveway and Davis made a quick getaway as the taxi sped off. Police gave chase and Davis was eventually heavy-handed. With a gun trained on him, Davis surrendered without incident. Little did police know, this was only the tip of the iceberg. Davis was arrested and his fingerprints taken. Running them through an international database revealed another twist to an already thickening plot. The prints came back belonging to a man named Albert Johnson Walker. He was ranked number 4 on Interpol's wanted list and was Canada's most wanted fugitive. Walker's story begins in Canada 6 years before Platt's body was discovered in the Atlantic Ocean. Born in Hamilton, Ontario on August 9, 1945, Walker always dreamed bead. He was a high school dropout with a larger-than-life presence. He worked as a bank teller and spent much of his free time socializing in Ontario. It was during a social event he met his ex-wife Barbara MacDonald. After a whirlwind romance spanning all of 4 days, he proposed to her and they married in 1968. They started a family early, having 3 girls and 4 boys. They raised the family in Paris, Ontario. After years of helping other people with financial solutions, Walker started a freelance bookkeeping business with Barbara. Business thrived, and within 10 years he was operating 6 branches, employing over 30 people. Friends eagerly invested with him. All the while, he was siphoning their money into offshore accounts in both the Cayman Islands and Switzerland. Soon, the cracks started to appear. His marriage broke down following his numerous affairs. The people he was stealing from started asking questions. And in 1990, Walker decided it was time to leave before it all blew up. Telling friends he was taking their then 15-year-old daughter Sheena for a skiing trip to Europe, he made his escape. Barbara realized what was going on and, fearing for her daughter's safety, declared her a missing person. Police were on his trail, but it abruptly ended in London. He adopted a new identity stolen from a client. He was now going by David Wallace Davis, and Sheena became Noel. Although he evaded authorities, the name David Davis still linked him back to his true identity. He needed to find a new identity, and the opportunity presented himself when he met Ronald Platt. Platt kept a very small circle of friends and was obsessed with living in Canada. Walker used this knowledge to his advantage. The wheels were in motion, and Walker finally had the identity he needed. But plans fell through when Platt contacted Walker in 1995. Life in Canada was not the dream he foresaw. He informed Walker that he was moving back to Essex to settle near Davis. The solid foundation Walker was curating started to, again, crack at the edges. Having two Ronald Platts in the same area with the same birth details was not going to work well for Walker. So he hatched a plan. Walker had purchased a yacht and named her Lady Jane. He'd taken his family and Platt down to Tuckneys in Devon to celebrate the launch of the vessel. While there, the men purchased a new 10-pound anchor, which ironically became vital evidence in the investigation. After returning to Essex, Walker invited Plabe for another weekend down in Devon. Just two friends enjoying the coast and some fishing. Walker sailed the Lady Chang out into open water, a safe distance from any onlookers on shore. He then hipped Thad over the head with the anchor, knocking him unconscious. Walker rummaged through his pockets to remove any identification before securing the anchor to his belt and tossing them over to a watery grave. It was the perfect murder, except Walker made one crucial mistake. He forgot to remove the Rolex that unraveled a finally executed plot to escape justice. Walker's trial began in 1998. Evidence presented to the court included the anchor that was discovered in the napped with Platt's body. Forensic experts were able to determine that the entry on Platt's head was consistent with the shape of the anchor. There were also traces of zinc found on the belt of the pants that were consistent with the sink on the anchor. Walker fucked down by securing it to his belt. A search of Lady Jane yielded more physical evidence. Hairs much of Platt were found on a cushion beyond. Platt's fingerprint was found on the carrier bag that used to carry the anchor back to Lady Jane. Blood was found near the rails. At his home, Walker's habit of courting did amend as documents where coffers gave Iving used to prove his Pogie's business enterprises and trail of deception. It was, however, the testimonies of both Boyers and Sheena that were to be the final nails in his coffin. Boyers' testimony provided the court with evidence that Walker had much to lose if Ron Platt returned to England. Sheena, however, delivered the final blow. She was unable to provide a solid alibi for Walker on the weekend of the murder. She also confirmed he had been out on the yacht and looked disheveled and agitated when he returned late on the day of the murder. Sheena's testimony opened an entirely new chapter of the saga. She told the court of her life living in fear with her father, his ability to charm, and how she felt as much of a victim as anyone else who crossed his path. When Walker took the stand, he presented a very charming persona to the court. He said that Sheena begged him to take her along. He admitted to committing fraud and other crimes but denied killing Platt. He claimed the blood found on the yacht was from Platt bumping his head while they were out fishing. However, the jury saw through his lies, taking just 2 hours to find him guilty. High Court Justice Neil Butterfield addressed Walker, stating that the killing was meticulously planned and executed with chilling efficiency. He described Walker as a plausible, intelligent, and ruthless man who posed a serious threat to anyone in his path. Walker was sentenced to 15 years to life. In 2005, he was permitted to return to Canada to serve his sentence. In 2007, at the age of 61, he received an additional 4 years to run concurrently with his existing sentence. In 2015, he applied for parole but withdrew it at the last minute. Now, at 75, the Parole Board of Canada has revoked his applications for both day and full parole. He was also denied requests for unaccompanied trips to Vancouver Island and participation in a personal development program. it's likely he will never experience freedom again. While Walker executed an almost perfect crime, karma has a way of catching up. Had it not been for Raul Platt's genuine Rolex and a series of chance events, he might have escaped justice. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. The case of Lisa Cecilia Hardham, the fiancée of a tyrant who transformed their luxury apartment into a prison, highlights the dangers of controlling behavior in relationships. This behavior, unfortunately, is not uncommon and can be extremely perilous. It occurs when one person seeks to dominate and manipulate their partner to fulfill their own needs through intimidation, displays of power, and humiliation. Victims often remain unaware of their destructive situation due to the fear and guilt instilled in them. Lisa Cecilia Hardham's story exemplifies the dire consequences of being involved with a control freak. She initially believed she had found the love of her life, yet she failed to notice how her fiancé morphed into a monster, turning their once luxurious apartment into a prison complete with 24-hour video surveillance. The case sparked an international scandal and garnered extensive media coverage. The unfortunate Lisa was portrayed as mentally unstable, with her tragic death framed as either an accident or a voluntary act. However, the perpetrator, despite his wealth and connections, ultimately could not evade responsibility. Now, let's explore how her beloved turned into a monster who concealed his inhumane behavior behind a facade of care. Lisa Cecilia Hardham was born on June 12, 1981, in the suburbs of Toronto, Canada, as the second child in her family. She grew up alongside her older brother Jason, with whom she shared a close bond. Raised by their single mother, Joanna, Lisa and Jason had no memories of their father, who left when they were very young and remained absent from their lives. Lisa was an active and determined girl, participating in sports from an early age. Alongside her brother, she engaged in martial arts and enjoyed playing soccer and volleyball, but her main passion has always been ballet. She daily visited the dance studio where she practiced at the bar for several hours. The girl from childhood was tall and slender, but professional ballet classes required the strictest diet, which had a detrimental effect on the growing body. In adolescence, Lisa developed anorexia on the background of eating disorders. For a long time, she kept silent about her problem, believing that she could cope with everything herself. But when her weight approached critically low values, her mother sounded the alarm and put her daughter in the clinic where Lisa needed to spend several months to restore health and weight gain. After graduating from school, the girl continued dancing classes and also decided to connect her life with the beauty industry. In parallel with her university studies, she got a job as a perfumer in one of the stores of a large cosmetics chain. And in her spare time, she studied the subtleties of makeup and hairdressing, moving to Australia. In 2005, having celebrated her 24th birthday, Lisa decided to make drastic changes in her life. She wanted to go to the other side of the world, several reasons for that. Firstly, she wanted to live in a warmer and milder climate. And secondly, Lisa wanted to see the world. She took a one-year work visa and traveled to another continent. However, with her then flew Joanna, who accompanied her daughter for the first few months to make sure that she was all right, and she settled well in the new place. The mother then returned back to Toronto with peace of mind, making sure her daughter could take care of herself. Lisa settled in Sydney, where she rented a cozy apartment and soon got a job at a local small cosmetology company. After her visa expired, she decided to move to Australia permanently. First, she extended her stay for another year and then began to prepare the necessary documents to obtain citizenship of this country. Personal life. As for personal life in this respect, everything was not easy. The fact is that Lisa always preferred to meet with older men. Obviously, not the least role in this played a lack of a father in the family, so she always reached out to more mature men looking for support and protection in them. In 2006, Lisa successfully interviewed for a job at Sydney Cosmetics and was hired. She soon began in a romantic relationship with a coworker who was almost twice her age. A few months later, they decided to start living together, and Lisa moved into the apartment of her lover. And after a couple more months, The girl introduced her boyfriend to her mom and brother, and they approved her choice. The couple traveled a lot around the world, rested in the Seychelles Janeiro. The man even made Lisa a marriage proposal, which she gladly accepted. But about a year after the engagement, the lovers broke up. Lisa did not go into detail about the reasons for this decision, but hinted that too great a difference in age, however, played in this not the least role. In 2010, Lisa graduated from the Sydney College of Stylists and got a job as a hairdresser in a popular beauty salon, where she quickly won the respect of colleagues and the trust of customers. At the same time, a new boyfriend appeared in her life, but their romance did not last long because Lisa found out that he was married. Destroy someone else's family she was not going to, so she quickly broke off the relationship. But shortly before that, at one of the parties, this guy introduced her friend, a businessman named Simon Gitney. This acquaintance turned out to be fatal for Lisa. Who is Simon Gitney? Simon was born in Maryland in December 1973 in a very religious large family of immigrants from Lebanon. He had 5 other siblings, whom his parents raised in strictness and obedience. However, Simon from a young age had problems with controlling emotions and outbursts of anger, and he was also possessive, did not tolerate rejection, and often gave the will of his fists. All this eventually led to serious problems with the law. The first time Gitney was behind bars was at the age of 18 when he came to his ex-girlfriend in the store where she worked and began to openly molest her. The store owner interceded for the girl and threw the impudent man out the door, but Simon returned with friends who grabbed the store owner and held him, while Simon beat him severely. That time, the guy only served a few months and was released on bail for good behavior afterwards. But 3 years later, he was arrested again, this time on theft charges. However, Simon resisted violently, threw himself into a fight, and bit off one of the policeman's earlobe. He was threatened with a serious prison sentence for this prank, but the pastor of the Lebanese Christian church, of which his entire family was members, interceded. As a result, the young man spent only a year and a half in prison. In 2000, Simon again came to the attention of the police, and this time he was arrested for possession and distribution of illegal substances. But the sentence was again extremely lenient, and he served 2 years out of the 4 assigned to him. On release, Jitami, as it seemed to everyone, took the path of correction. He moved to Sydney, where with a few friends founded a fairly successful business for the production and sale of luxury women's shoes. This business brought a stable high income, so Simon quickly became rich, acquired luxury real estate in a prestigious neighborhood, a premium class car, and carefully tried to hide from everyone his rich criminal past, from his roommates to his lovers. At that party, Simon and Lisa exchanged phone numbers, and soon, he called her himself. Their relaxed communication somehow imperceptibly grew into a buddy relationship. And when in January 2010, Lisa complained that she was unhappy with her current living conditions and would like to rent an apartment in another neighborhood, Itani kindly offered her to live for free in one of the rooms of his luxurious apartment while she was looking for a suitable place to rent. Lisa accepted the offer, although her mother was somewhat alarmed by this turn of events. But Lisa convinced Joanna that it was a temporary measure and that she and Simon are just friends. By the way, she herself at that time thought that the man who so carefully monitors his appearance and adores piercings prefer to build relationships with guys. But this opinion turned out to be wrong. For the first couple of months, Gitani really kept his distance. The young people lived in separate rooms, and there was not even a hint of intimacy or romance between them. But gradually, they got closer, the so-called spark, and started a romance, which quickly gained momentum. At the time of the beginning of their relationship, Simon was 37 years old, and Lisa 28. Simon seemed to her a beautiful prince from a fairy tale. He was sociable, cheerful, spoiled his beloved with gifts, and arranged her pleasant surprises. The couple began to appear everywhere together. In particular, they went together to an elite sports club, which Simon attended regularly for many years. Lisa was sure that finally met her true love and will live a long, happy life with the chosen one. She raved about him to her mother, brother, and friends, and had no idea that this fairy tale would soon end. An affectionate tyrant, just 6 months after the beginning of the relationship, Simon's behavior began to change. But it happened in stages and in such a way that Lisa did not notice anything, thinking that the lover does everything for her own good. He gradually distanced Lisa from friends and family, erased all her personal boundaries, tried to change her views, tastes, and behavior, adjusting them to his needs. In June 2010, shortly after Lisa celebrated her 29th birthday, Simon began to persistently persuade her to quit her job, claiming that she was not valued there and she could find a better paid position. But Lisa loved working at the beauty salon, where she had many regular clients and was happy with her income, so she didn't understand why she should quit her job and refuse to do so. Simon was not satisfied with the refusal, and in August of the same year, he showed up at Lisa's salon having thrown a loud scandal, which actually forced her to write a letter of resignation. Lisa Hardham was shocked by his behavior, but Gaetani assured that it would be better, and in general, she can no longer work, because his income will allow them both to live comfortably, nothing to deny themselves. A month and a half later, the couple moved into a new luxury apartment located on the 15th floor of an elite residential complex. As it later turned out, the room was literally stuffed with hidden surveillance cameras, of which Lisa, of course, did not even guess. Simon gave his beloved an expensive smartphone and laptop, pre-installed on them spyware that allowed him to track all her messages, emails, as well as listen to calls and see all of Lisa's movements. In addition, Simon gained access to her social media accounts and began to discreetly clean lists of friends, delete posts and photos at his discretion, as well as read personal correspondence. Total control. Gaetani's control over Lisa increased day by day, but as an experienced manipulator, he made it look as if his girlfriend wanted to do as he told her. Gaetani had invaded literally every aspect of her life, leaving no hint of privacy. He forbade Lisa to use cosmetics, claiming that she does too bright makeup, which makes her look vulgar. He also bought her clothes and unsightly clothes in gray and black colors, and all her outfits simply threw away, arguing that they were too revealing and men would stare at her. From the apartment, Lisa went out only accompanied by her lover. They visited together only those places that he himself chose. Simon even forbade her to visit the gym. Instead, he bought several expensive exercise machines, saying that now she could train at home. Lisa's social media friend lists were dwindling by the day, and eventually, Gaetani convinced her to delete the accounts. Lisa also had no friends left in real life, and all her contacts and calls were closely monitored. Simon only allowed her to communicate with her mother and brother. Last trip home. In December 2010, Lisa decided to fly to Canada to celebrate Christmas with her family. Simon was going to fly with her, but at the last moment his plans were disrupted because of urgent business matters. He didn't plan to let his friend go alone, but she literally begged him, because she hadn't seen her mom and brother for over a year. In the end, he agreed but set strict conditions and rules which she had to strictly follow. Jason and Joanna were shocked at the changes that had happened to Lisa over the past year. She was nothing like the bright and cheerful beauty she had been before. She had literally become her own shadow. There was not a drop of makeup on her face. Her luxurious hair was pulled into a ponytail and hidden under a headdress. Her clothes were baggy, unattractive, and completely black. But it wasn't even the outward changes that were the most frightening. Lisa flinched every time the phone rang and instantly grabbed the receiver. It was one of Simon's conditions. She had to answer immediately at any time of day, no matter what she was doing at that moment. Lisa stayed at her mother's house all the time, refused to see her friends, and hardly ever went out. Joanna was alarmed and frightened by this behavior of her daughter, and she decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Then Lisa burst into tears and admitted that Simon always knows where she is, with whom she communicates, and what she talks about on the phone. Lisa also revealed that Simon doesn't allow her to work, see her friends, go to the gym, or have any hobbies. In fact, she had no friends left at all. Her mother was shocked. She began to persuade her daughter to stay in Canada because in Australia, she has nothing to keep her. But Lisa said that she loved Simon and did not want to break off the relationship with him. Lisa was sure that this is just a transitional period in their relationship because they have been together for less than a year, and soon he will calm down and loosen his grip. She also added that her lover cares about her and wishes her only good. Despite pleas from her family to stay and attempts to convince Lisa that the relationship was unhealthy, she decided to move back to Australia to stay with Gitney. Lisa reassured her mother, saying that there was nothing to worry about and that Simon loved her and would not hurt her. Prisoner. After Lisa returned, the situation only got worse. Simon forbade her to leave the apartment, and if they went out together, she had to look only at her feet so as not to meet the eyes of other men. Moreover, Simon began to call Lisa by her second name, Cecilia, because it seemed more decent to him. In the spring of 2011, Lisa began to complain of pain in her leg. It was an old injury received in his youth during ballet classes. But instead of taking her to the hospital, Jitani hired a female physical therapist who came to their home 3 times a week to give her massages. She soon became Lisa's only friend and confidant, to whom Lisa spoke candidly about the difficult situation she found herself in. On June 12th, for Lisa's 30th birthday, Simon decided to throw a party at the most expensive restaurant in Sydney. But among the guests were only Simon's relatives and people from his inner circle. Lisa, on her own birthday, boyfriend did not allow to invite anyone. At the end of the evening, Simon proposed to Lisa by putting a ring on her finger. Hardham responded with consent and then cried. But all present noticed that these were not tears of joy, but rather tears of despair and hopelessness. Back home, Lisa called her mother and informed her of her engagement, sobbing into the phone. But Joanna was not at all happy about it. She began to persuade her daughter to leave this man, and as soon as possible to return home to Canada. In response, Lisa only asked her mother never to start such conversations on the phone. At that moment, she already realized that the fiancé was listening to the calls, although she did not know for sure. Escape plan. For a while, Lisa tried to distract herself with thoughts of the upcoming wedding and began planning the festivities. When she decided to consult with Simon about something related to the event, he rudely cut her off and told her that he would choose the place, by her address, and make the guest list. Lisa was utterly crushed, for she had no say even here. During another visit to the physiotherapist, Lisa admitted that she couldn't go on like this, but she couldn't leave because her fiancé wouldn't let her go. Together, they developed a plan according to which Lisa, at each visit of the masseuse, gave her some of her belongings for safekeeping, but did everything so that Simon did not notice anything. On July 28th, Simon left his laptop at home in a hurry, which he usually carried with him everywhere. Lisa took advantage of this and looked into it, and her worst fears were realized. There she found a spyware program with the help of which the fiancé received all the data from her phone, as well as numerous recordings of her conversations with her mother. But the most horrifying discovery was the surveillance footage from the security cameras located in every room of their apartment. That same day, Lisa, using her physical therapist's phone, called her mother and asked her to come on the next flight to her apartment and take her home. However, Joanna could not leave work so quickly. She needed time to ask for an excuse to switch shifts with one of her colleagues. Afterwards, the woman could never forgive herself for this delay. Back home, Simon immediately realized that his fiancée had taken his laptop and seen the spyware. Lisa cried, trying to figure out why she deserved to be treated that way. But Simon only pointed out that he'd done it for her own good. Accident or murder? The next day, July 29th, a serious conversation took place between the young people, the recording of which was later presented in court. Lisa was in tears and asked to go home, but Gatani calmly and confidently said that this would never happen, asked Lisa to calm down, and claimed that she had mental problems. On the morning of July 30th, 2011, Lisa got up early, got fully dressed, and put her documents and essentials in her purse. She locked herself in the bathroom and called her mother one last time, telling her that if anything happened to her, it would be Simon's fault. Apparently, Lisa wanted to leave the apartment unnoticed while her fiancé slept, but she failed. What happened next can only be guessed. According to neighbors, they heard a scream in the hallway, but did not have time to react because all abruptly hushed. And exactly a minute later, a young woman fell from the balcony of the 15th floor, crashing to her death. Several passers-by on the street also heard the scream and saw a body falling from a height, but did not have time to realize what was happening. According to a guy who was his dog that morning and was closest to the scene, he heard a noise and looked up. The eyewitness saw a man holding something large, which he then threw down. When passersby came to the place of the fall, they saw a young woman lying on the ground. But all attempts to help her were in vain, as she died instantly, having received extensive injuries. 3 minutes later, Jitani, dressed in his pajamas, ran out into the street. He was crying, saying he didn't know how he was going to live his life, and claiming that he hadn't caught his fiancée in time. At first glance, it looked like an accident, but Simon himself was quick to claim that his fiancée had voluntarily passed away. A note in his pocket and a frightening video. Strange things began as soon as the body was taken to the morgue and examined. In different pockets were found fragments of a note torn into small pieces with the text, "There are cameras everywhere in the apartment." Probably Lisa was afraid that Simon might find the message, so she turned the note into a kind of garbage and scattered it in different pockets. A check showed that there were indeed a lot of cameras in the apartment, but the hard disk with recordings could not be found, and Simon claimed that there was no video recording at all. A surveillance camera in the communal hallway, on the other hand, captured something frightening. The short clip shows Lisa running out of the apartment and calling for help, but her fiancé grabs her from behind, covers her mouth, and drags her back in. This happened a minute before she fell off the balcony, and it was the scream that the neighbors heard. And Jitani's laptop was found to contain a recording of a conversation he and Lisa had the night before the tragedy, as well as spyware that Simon used to spy on his fiancée. According to Simon, he and Lisa had an argument that morning and she became hysterical. She ran out into the hallway screaming, but he brought her back because he didn't want to put on a show for the neighbors. In the apartment, he picked up the phone to call her mother, but Lisa ran out to the balcony at that moment and threw herself down, and he ran after her but did not catch her in time. He claimed that she had threatened to take her own life before, but he didn't take her words seriously. But Jitani attributed the spy program to his concern for his fiancée's safety. Trial and sentencing. In the course of the trial, Simon was accompanied by already a new pasta, 22-year-old model Rachel Louise, who was just incredibly similar to his dead fiancée. However, later it was said that the girl just wanted to become famous at the expense of this high-profile case and therefore willingly talked to the press and appeared on television, saying that Jitani would never raise his hand on a woman. Simon's lawyers tried to convince the court that Lisa suffered from a mental disorder, was prone to hysterics, and could have voluntarily passed away. Even a long history of anorexia and treatment in the clinic came up. The defense also argued that the defendant, being short in stature, simply could not physically lift Lisa, who was taller than him, and also could not throw her off the balcony. But this version was refuted by a trainer from the gym, which Simon had attended regularly for many years. According to the trainer, the defendant worked with heavy weights, was much stronger than he appeared outwardly, and could easily have lifted Lisa. This was also supported by the absence of Lisa's fingerprints on the railing and the glass barrier, as she could not have jumped without leaning on them. Also testifying in court was the physiotherapist to whom Lisa had told in detail everything that had happened to her and had given her her belongings in the hope of escaping from the tyrant. It was her testimony that was decisive. Jitani was found guilty of murdering his fiancée and sentenced to 26 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 18 years. After the verdict was announced, Rachel Louise threw a tantrum and began to insult the judge, for which she was removed from the room. All attempts by Simon and his lawyers to challenge the court's decision were rejected, and the verdict remained in force. Rachel soon dumped her boyfriend, saying in an interview that it was difficult for them to maintain a relationship in prison, but she remains convinced of his innocence. As the world welcomed 1993 with joy and resolutions, one man in London harbored a chilling New Year's resolution of his own, to become a notorious killer. His targets? Unsuspecting men in the gay community. But who was Colin Ireland? And what compelled him to make such a horrifying resolution? What drove him to transform a symbol of new beginnings into a dark game of cat and mouse? Hi, I'm James. Welcome to True Crime Case Files. In today's deep dive, we'll uncover the layers of one of the UK's most calculating serial killers, a man who sought infamy through the fear he spread. we'll explore how he executed his plan with chilling precision, overshadowing the celebratory spirit of a bustling city with a series of gruesome crimes. To understand the mind behind the chilling moniker, the Gay Slayer, we must delve into Colin Ireland's past. Born in 1954 in Dartford, Kent, Ireland's early life was marked by turbulence, upheaval, and poverty. His childhood, spent in an unstable home, set the stage for a life filled with discontent and detachment. Raised by a single mother, Ireland experienced a revolving door of men in his life. This instability fostered a personality that craved control, a trait that would later manifest in the most sinister ways. His parents, both unmarried teenagers, saw his father leave shortly after his birth, leaving Ireland unaware of his identity. Financial struggles forced them to move frequently, further contributing to his chaotic upbringing. In spite of all the hardships, Ireland had a close relationship with his mother and remembered her as affectionate and benevolent. Ireland said that as a child he was a thin, lanky little runt, always getting the worst of it from schoolyard bullies. This made Ireland frequently miss school. As a result, he didn't get a proper education and became sad and withdrawn, choosing his few friends among the most unthreatening kids. As a teenager, Ireland found himself entangled with the law. His crimes, though initially petty, hinted at a deeper struggle within. A struggle for identity and a desperate need to assert his significance in a world where he felt invisible. Constantly in trouble of his own making, Ireland was sent to Borstells and prisons for theft, robbery, blackmail, and burglary. He ran away to London at 16 and hung out in an amusement arcade with a bad reputation where young boys were targeted by pedophiles. Ireland was approached by some of them. Besides, one of his jobs was a bouncer on a gay club. That's where his understanding of gay subcultures came from. As Ireland himself described the 70s, I was entering what I call the lost period, common to those who suffer from psychopathy. In between custodial periods, a lot of the 70s were a blur. I spent my time detached and wondering. In 1982, Ireland married Virginia Zammit, who was confined to a wheelchair. His colleague witnessed a pleasant family life when he visited them. They divorced 5 years later after Ireland's adultery. In 1989, he married Janet Young. He was abusive and after 4 months left his wife abruptly when she was away for the weekend, stealing over £10,000 from her account and leaving her completely broke. He moved to Southend-on-Sea, Essex, roughly 60 kilometers east of London, and lived in a hostel there. Later, he moved to his own flat. There, in this flat, Ireland decided to become a serial killer as his New Year's resolution. Drifting through adulthood, Ireland's life was a patchwork of odd jobs and fleeting relationships. But beneath this veneer of normalcy, there was a growing fascination with infamy and a desire to etch his name into criminal history. Ireland immersed himself in the dark world of serial killers. He studied them, not with a sense of horror but with an analytical eye. What made them tick? How did they elude capture? These were the questions that consumed him. He spent many hours reading about serial killers and learning about geographic profiling, hence deciding to commit his murders far away from his home. A killer usually commits crimes in a certain radius of about 7 miles from his home. That's why Ireland chose London for his crime scene. He also planned to have at least 5 victims because he had read that a person needs to have such body count to qualify as a serial killer. The year 1993 witnessed a terrifying series of crimes that shook the core of London's LGBTQ+ community. Colin Ireland, a man whose unassuming demeanor masked a sinister agenda, embarked on a calculated campaign of terror, meticulously planning and executing a series of murders with chilling precision. Ireland's hunting ground was the vibrant gay scene of London. He frequented the Kohberger Club, a known gay bar seeking out his potential victims. Here, amid the pulsing music and crowded dance floor, Ireland would select and study his targets, plotting their fates with cold detachment. Ireland sought men who liked the passive role in F&M, so he could easily restrain them as they believed it was a sexual game. Members of the pub would wear color-coded handkerchiefs to indicate their sexual proclivities. Ireland was posing as a dominant partner. His first victim, Peter Walker, was a 45-year-old choreographer. Ireland met Walker at the Kohberger, and what started as a night of perceived intimacy quickly turned into a nightmare. Walker's body was discovered in his apartment, revealing the horror of Ireland's actions. Bound, gagged, and suffocated by a plastic bag placed over his head, Walker's death was just the beginning of Ireland's gruesome spree. Ireland placed 2 teddy bears in a sexual position on Walker's body and burned some of his pubic hair so he could smell it. While searching the flat, he discovered that Walker was HIV positive. Enraged, Ireland stuffed a condom into Walker's mouth and another one into his nostril. Each crime scene told a story of meticulous planning and ruthless execution. He carried a murder kit, a rope, handcuffs, and a change of clothing. Ireland left little evidence behind, confounding the police and instilling a growing sense of fear within the community. He was methodical, ensuring each scene was thoroughly cleaned, removing any traces that could lead back to him. He also stayed in the flat till morning to avoid suspicion from leaving in the middle of the night. To describe the nights after his murders, Ireland said, "I think that affected me mentally to quite a degree, sitting with his body for 5 to 6 hours, watching him gradually get blotches, go cold. It wasn't something that I could cope with, to be honest." Ireland disposed of all the things he touched by throwing them out of a train window on his way back to Southend. When the police discovered the body, they assumed it was the result of a sexual game gone wrong. 2 months later, Ireland returned to the pub where he met 37-year-old librarian Christopher Dunn, who invited Ireland to his flat. Ireland tied, handcuffed, then beat, and tortured his helpless victim before suffocating him by stuffing pieces of cloth into his mouth. After murdering him, Ireland used Dunn's PIN and bank card to withdraw $200 from his account. The police assumed it was an accident as a result of a sex game and didn't link his death to Walker's. Ireland was getting more and more confident as his New Year's resolution was coming together. Ireland met 35-year-old businessman Perry Bradley III at the Kohberger pub. He was the son of Texas Democratic Party fundraiser Perry Bradley Jr. In his Kensington flat, Bradley refused to be tied, but Ireland told him that he couldn't perform sexually without it. Bradley reluctantly agreed, and then Ireland told him that he was a thief and he just wanted his money and PIN. After Bradley gave Ireland his PIN, Ireland told him that he should try to fall asleep as he wouldn't leave his flat till morning. Bradley did fall asleep, and Ireland realized that Bradley could identify him and strangled him. Then he placed a doll on top of the dead man's body. The heinous crimes of Colin Ireland not only sent shock waves through the communities he targeted, but also captured the relentless gaze of the media. The press dubbed him the Gay Slayer, a moniker that sensationalized his horrific acts and underscored the homophobic undercurrents of the time. Within 3 days, on June 7th, Ireland was back at the Kohberger. He met 33-year-old Andrew Collier, a housing warden, and went to his home. Again, Ireland handcuffed and tied his victim to the bed, demanding his bank details. After killing Collier's cat, Ireland strangled Collier. He placed a condom on Collier's penis and fastened the dead cat's mouth over it and put the cat's tail into Collier's mouth. On June 15th, Ireland met Maltese chef Emmanuel Speddery. Aged 41, he cuffed, bound, and strangled his victim, then stayed in his flat watching TV and eating Speddery's food. After cleaning the scene, Ireland set fire to the flat, but it only caused minor damage. As the body count rose, so did the alarm. Animal behind these abhorrent acts? Was it a deep-seated animosity towards the gay community or something more cold and calculated? And what were the critical mistakes Ireland made, and how did they lead to his capture? As the death toll rose, London's Metropolitan Police found themselves grappling with a cunning predator. The investigation into Colin Ireland's crimes was a race against time, a complex puzzle that demanded not just diligence, but innovation in the face of a killer who seemed always one step ahead. Initially, the investigation faced significant challenges. Ireland's careful planning and meticulous cleanup at each crime scene left frustratingly few clues. The killer's methodical approach in disguising his identity and movements compounded the difficulty, turning the investigation into a labyrinthine task. Detectives were confronted with a disturbing pattern. All victims were men from the gay community, their bodies discovered in their own homes. a sign of trust brutally exploited. This realization led to a focused investigation in London's gay scene, particularly around the Kohberger pub where Ireland hunted for his victims. The breakthrough came from meticulous police work and a stroke of luck. A forgotten fingerprint at a crime scene, a chance capture on one of London's first CCTV cameras. These were the pivotal moments that began to unravel Ireland's web of deceit. When Ireland was in Andrew Collier's flat, they heard a noise outside and came up to the window. Ireland gripped a horizontal metal bar across the window and forgot to wipe it off. The police then found these fingerprints. And finally, Ireland was captured on CCTV. Some witnesses said Spettery left Kohberger with a man. Then police traced his route home. His train journey went through Charing Cross Station, fitted with one of London's first CCTV cameras. Each piece of evidence was a precious key, unlocking parts of a puzzle that Ireland thought he had so carefully hidden. But what was it that finally led to Ireland's downfall? How did the police connect the dots in a case that seemed to defy resolution? The relentless pursuit of justice in the Colin Ireland case turned a crucial corner with a single seemingly innocuous phone call. Ireland, emboldened by his actions, made a call to the police taunting them about his crimes. The day after Peter Walker's murder, having heard no news reports of his crime, he anonymously called the Samaritans and the Sun, telling them that he had murdered Walker and locked his dogs in another room. Later, the police received a call from Dunn's killer taunting them because they had failed to link his death to Walker's. In his next anonymous call to the police, he asked, "Are you still interested in the death of Peter Walker? Why have you stopped the investigation? Doesn't the death of a homosexual man mean anything? I will do another. I have always dreamed of doing the perfect murder." After Collier's death, Ireland called Kensington police and said that he had killed 4 men and they had to stop him. He told the police that he had read many books on serial killers and said, "If you don't stop me, it will be 1 a week." He told the police that he had studied the FBI manual, that is, Whoever Fights Monsters by ex-FBI agent and serial killer specialist Robert Ressler. "I have got the book," he said. "I know how many you have to do." Ireland later said that the TV crime series The Bill had also given him many of his ideas and police evasion methods. Forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks said, "Just because you read books about serial killers doesn't mean you have any interest in becoming a serial killer yourself. But if that is your motive, then actually reading books can give you an awareness of the ways in which serial killers have acted in the past." Armed with this new evidence, the police intensified their efforts. A suspect started to take shape from the shadows. It was a breakthrough moment in the investigation, a lead that they desperately needed. On July 19, 1993, Ireland went to his solicitor. He said that he was on the CCTV, but that he had not killed Spettery. He went to his flat for sex, but there was another man. He didn't want a threesome and left. The investigation took a dramatic turn as law enforcement officers matched Ireland's fingerprint to the Collier crime scene. His arrest was a moment of triumph mixed with stark horror as the extent of his crimes came to light. Ireland's overconfidence combined with advanced police work and the critical clues helped bring the killer to justice. The capture of Colin Ireland was more than just the conclusion of a manhunt. It was a moment that brought some semblance of closure to the victims' families and a community shaken by fear. It also opened up vital conversations about the safety of marginalized groups. The trial of Colin Ireland was set to be a gripping chapter in British legal history, raising questions about the nature of evil and the psyche of a man who sought infamy through brutality. What revelations would his trial bring? A legal journey that would reveal the full extent of his chilling crimes was just beginning. The trial was a meticulous dissection of Ireland's actions, each day unraveling more about the man behind the murders. The prosecution presented a case built on a foundation of solid evidence. Ireland, facing overwhelming evidence, made a decision that stunned the courtroom. He confessed to his crimes, detailing them with a cold detachment that sent shivers down the spines of all present. His confession was not just an admission of guilt, but a hair-raising narrative of his calculated and brutal actions. Ironically, pleading guilty to all his murders and confessing, Ireland avoided the publicity he so deeply craved. The heart of the trial, however, lay in the stories of the victims. Their lives, tragically lost, remind us of the human cost of hate and prejudice. Were these 5 murders Ireland's only crimes? Or did he kill others? Serial killers often withhold some of their murders from the police to gain a sense of control over them, even in prison. In January 1993, soon after Ireland's resolution, the police found a dead gay man in his home in Soho. They believed this might have been done by Ireland. However, the gay slayer never claimed this crime. Along with his other victims, a perilous shadow loomed over Hollywood star Tom Cruise. In a chilling twist of fate, Cruise, then at the height of his career and married to Nicole Kidman, narrowly escaped a potentially fatal encounter. According to statements and police files that later surfaced, Ireland had spotted Cruise in a London bar in 1993. Driven by a perilous and misguided belief, Ireland falsely assumed Cruise to be gay and plotted to make him one of his victims. The killer's sinister plan was unexpectedly thwarted. Cruise, possibly sensing something amiss or merely coincidental in his timing, left the bar abruptly, eluding Ireland's grasp. Ireland's conviction was a foregone conclusion, but the sentencing phase was a crucial moment. The judge, in a powerful address, condemned Ireland's actions, emphasizing the gravity and premeditated nature of the crimes. The judge called Ireland exceptionally frightening and dangerous. He said to him, "To take 1 human life is an outrage. To take 5 is carnage. In my view, it is absolutely clear you should never be released." Ireland was sentenced to 5 counts of life imprisonment for the murders, but the story does not end with Ireland's conviction. There are unconfirmed rumors that Ireland strangled his cellmate, a convicted child killer, in Wakefield Prison, Yorkshire. After that, he was transferred to maximum security lodgings at Whitemoor Prison, Cambridgeshire, into a private cell of his own. His pattern of selecting victims, meticulous planning, and the psychological games played with law enforcement are now studied in criminal psychology courses worldwide. Moreover, the investigation into Ireland's crimes highlighted the importance of community involvement in criminal cases. The breakthroughs in this case were a result of not just police work, but also the cooperation of the community, which had been terrorized by his actions. Ireland's case became a catalyst for discussions about homophobia and hate crimes. It highlighted the urgent need for societal change, not just in policy, but in everyday attitudes and understanding. Ireland died on February 21, 2012 of pulmonary fibrosis and a fractured hip he had suffered earlier. Former prison governor Vanessa Frake, who had crossed paths with numerous hardened criminals, called Ireland the most frightening prisoner she has ever come across. She said, "I don't know what it was about him. He just emanated evil. He was proud of what he did, same as many other serial killers. What drives a man to commit such calculated and brutal acts of violence?" To understand Ireland's psyche, we delve into the complex labyrinth of his mind, piecing together a profile that is as disturbing as it is intriguing. Experts who have studied Ireland's case point to a combination of factors. His troubled childhood, marked by instability and lack of a father figure, may have sown the seeds of his later behavior, but it was his deep-seated desire for recognition, a craving to leave a mark on the world, that propelled him into the abyss of serial killing. Ireland's methodical approach to his crimes suggests a high level of intelligence and planning. He studied serial killers not with repulsion, but with a scholar's interest. He learned from their mistakes, aiming not just to evade capture, but to master the art of killing. Ireland's methodical approach to his crimes offers a chilling glimpse into the mindset of a serial killer. His need for control and recognition, coupled with his ability to blend into society, challenges our understanding of criminal behavior. Forensic psychologists theorize that Ireland's choice of victims from the gay community was strategic rather than personal. He saw them as easy targets, vulnerable due to societal marginalization. This choice reflects not just a cold-blooded strategy, but a chilling indifference to human life. He said about how he chose his victims, "I think it's been something that's been triggered in me sometime before. I felt if I was approached, it was likely that I would kill. I thought to myself, if I wasn't approached, something wouldn't have happened. I would have gone on my way and nothing would have happened." Forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks explained, "What he does is he reduces the chance of choosing an inappropriate victim or somebody who wasn't going to respond by not selecting those who didn't approach him. Perhaps the most terrifying aspect of Ireland's psychology is his lack of remorse. His confessions were devoid of emotion, his recounting of the crimes clinical. This detachment points to a possible psychopathic personality where empathy and conscience are alarmingly absent. Detective Inspector Martin Finnegan said, "He was very factual about his acts, as if he was describing someone else's activities. Absolutely no compassion at all. I didn't detect much hatred. It was just matter of fact, like, I went down the shops and bought this, went into the flat and killed him." In most cases, the murderers who kill gay people are gay themselves, and those blatantly homophobic are often secretly gay. Was it really a plausible excuse for Ireland to give in to his secret emotions? Ireland compared the buzz of his first kill to that of losing his virginity. Maybe these hidden feelings brought this simile to his mind. Was Ireland just dishonest with himself and others trying to hide what he really couldn't control? Ireland said he was heterosexual and didn't touch or have sex with the men he killed. However, it's difficult to imagine that at least 5 people invited him to his flat for sex undressed, and let Ireland tie them without even a single kiss. Can a person even decide to become a serial killer as a career just for the sake of it without any ulterior motives? And choose the specifics of his crimes by pure ulterior motives and choose the specifics of his crimes by pure logic? Or is it something deeper? Or was theft the real reason of Ireland's crimes and murdering his victims? Was a calculated move to prevent them from identifying him later? There's inconsistency in Ireland's story about the murder of Perry Bradley. He said that he had promised Bradley to leave him alive, but then it occurred to him that Bradley could identify him. This narrative strongly contradicts with his whole intention of choosing his victims for murder to gain fame from becoming a serial killer. Was Ireland just exploiting homophobic moods in the society to mask the mercenary nature of his crimes, hoping that it will win him sympathy of the public and reduce the term of his imprisonment? Or was there more than one reason, perhaps all of them combined? On May 21, 2010, a young woman was found murdered in the apartment of 26-year-old Army veteran Sam Hare. When Sam's father stumbled upon the gruesome scene, he quickly called 911, but Sam was nowhere to be found. Who was this woman and what had transpired? Was Sam fleeing after committing the crime? Located halfway between Los Angeles and San Diego, Costa Mesa, California, is a coastal highland overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Despite its affluence, it maintains a laid-back beach community vibe. No one could have predicted that this beautiful place would be where Julie Kibelashi met her tragic end. Sam Hare's parents, Stephen and Raquel, grew concerned when they hadn't heard from him for a while. He was supposed to visit them that weekend but never arrived. On May 22, 2010, Stephen went to Sam's apartment with his wife, only to be greeted by a horrific scene. Panic-stricken, he immediately dialed 911, informing the police that a dead woman lay face down in his son's bedroom, her clothes partially torn and blood streaming down from her forehead. However, Sam was nowhere to be seen. The incident sent shockwaves through the community, where murders were exceedingly rare. When police reached the apartment, they did not find any signs that a struggle had taken place. In Italy, as you walk in, you could tell it was a master-type apartment. It was a theater apartment. There was no signs that there may be a bit of struggle or there may be a fight that you've had gone on. The apartment seemed to be filled with items you'd find in a typical bachelor pad. Empty beer bottles, burned cigarettes, a patio barbecue, but it looked relatively clean and neat. That is, until they entered the bedroom. The bed was soaked red from the victim's blood. The deceased woman was lying partially on the bed and partially kneeling on the ground. Her pants were pulled down, exposing the lower portion of her body. From the looks of it, detectives concluded that she might have been sexually assaulted before her death. She died from 2 gunshot wounds to her head. There was also a knife on the bedside table, but it appeared to be unused. Strangely, she was wearing a tiara and scrawled on the back of her sweater were the words, "All yours." Her bag was found in the kitchen. From her driver's license, detectives identified the victim as 23-year-old Julie Kibushi. Julie Kibushi was born on Valentine's Day 1987 to Japanese-American parents, June and Masa Kibushi. She was the third of 4 children and their first daughter. She'd always been referred to as my Valentine girl by her parents. From a very young age, Julie took a keen interest in dancing music. Her mother said Julie started tap dancing when she was just 5 and that passion only grew over the years. According to her friends and family, she was a pleasure to be around. Her goofy and bubbly personality made everyone laugh. Not only did she exude positivity, but she often bent over backwards to help a friend in need. On one hand, she respected her Japanese culture, but on the other, she was a free-spirited, all-American girl. After graduating high school from the Orange County School of the Arts, Julie went on to study fashion design at Orange Coast Community College. Here, she met 26-year-old Sam Hare, and the two became close. She also tutored him in anthropology. She did not know that her kindness would cost her life. After scouring through the crime scene, detectives tried to piece together what had happened to this bright and beautiful young woman. All signs pointed to Sam being her killer. It was, after all, his apartment that she was found in, and now he was nowhere to be found. It was time for investigators to take a closer look at Sam Hare. Samuel Hare was born on May 29, 1983, to parents Stephen Raquel Kalberman in Los Angeles, California. As the only child to his special education teacher father and stay-at-home mother, Sam was doted on. He was very close to his parents, visiting them often even after he'd moved away. Although Sam's physical stature was big and strong, his friends described him as a big teddy bear. He was a fun-loving and easygoing guy. At a very young age, Sam had enlisted in the United States Army and served a tour of duty in Afghanistan and in Germany with the 173rd Airborne. After 3 years, he was discharged and returned to Southern California, where he was born and raised, to attend college on the GI Bill. He wanted to finish college and then re-enlist in the Army as an officer. With that goal in mind, Sam Hare enrolled himself in Orange Coast Community College, where he formed a friendship with Julie, who was 3 years younger than him. But just like many war heroes, Sam developed PTSD from the 3 years he served in the Army. Had he somehow snapped and committed the crime in a moment of passion? As Sam was nowhere to be found, detectives concluded that he was most likely on the run after murdering Julie in his own apartment. The suspicion only grew stronger when they found text messages on Julie's phone from Sam's number. At around 2:45 p.m. on May 21, 2010, Sam sent her a text saying he was going to help a friend and then head out to go to his parents' house. However, just 2 hours later, his tone changed when he sent her a couple of texts begging her to come to his place. From the tone of the messages, Sam seemed like a man in trouble. He was clearly upset about something. As a concerned friend, Julie agreed to meet Sam. She said she'd be there for him like a family. While Sam's family was dumbfounded by the findings and worried that his life was in danger, these texts made him look more guilty to the investigators. It showed that he planned for her to come over. Additionally, Sam's car and his passport were also missing from the apartment, leading investigators to believe that Sam was probably on the run. His passport was missing. His car was missing. A look at it, every legal and chronic essays is obvious. If I see how he is Gabiara killer. Yet investigators would soon find out that there was even more to this story. Flashing back to 8 years prior, in 2002, the then 18-year-old Sab Air was charged with another heinous crime. He was accused of taking part along with 17 other men and women in the stabbing and beating death of 19-year-old Byron Benito in Kangin Country. Allegedly, on the night of January 15, 2002, Sam, who had been friends with Benito since childhood, picked Benito up from his house and led his unsuspecting friend to an area behind a mobile home park where he was attacked and killed by a group of suspected gang members. He was charged with murder. However, in the end, he was acquitted of those charges, but that didn't change the suspicion in the minds of the investigators. Although Sam's family did not believe in this guilt, investigators were almost certain that they were after the right person. As Sam was trying to use firearms, they considered him armed and dangerous and on the run. Believing that they had a dangerous killer on the loose, authorities put an APB out for Sam. Meanwhile, the Custom Mesa police began monitoring Sam's cell phone and credit card activities in an attempt to locate him. Cops got information that there had been 4 withdrawals made from ATMs in the days since his disappearance. His credit card was also used at a pizza delivery place in Long Beach, California, just 20 miles away from Sam's house. Police expected to see Sam on the surveillance cameras, but when the bank sent them footage from the ATM cameras, they couldn't believe whom they were seeing. It was a teenager wearing a hoodie and a cap, withdrawing money from Sam's bank account. Neither police nor Sam's parents were able to identify the kid. Investigators concluded that he was most likely helping Sam, either to get away or to hide. Either way, Costa Mesa police were desperate to track him down. On May 26, 2010, they received information that his credit card had been used at another pizza delivery, and they set about tracking the delivery driver. After obtaining the delivery address from them, police headed to the address to apprehend Sam, thinking that they'd finally found his hideout spot. When police stormed the house, expecting to find Sam, they instead found 17-year-old Wesley Freelich along with some of his friends. Although suspected earlier, authorities almost immediately ruled out Wesley as a suspect, but he did still have Sam's credit card in possession. The teenager depicted a shocking story that investigators were not anticipating hearing. He was, in fact, given the credit card with full instructions to withdraw cash. However, it was not by Sam. He didn't even know Sam. Daniel Wozniak, a local theater actor whom Wesley met through community theater, had given them the credit card. Wozniak told Wesley that he was a bail bondsman and needed to collect money Sam owed. Perhaps any other person would have declined it. But as Wesley looked up to Wozniak as an older brother, without realizing the gravity of the situation, the 17-year-old boy agreed to help. In total, $1,900 was withdrawn from the account. The name Daniel Wozniak did ring a bell for investigators, as they'd found an invitation to his upcoming wedding in Sam's apartment. But who was this Daniel Wozniak and what was his connection to Sam? Did he help Sam to get away, or was he an accomplice to the murder itself? Several questions were yet to be answered. 38-year-old Daniel Dan Patrick Wozniak was born on March 23, 1984. As the youngest of three boys, Daniel spent a lot of time with his grandparents after school, due to his parents' long work hours. Dan grew up in a luxurious home, and the family often took expensive vacations. He was described as a good kid in school who mostly got very good grades. He used jokes, singing, dancing, and magic tricks to get attention from people. He loved to be the center of attention. Realizing that he had a natural talent for stage performance, Daniel started acting and singing in musicals in his early 20s. He was pretty casual about his plans for the future. He could never hold a job for long, which forced him to move from job to job with very low pay. However, as years passed, he kept his passion for acting alive and continued to work in theater. It was here in one of his musicals that he found the woman of his dreams, a fellow actress. After briefly dating, they decided to marry. On May 26, 2010, when police tracked down Wozniak, he was enjoying his bachelor party in Huntington Beach, California. But how was Daniel Wozniak linked to Sam Hyer? As it turned out, he lived in the same apartment complex where Sam lived. Assuming that Wozniak had either helped Sam flee or hide, or had been complicit in Julie's murder, cops barged into the private bachelor party for Wozniak with an arrest warrant. The blood drained from his face as soon as he saw the cops, leading the detectives to believe that he knew more than he was letting on. Police took him into custody for questioning. In the interrogation room, at first Wozniak claimed that his only crime was participating in credit card fraud and covering for Sam. He further told the investigators that he and Sam hatched a plan to pull out all of his money from his bank account with the help of Wesley and then claim credit card theft. But Daniel claimed before they could carry out the plan, Sam made a shocking confession. He added that after this confession, he dropped Sam off at a local shopping center and had not seen him since. Nonetheless, detectives believed he was still covering for Sam and that he had more involvement in Julie's murder than he told the investigators. So detectives tried a different strategy. They took a DNA swab from Daniel, a strategy that made Daniel very nervous. He tried to collect his composure, but detectives could tell there was something wrong. Almost immediately, he started to add more details to the story. Tell me about the saying that Siddhat Relatsu did. I told him that I needed to go seek stuff from the theater. I said, help me let this. Then I didn't really mind if I could not reverse it, put it back in a shine. Detectives realized that Wozniak was nervous that his DNA would show up at Sam's apartment. Although he tried to say otherwise, cracking under pressure, he kept changing his story. After a long pause, Wozniak said that he knew about Julia's murder and he helped him get away. When detectives reminded him that they had his DNA, he reassured them that it was not going to show up on Julie's body. He was still holding on to the fact that he had nothing to do with the murder. Detectives were expecting that Wozniak would reveal more details when he suddenly decided he was done with the interview. But with so much at stake, detectives could not let him go easily without knowing the full details. They told Wozniak that he'd be arrested for the accessory to murder charge if he did not come clean and give them full details. Wozniak had a lot at stake too. He had a wedding scheduled in just 48 hours and he did not want to miss it. Under pressure, Wozniak started to crumble. The story yet again changed a bit. Seeing that Wozniak was about to break, detectives hastened the process by bluffing about the DNA. Although in reality, DNA test results wouldn't be back for weeks, detectives claimed his DNA was found on Julie's body. Shockingly, he did not protest the claim. He rather said his DNA was on Julie's body because he was standing right over her body. As it turns out, Wozniak was not as good of an actor in the interrogation room as he was on the stage. As his lies fell apart, he dropped yet another bombshell. This was a major red flag for the detectives because only one gunshot wound was visible to the investigators at the crime scene. Only later, when an autopsy was performed, was it revealed that there was a second gunshot wound. This confession from Wozniak meant that he'd been there when she was killed, which made him an accomplice in the murder, and investigators could now officially detain him. Yet even though Wozniak was in custody, detectives still had to find Sam, and Daniel refused to talk. While detectives were searching for any clues that could lead them to Sam Hare, sitting behind bars, Wozniak called his fiancée Rachel Buffet. Whether Wozniak knew those conversations were being recorded or not, he was about to get caught in his own web of lies. As Rachel chose freedom over love, she told him that she was going to call detectives with more information. Wozniak knew he had to talk to the detectives before Rachel could. Suddenly, he was in a panic, desperate to strike the deal with the detectives that he refused only hours before. But what he told the detectives this time was beyond their imagination. For the first time, Wozniak was ready to break down the timeline of his diabolical murder plan, which started with a simple favor from a friend. On the fateful day of May 21, 2010, Wozniak asked Sam, who considered him a good friend, to help move some boxes at the Los Alamitos Theater attic in a local military base. While Sam was busy moving the boxes in the attic in a note-down position with his back turned to Wozniak, the cold-blooded monster pulled out a gun and shot him in the head once. Initially, Sam never knew what hit him. After realizing he'd been shot, he begged Wozniak to help him. Without a shred of hesitation, this merciless killer reloaded his gun and shot him a second time, killing him instantly. After killing Sam, he was still not finished. In a cold and composed manner, he did the unthinkable by texting Julie from Sam's phone and luring her to Sam's apartment. In the utmost callousness, he left Sam's body in the attic and went to perform his play, laughing, singing, dancing, as if he did not just murder an innocent man and lure another to the same fate. Later in the night, Wozniak snuck into Sam's apartment, and once Julie was inside the apartment, he showed her 2 cymes in the head. He then staged the crime scene to make it look like Sam fled after assaulting and killing Julie in his apartment. However, he still needed to make sure that no one found Sam. In desperation, he proceeded to commit one of the most depraved acts possible. He returned to the attic and dismembered Sam's hands and head in an attempt to conceal the deceased's identity. He disposed of them at a nearby park. But even after these heinous acts, seemingly without a care in the world, Wozniak once again returned to the theater. In several cast party photos detectives collected later, he can be seen laughing and joking with other members. But perhaps the motive remains even more twisted than the mergers themselves. It all boiled down to money. Loaded behind killing Sam was money, and then Sam who killed. Wozniak always struggled with money and maintaining employment. At the time of the murders, he was behind 2 months in rent, on the verge of getting evicted. Additionally, he had no way of paying for the grand wedding or hunting goon he planned. And that's when he learned of the $62,000 Sam had in his savings for his time served in the military. He killed 2 innocent people in cold blood so that he could have a grand wedding and enjoy an expensive vacation. If the confession was not enough, police found the evidence bag that Rachel talked about on the phone with Wozniak, thanks to Wozniak's brother, Tim. Tim had instructions to get rid of the bag, but he instead threw it over the fence at his parents' house. That backpack was filled with incriminating evidence including Sam Harris' financial details, passport, his bloody clothes, and most standing of all, the murder weapon. Wozniak's DNA was all over the items, suggesting that he, and he alone, committed the double homicide. There was a cornucopia of others of the DNA, expedited shell cases, the victim's financial informations, everything a prosecutor could ever warrant, and, of course, that also led us to the murder weapon himself. On December 16, 2015, at the end of his trial, which lasted just 5 days, Wozniak was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. On January 11, 2016, after only 1 hour of deliberation, in what's described as one of the shortest death penalty deliberations, the jury recommended the death penalty to a very deserving Daniel Wozniak. On September 23, 2016, the judge sentenced him to death. It seemed like there was no end of deception in this case. Detectives discovered years later that Wozniak's former fiancée, Rachel Buffet, not only knew about the murder plots, but she'd been deceptive to the detectives. Though she denied all these allegations, she was arrested and charged with 3 felony counts of accessory after the fact, based on allegations that she'd lied multiple times to police investigators. On September 12, 2018, she was convicted on 2 of those counts with a maximum possible sentence of 44 months, and on November 8, 2018 was sentenced to 32 months behind bars. She was released from jail sometime in 2019. Life snatched away from 2 innocent people. Life destroyed for their family members. And all of this, just so one mania could have his dream honeymoon. The only closure that the families can get from this is that this monster is spending his last days where he can't hurt anybody else. This case involves India's first renowned perfume expert, Monica Good, whose murder and the methods employed by the killer sent shockwaves across the country. The date was October 6, 2016. Monica lived in Sangolda, a village in the picturesque state of Goa, known for its beautiful beaches, vibrant culture, pleasant climate, and historical sites. In addition to its stunning scenery, Goa boasts colorful architecture, lush greenery, and breathtaking sunsets. Monica resided in a 3-bedroom rented apartment within the Supna Raj Valley Society in Sangolda. As usual, around 9 to 10 in the morning, Monica's maid arrived and rang the doorbell of her apartment. When there was no response, the maid rang the bell again, but still received no answer. She then called out several times and rang the bell 3 or 4 more times. Despite knocking on the door, there was still no sound from inside, and no one opened the door. This was unusual for Monica, leading the maid to feel anxious. Concerned, she contacted Monica's brother, Anand Gada, who lived in Mumbai, and explained the situation to him. Following this, Anand attempted to call Monica's phone, but there was no response. He keeps trying to connect with his sister through calls, but Monica doesn't pick up the phone. After that, Amnon calls Monica's neighbor who lived in the adjacent apartment, and Monica had also left a duplicate key to her. Shortly after Amnon's call, the woman arrives outside Monica's house with the duplicate key. She then opens the door with the same duplicate key. And as soon as Monica's neighbor and her maid enter the house, both scream because Monica was lying straight on the bed and herons were tied behind the bed, and there was no clothing on the lower part of her body. Additionally, Monica was not moving at all. Seeing all this, Monica's neighbor immediately calls the police. Soon after, the Goa police arrive at Monica's apartment with some lady police officers, an ambulance, and doctors. However, when some doctors cover Monica's body and check her pulse, it is found that Monica has passed away. Afterwards, the dead body is sent for post-mortem and then the room is searched. The police searched the room, but the surprising thing was that there was no evidence of forced entry anywhere in the entire apartment. There were egg shells in the room suggesting they had been eaten recently. Then Monica's purse was checked, but apart from some debit card bills, the police found no evidence in it. Now, to find evidence, the police consider examining all the CCTV footage in the society. But then they find out that there are no CCTV cameras installed in that society. Besides this, the police also question the people living in Supna Raj Valley. However, nobody has seen any suspicious person entering or leaving Malaka's house in the past day. Nevertheless, the police also investigate from the angle of theft. But nothing was missing from Monica's flat that could indicate that this murder was committed for theft. Looking at all these things, the police believe that whoever murdered Monica had some information about her because no one forcefully entered the flat and nothing was stolen from the house. However, Monica was married, but due to some disputes, she had been living alone for a year. Therefore, the police's suspicion first falls on Monica's husband, Bharith Ramanrutham. After that, the police interrogate him about this murder, but nothing comes to light during the interrogation that would make them suspect him. In fact, Monica was the daughter of a former judge in Mumbai, Ramesh Kuttar, and she was initially a photographer. But later, she started researching on perfumes. After this, in a short span of time, she became a successful perfume expert. Due to her profession, Monica was quite famous not only in her society, but also throughout the city, often seen hobnobbing with big businessmen. Therefore, as soon as news of Monica's murder surfaced, the entire state of Goa was in shock. At that time, this was the news running on every news channel in the country, and the public wanted to know who the mystery killer was. Meanwhile, Monica's post-mortem report also arrives, revealing that Monica died due to suffocation, and it also becomes clear that she was raped. Anyway, the police had investigated the case from every angle so far, but they had neither found any suspects nor any clues. But then during the investigation that evening, a police officer suddenly remembers that they had found some debit card bills from Malaka's purse, but they hadn't found any debit card during the entire search. Afterwards, the Goa police approach the bank regarding the bills of that debit card and request to check the transaction details of that card. It is found out that on the morning of October 6th at 6 o'clock, this card was used at an ATM in Porvorim area. Porvorim is merely 4 to 5 kilometers away from Sapnaraj Valley. Following this, the police instruct the bank to keep an eye on this card and also scrutinize the CCTV footage of the ATM in Porvorim. The face of the boy who withdrew money from that card was captured on the ATM camera. Subsequently, with the CCTV footage in hand, the Goa police reached Satnaraj Valley. As soon as the locals see this footage, they recognize the boy shown in the footage immediately and identify him as Rajkumar, who used to be the old security guard here. However, he was fired from his job 2 months ago on charges of theft. For the Goa police, this was a major success because for the first time in this case, the police had a name and a face of suspect. Now when the police check Rajkumar's background, they find out that Rajkumar, 21, is from Bathinda city in Punjab state, and there have been several theft cases registered against him before. The police had all the information about Rajkumar, but the challenge now was how to catch him. So to catch Rajkumar, the Goa police started waiting for the next transaction from Monica's debit card. Some time passes and suddenly the police find out that recently, some money has been withdrawn from an ATM in Bangalore city using this card. Let us tell you that Bangalore city is about 370 miles away from Sangolda village. Upon seeing this, the Goa police immediately spring into action and contact the Bangalore city police. After that, Bangalore police checked the CCTV footage of that ATM and Rajkumar's face was clearly visible in the footage of that ATM as well. Following this, Bangalore police took Rajkumar's photo and began questioning all hotels and lodges around that ATM. After a while, a man at the reception of one hotel recognizes Rajkumar's photo and says, "Yes, a man with this face is staying in our hotel, but he has gone out for some work right now." Afterwards, some police officers dressed in civilian clothes stand outside the same hotel waiting for Rajkumar to arrive. But as soon as Rajkumar returns to the hotel after a while, the police officers recognize him and apprehend him. Now, because the police officers were in civilian clothes, Rajkumar doesn't even recognize them. And just like that, on October 8, 2016, 2 days after Marika's murder, Rajkumar is arrested from a hotel in Bangalore. Then Goa police are contacted. Afterwards, the Goa police arrive in Bangalore and take Rajkumar to Goa with transit remand from the court. Now the interrogation begins, and due to the firm questioning by the police, Rajkumar admits to killing Monica. When the police ask him why he did it, he narrates his entire story to the police, and the story goes something like this. Actually, in the month of June, 39-year-old Monica decides to shift to Goa for her perfume business, for which Monica starts looking for a rented flat. And on June 7, 2016, she reaches Supna to see a flat. At the society's gate, Monica meets security guard Rajkumar. And the society's management had already called Rajkumar beforehand, informing him that a woman would come to see a flat, so show her the flat. Afterwards, Rajkumar shows Monica the flat, and after seeing it, Monica leaves from there. But what happens here is that during showing the flat, Rajkumar falls in love with Monica unilaterally. Now, day and night, he kept thinking only about Monica. About 4 to 5 days pass like this, and then one day, Rajkumar becomes very happy because that day Monica had come to shift to Supna Rajkali with her belongings. After that, Monica tells Rajkumar that the flat he showed her, he has taken that flat. Now, because Rajkumar was very happy, he himself, with the help of 2 people, delivers Monica's belongings to her apartment. Rajkumar does this because he wanted to see Monica repeatedly. But because he was a security guard, he didn't get many chances to see and meet Monica. But then one day, an idea comes to his mind, and he goes to his manager and says that he wants to do the cleaning and maintenance work of the society's cars along with his duty because he is in desperate need of money. After hearing Rajkumar's need, the manager also agrees to his proposal because he thinks that this way Rajkumar will earn some extra money and the needs of the people living in the society will also be fulfilled. However, Rajkumar had something else in his mind, and after this, he goes straight to Monica's apartment. After that, he tells Monica that now he can also clean her car, but it will cost her some extra money. Monica also agrees to this because she didn't have enough time to do household chores while handling her business. Now Rajkumar started cleaning Monica's car and would use the pretext of exchanging keys to also visit Monica's apartment where he would see Monica 3 or 4 times a day. But it was due to the cleaning of this very car that one day, Rajkumar loses his job. It so happened that one day, Monica's umbrella went missing from his car. Monica asks Rajkumar about it, but he says he didn't see any umbrella in the car. After this, Monica complains to the society management and says that today, not only my umbrella, but many other persons' things have gone missing just like before. If such incidents continue to happen in the society, it will tarnish its reputation. Now, after hearing Monica's complaint, the society management takes this matter seriously and begins an investigation. It is then found out that only Rajkumar used to open Monica's car for cleaning besides Monica herself. After that, a search is conducted in the guardroom where Rajkumar used to stay, and Monica's umbrella is also recovered from there. Now, since thefts were already a concern in society, after Monica's umbrella is found, suspicion falls entirely on Raj as a result. On July 22, 2016, Rajkumar is dismissed from his job on theft charges. From here, the story takes a new turn. While Rajkumar had deeply loved Monica before, now he starts to harbor a significant amount of hatred towards her. However, after being dismissed from his job, Rajkumar leaves and starts working as a laborer in the Ponda area of Goa. But even there, he only works for a few days. During this time, he meets Monica twice and asks her to withdraw the theft complaint. But Monica flatly refuses. Now hearing this, Rajkumar gets even angrier, but he couldn't do anything at that moment. After that, Rajkumar arrives in Chennai in search of a job, then goes to Mumbai from there, and finally spends some time working in Pune city. Everywhere, Rajkumar earns his living by doing odd jobs. But when he doesn't find any decent job anywhere, he returns to Goa on the October 2nd, 2016. But this time, he had something planned in Goa. There was still a lot of hatred against Monica in his mind. The very next day, that is on the October 3rd in the afternoon, Rajkumar reaches Supna Raj Valley again. He enters the society through the main gate, and by chance, no one sees him entering. Then he goes straight to Monica's apartment below, but he notices that Monica's car is not parked there. Seeing this, he understands that Monica is not at home at the moment. However, instead of leaving from there, Rajkumar decides to wait for Monica to arrive in the society. Now, because Rajkumar knows every route in the society, he decides to hide on the terrace of the society because generally, no one comes to the terrace. Meanwhile, Rajkumar keeps looking down repeatedly and checks Monica's car. But even after the whole October 3rd passes, Monica's car is not seen. Then the next day, October 4th comes, but Monica's car still doesn't show up. And then October 4th also passes. On October 5th, Monica's car was checked several times by Rajkumar since morning, but it wasn't seen. Now it had been almost 2 days since he stayed on the terrace. There was neither food to eat nor anything to drink on the terrace during this time. Many times, Rajkumar felt like leaving from there, but the fire of revenge didn't let him go, and fueled by this vengeance, Rajkumar spent more than 48 hours hungry and thirsty on the terrace. Around 3 to 3:30 p.m. on October 5, 2016, Rajkumar came down once again, and this time he saw Monica's car parked. This meant that Monica had returned home. Seeing this, there was a strange smile on Rajkumar's face, but then he went back to the terrace and started waiting for darkness. After that, he comes downstairs around 6:30 in the evening and rings Monica's flat doorbell. When Monica asks who, Rajkumar identifies himself as a security supervisor. Hearing this, Monica opens the door, but as soon as she does, Rajkumar forcefully pushes her and then shuts the door from inside. Before Monica can comprehend anything, Rajkumar takes out a knife from his pocket and warns her, "If you make noise, I'll stab you." Still, Monica screams loudly to protect herself, but Rajkumar covers her mouth with his hand. Then Rajkumar takes Monica to the bathroom, intimidating and controlling her. After that, he forcefully takes Monica to the bedroom at knife point, lays her on the bed, ties both her hands behind the bed first, then ties both her legs as well. Now Rajkumar demands money from Monica at knife point. Upon seeing herself trapped, Monica also gets very nervous. So she tells the Rajkumar, "Take all the money in the purse." After that, the Rajkumar empties Monica's entire purse. About 4,000 Indian rupees come out of the purse like $48. But the Rajkumar's desire is not satisfied with that, and he asks Monica for more money. So Monica says, "I only have this much money right now. If you need more money, I have a debit card. Take it and withdraw money from the ATM." The Rajkumar didn't know how to use a debit card. Still, he learns from Monica how to use it. So systematically, Monica tells him the way to withdraw money, how to insert the card into the ATM machine, then select the language, and then how to enter the secret PIN. And along with that, she also tells him her debit card's PIN number. I think maybe in that situation, Monica feels that now Rajkumar will leave her and go from here. Then she will complain to the police and Rajkumar will be caught through the location of the debit card. But Rajkumar takes the money and card and puts a cloth in Monica's mouth. After doing all this, he now knew that Monica could not do anything. So he leaves from there with great confidence and then goes to the kitchen. He takes out water from the fridge, boils the eggs, eats them with great ease, and there was no hurry for him. He was eating and drinking with great comfort because he knew that Monica lived alone in that flat. Now he also takes out ice cream from the fridge and eats it. Besides, he also eats chocolate, meaning that all the hunger and thirst he had been suffering for 2 days on the terrace is satisfied now. It was around 12 o'clock at night by all this. When his stomach is full again, he returns to Monica. He takes her phone, although it was locked, but Rajkumar's unlock it by forcing Monica. Then Rajkumar's opens the adult site on her phone and forcibly shows her 3 adult videos. Feeling all this, Monica becomes even more anxious because she realized that Rajkumar's was not going to let her go now. Then, Rajkumar unties the rope from Monica's legs and removes all the clothes from her waist down. Then he fulfills his desire that had been in his mind since the first day he saw Monica. It was nearly 2 a.m. in the morning by now, and Rajkumar had been in Monica's apartment for almost 8 hours when Rajkumar's desire was filled. He gets nervous for the first time when the question arises in his mind whether Monica knows him well. And if he leaves Monica alive, she will tell the police about it, and then the Rajkumar will be punished. So the prince lifted a pillow from the same bed and began to suffocate Monica's mouth and kept pressing until she died. Then the Rajkumar got up from there comfortably and went to the bathroom again. After that, Rajkumar shaved his beard, then he bathed. and at 3:30 a.m. on October 6, 2016 in the darkness, he sneaked out of the Supna Valley stealthily. Then at 6 a.m. after withdrawing money from the ATM, he went to Bangalore where the police arrested him. After hearing the entire story, all the police officers were quite surprised. After that, the Goa police gathers all the evidence against Rajkumar. Then on January 6, 2017, a 228-page charge sheet is present in court, charging murder and robbery. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.